reading skill just doesn't mean reading fast. It definitely requires you to read things fast because of the because of the limited availability of time. But you need to understand that just reading fast won't help. You also need to understand things with the same speed.
तो आप ये समझ लीजिए, आपका इंग्लिश चेक नहीं हो रहा है वर्बल में, आपका आईक्यू टेस्ट हो रहा है, और आईक्यू टेस्ट का पूरा बेसिस अंडरस्टैंडिंग बेस्ड होता है.
Do not at all assume the difficulty level of the passage on the basis of the length. Clear? It might be true that the questions of a lengthier passage are easier than the questions of a short passage. Clear?
Just a written communication, or call it an argument if you want. Okay, and it has a message. The author has a message, and this message is supported by supporting information. Okay, tone is nothing but the emotion expressed by the author when he states his point. जहां पर में भी वो अपना प्राइमरी पर्पस बताता है, कंक्लूजन लिखता है, उस जगह पे वो इमोशन अपना जो दिखाता है, उसी को हम टोन कहेंगे.
I would say double signpost strategy. In double signpost, what exactly will the accuracy level will be close to 100%. Verbal. As some students pointed out, I'll put the perspective first. Okay. Before starting any journey, you should be clear about 3 questions. Okay. The first question is why. This is the most important question if you are going for any endeavor. कुछ भी करना है, आपको why क्वेश्चन का आंसर पता होना चाहिए. How? चैटिंग बहुत हो रहा है, बहुत आप चैट मैसेजेस कर रहे हैं. Why is, देखिए, why is the most important? Yes. And third is the what. What exactly is why? See, I'll put a very simple analogy to you. Let's say मैं कहीं अभी जाना चाहता हूँ. I want to go somewhere. So I should be very much clear about where exactly I'm going and why I'm going there. Should I not be clear about that? So I'll also start this class with the why. Now, this old test, when what we are talking about right now are the IQ test. आप GMAT का बात करो, CAT का बात करो, CUET का बात करो. Yes. No, I will use English as well as Hindi. Yes. See, all kind of students are there. I can understand. Some South people, yes. I can understand you. Yes. Yeah. I do understand that you're not able to understand Hindi. But I'm using both the languages actually. I'm trying to speak every sentence in 2 languages. Yes. So when we talk about any IQ test in particular, whether it is a GMAT, CAT, or a CUET, every test is checking your IQ actually. So what exactly IQ test checks? I'm talking in the perspective of verbal here. Okay, I am taking verbal session, not DILR today. Yes. So an IQ test, let me put some options in front of you. Does it checks your grammar? Does it? Okay, please wait for the other options. Yes, yeah. Does it checks your literary skills? Does it checks your reading skills? Does it checks your knowledge? Or does it check your understand? What exactly an IQ test checks? IQ test never checks the grammar. Good. So everyone is getting a knack of it, okay? Yes, good. IQ test even doesn't check your literary skills. Even it doesn't check your reading skills. Even it doesn't check your knowledge. So it checks your understanding. So that answers your question of why. Why we are talking about comprehension or understanding. So this class title is The Art of Comprehension, Understand Without Understanding. Yes, I'll come to it. I understand. I'll come to the point. Okay, let me build it up. Build the class rather than just yes. So we are talking about the comprehension. Now, I'll give an example of the cat right now. Okay, what are the things they are discussing? They talk RC, they talk para summaries, para completion, odd one out. What is the thing which is common among all these four? There's something which is very common among all these four. What is it? Very active audience today. So with 6 baje everyone is active. Good. Anji. Yes, you are right. So every person is able to understand it. So actually, if these all are only talking about the understanding. Yes, I'll also include one more point here. Okay. I'll also include vocabulary. Does it checks your vocabulary? Actually, it doesn't. So you must have आपने काफी experts का सुना होगा, and many experts बोलते भी हैं आप vocabulary बढ़ाइए. Many people even talks about the reading skills, the reading speed and everything, but it doesn't checks actually. Vocabulary, if you are able to understand your graduate level books, let's say you are in BSc Physics, let's say you are doing BTech, let's say you're doing MBBS, or let's say even you're doing BA or BCom. If you are able to understand your books, then you have a good vocabulary. Okay. And in any comprehension or any test which checks your understanding, you actually don't need to understand each and every word. So that stands for, so always when we're talking about any IQ test, it never wants you to understand each and everything. It just wants you to understand the main idea. If you are able to understand, let's say you read through a passage, let's say you read through para summary or a para completion, and if you're able to understand it, just understand it, you would be able to answer each and every question with 100% accuracy. So the idea is not to understand each and every word. You don't need a Shashi Tharoor kind of a vocabulary that understanding. You don't need to be a dictionary. This is not a literary test. This is not a test of your English. English is just taken as a language here. Now, what does that mean? What I mean by English is just taken as a language. Any IQ test, let's say, most of the IQ tests will always talk about two main sections. That will be, one would be quant, and the other would be the verbal part, the English part. Quant or the maths या English. ये मैथ्स और इंग्लिश ही कौन चेक कर रहे हैं? ये चेक नहीं, मैथ्स और इंग्लिश चेक कर ही नहीं रहे हैं. Maths and English is they are the most universal languages. That's why the IQ test uses these two languages. What exactly it means is, what is the most universal language in the world? It is maths. Even if you don't know how to speak, you will talk maths in the sign language. Maths is the most universal language. Even the people will not be, let's say there is a tribe who is not even able to communicate, there is no language. See, every tribe would be able to communicate, but there can be a situation that they may not have a language. Let's say I'm talking about prehistoric man when they were not able to speak, let's say, then also they had a sign language. So maths is the most universal language, and that's why maths is taken as a language. And English is also taken as a language. They are not testing your math skills. They are not even testing your English skills. So why this perspective is important? Why this whole thing is important, that I'm so much thumping on or putting my onus on that the comprehension is the most important part. अगर आपको अपना ऑब्जेक्टिव क्लियर होगा तो आपको जर्नी भी क्लियर होगी, आपके एफर्ट्स भी क्लियर होंगे। तो आप ये समझ लीजिए, आपका इंग्लिश चेक नहीं हो रहा है वर्बल में, आपका आईक्यू टेस्ट हो रहा है, और आईक्यू टेस्ट का पूरा बेसिस अंडरस्टैंडिंग बेस्ड होता है। मैं इसका एक एग्जांपल भी दूंगा आपको। अभी मैं एक रीडिंग कॉम्प्रिहेंशन एक पैसेज लूंगा और अभी के स्लॉट का लूंगा, कैट 2023 का एक स्लॉट लेते हैं। It will be relevant for CUET and even for the GMAT people. It's just a kind of a what we call it as एक पैराग्राफ है, एक पैसेज है जिसमें 4 पैराग्राफ्स हैं। तो हम क्या उसमें देखेंगे कि विदाउट एनी स्ट्रैटेजी, सिर्फ आप अगर अपनी कॉम्प्रिहेंशन पे ध्यान रखते हैं या सिर्फ अंडरस्टैंडिंग पे ध्यान रखते हैं तो आप सारे आंसर्स कर पाते हैं। सो देयर इज नो नीड फॉर यू टू हैव सो मेनी स्ट्रैटेजीज। आपको बहुत लोग काफी स्ट्रैटेजीज बताते होंगे, पहले क्वेश्चंस पढ़ लीजिए, आप पहले फर्स्ट लाइन पढ़िए, लास्ट लाइन पढ़िए, वो आपको पर्सपेक्टिव दे देगा, वो आपको बता देगा कि ये आपको आता है कि नहीं। देयर विल बी मेनी स्ट्रैटेजीज, पीपल विल से कभी पैसेज को उल्टा करके देखिए, लेफ्ट से देखिए, राइट से देखिए, कीवर्ड्स देखिए, कीवर्ड्स मेन कीवर्ड्स देखिए, ऑल दो देखिए, एनी कॉन्ट्रास्टिंग कीवर्ड्स देखिए। अब काफी लैंग्वेजेस लोग यूज करते हैं, मुझे वो जैसे कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री कीवर्ड्स देखिए, कॉन्ट्रास्टिंग देखिए, लिंकिंग कीवर्ड्स देखिए। लेकिन एक्चुअली आपको बताता हूँ एज अ टीचर ऑफ वर्बल, एंड आई हैव simply telling you that you don't need any strategy if you are understanding it well. तो अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए क्या बेसिक स्ट्रैटेजी चाहिए? कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए। मैं आपको बताता हूँ क्या बेसिक आपको करना है। एक आरसी लेंगे, जस्ट मैं अपना एक पॉइंट को पुट फॉरवर्ड कर रहा हूँ। पहले तो पर्सपेक्टिव आपको क्लियर हो गया, अब ये आपको क्लैरिटी है, सब सो गए हैं या आंसर करिए। एवरीवन इज क्लियर? यस यस यस, वेरी गुड। तो मैं ये पर्सपेक्टिव आपको दे रहा हूँ। बेसिकली मेरा पॉइंट क्या है कि हम जर्नी से पहले अपना ऑब्जेक्टिव को क्लियर कर लें। ये तो बताओ कहाँ जाना है? हाँ जी। ठीक है, अभी तक किसी को कोई डाउट है तो प्लीज पूछिए। एनीवन हैविंग एनी डाउट्स प्लीज आस्क। यस, see what other teachers are doing, I can't comment on that. I always take the perspective, पहले मुझे objective clarity होनी चाहिए। I want you to have an objective clarity. yes, ठीक है। अभी एक आरसी देखेंगे, ये कैट 2022 का सॉरी कैट 2023 का स्लॉट 2 का एक पैसेज है। मीडियम डिफिकल्टी है, तो थोड़ा सा आप समझने में करेंगे, हम मुश्किल होगी लेकिन आसान है मेरे ख्याल से। आप जस्ट अपना एक पॉइंट ध्यान रखिएगा, एक ही स्ट्रैटेजी है। क्या है वो स्ट्रैटेजी? ये है स्ट्रैटेजी। ठीक है, अब सिर्फ अंडरस्टैंड, हम सिर्फ ये कोशिश करें। ठीक है, हम डिक्शनरी बनेंगे, ना ही हम वर्ड्स को बहुत समझने की कोशिश करेंगे। हम मेन मैसेज समझेंगे कि उसका मीनिंग क्या है, मोटा मोटा मीनिंग। हिंदी लोगों के लिए मोटी मोटी बात समझेंगे, एंड फॉर द इंग्लिश पीपल, the people who understand English, we will try to understand the bigger picture, okay, the bigger meaning, okay, the main idea. Yes. तो हम इसमें सिंपल एक चीज करेंगे। मान लेते हैं कि हमारे पास एक अभी पैसेज आने वाला है जिसमें पैराग्राफ्स हैं। 3 पैराग्राफ, तो पैराग्राफ नंबर 1, पैराग्राफ नंबर 2, पैराग्राफ नंबर 3। हम क्या करेंगे, हम सिर्फ एक चीज करेंगे, हम समराइजेशन करते जाएंगे। हम क्या करेंगे, हम समरीज बनाते जाएंगे। तो हम पैराग्राफ 1 का समरी, समरी मतलब आप 6 to 8 लाइंस में आप अपना बात बोलेंगे, ठीक है। आप यू विल गिव योर समरी इन a sentence which will not exceed 7 to 8 words। अच्छा जी, अच्छा इसमें I want to quote one quote which I always put in the reading comprehension passages. Benjamin Franklin, I think you must be knowing about Benjamin Franklin, used to say that if you want to be a good reader, I'm talking about the reading, always read with a pen in your hand. Why? Always read with a pen in your hand, even if you're reading anything. Why it's more important is take notes, take summarization. You should be always be clear when you are taking a journey of, let's say, different passages. You should be always be clear ki where exactly you are going, and you will always keep a tab on your understanding. अच्छा, ठीक है, तो ये ध्यान रखिएगा हमेशा, रीड विद पेन। अच्छा जी, जब हम सेकंड पैराग्राफ की, जैसे कि हमने बात किया था कि पैराग्राफ 1 विल हैव 1 line summary, in the same way in the second paragraph we will have 2 line summary. Okay, the second paragraph will have paragraph 2 summary and paragraph 1 and 2 summary. अच्छा जी, now in the third passage what we will do is, नो कोई स्ट्रैटेजी नहीं है, कोई कीवर्ड वीवर्ड नहीं बोल रहा हूं मैं, वोकैबुलरी कीवर्ड, बिग जगलरी ऑफ कीवर्ड्स, कॉन्ट्रास्टिंग कीवर्ड्स, ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला, लिंकिंग कीवर्ड्स, डोंट गो इनटू इट। बहुत चीजें तो मार्केटिंग की तरह बोली जाती हैं, तो आप उसमें मत घुसिए, आपको टेस्ट में फर्स्ट आना है, ठीक है। यू डोंट हैव टू बी स्पेंडिंग टाइम इन ऑल दैट जगलरी, ओके। अच्छा, थर्ड पैराग्राफ में, इन द थर्ड पैराग्राफ व्हाट यू विल डू इज you will give a summary of the third paragraph, and the second summary should be paragraph 1, 2, 3 summary. And what exactly this will give you is your main idea. And that's what any comprehension will talk about. हर comprehension basically, मतलब हर comprehension in the sense कि हर IQ test आप आराम से इस कर लेंगे अगर आप ये छोटी मोटी चीजें देखें। ओके, आप आरसीएस में या कोई भी कॉम्प्रिहेंशन बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस में 3 तरह के क्वेश्चंस होते हैं। एक तो डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन होगा, कभी भी नहीं आता, ये आता है प्राइमरी लेवल पे, हाँ 10th के नीचे आता है, इतना सीयूटी में आएगा ना, उसमें आएगा, कैट जी में तो बात ही नहीं। अच्छा, सेकंड काइंड ऑफ ए क्वेश्चंस विल बी मेन आइडिया बेस्ड क्वेश्चन। मेन आइडिया वो ऐसी बातें करेगा जैसे आप समराइज करिए, समरी पुट करिए, टॉपिक क्या होगा, एंड व्हाट इज द मेन आइडिया ऑफ द पैसेज। थर्ड काइंड ऑफ ए थिंग वुड बी the critical reasoning based question. Now this will you will have critical reasoning. I'll take the one more session of critical reasoning the next session. And now in the critical reasoning what exactly will happen is, इसकी वो कैसे बातें करेगा, वो ऐसे वर्ड्स यूज करेगा आपको, premise, assumption, conclusion, inference. These kind of a thing they will talk about. अभी मैं CR सेशन नहीं ले रहा हूँ तो I'll not move, थोड़ा सा डेप्थ पे नहीं जाऊंगा इसके, लेकिन फिर भी मोटा मोटा बता देता हूँ. In the I'll give you just the meanings of that. Premise is just the facts, okay? Any proofs, any evidences, blah blah blah. Okay, I'll teach you in the next session. Assumption is which is not stated in the passage or a paragraph, which is not stated will be called an assumption. Conclusion is the author's conclusion. Usually every passage, जब भी कोई ऑथर लिखता है, अब आप पूछेंगे लिखता है क्यों है, लेकिन जब भी कोई ऑथर लिखता है तो वो कंक्लूड करता है, वो उसको कुछ पर्पस होता है, मतलब वो क्यों लिखेगा, कोई क्यों लिखता है, तो एक उसका एक पर्पस होगा जो उसके कंक्लूजन में दिखेगा. ओके, तो ये उसकी बात हो रही है. इन्फ्रेंस होता है आपका, आप इन्फर करते हैं. मतलब ऐसा हो सकता है कि मैं एक पैसेज पढ़ूं, मैं इन्फर करूंगा कि ये मतलब हो सकता है, लेकिन कंक्लूजन एंड इन्फ्रेंस में फर्क ये होता है कि कंक्लूजन इज ऑफ द ऑथर्स एंड इन्फ्रेंस इज योर्स. आपका कुछ भी इन्फ्रेंस हो सकता है. आई विल गिव एन एग्जांपल टू यू. थोड़ा सा फनी एग्जांपल देते हैं कि शाम को कोई जा रहा था तो किसी ने समवन हैज मतलब किसने पिया हुआ था अच्छी तरह, वो गिरा हुआ था रोड पे, नाली में गिरा हुआ था. तो दो लोगों का डिफरेंट देखिए इन्फ्रेंस क्या है. पहला इन्फ्रेंस, एक आदमी उसे जाके उठाता है और उसे हेल्प करता है, उसे घर पहुंचा के आता है, और दूसरा आदमी उसे कहता है वाह 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 बस पी के गिर गए, नाउ ही टुक लॉट ऑफ लिकर एंड इज जस्ट लाइंग ऑन द रोड. तो he said ऐसे लोगों के साथ ऐसा ही होना चाहिए. Now there are two different people having two different inferences. One inference is the person who helped is talking about कि उसे help करना है मुझे, और second person उसको कह रहा है, उसे एक फन के रूप में कह रहा है कि पिएगा तो he should be lying on the road only. Yes, you can have any inferences, correct. Yes, yeah, करेक्ट. आजकल आज क्लास में बहुत चैटिंग हो रही है. अच्छा, ओके. अब हम अपना जो हमने अभी स्ट्रैटेजी की बात किया था, तो वी हैड ए टॉक अबाउट द स्ट्रैटेजी पार्ट. तो यही स्ट्रैटेजी है, ये आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी हर कॉम्प्रिहेंशन के लिए. आप सिंपल हम इसी चीज पे फोकस करेंगे. पहला फोकस ये चीज पे हमारा फोकस रहेगा, और हम ये नॉर्मल चीज करेंगे तो हम बेंजामिन फ्रैंकलिन बन जाएंगे. And we'll start with, we will read with a pen in hand. It's not a pen, it's a stylus, but then also take it as a pen. अच्छा जी. I'm just opening one of the passage I picked from the CAT 2023 slot 1. हाँ जी. पैसेज बढ़ा, टाइम लगेगा, ठीक है. हाँ, अब ये चीजें देखने वाली हैं. अब डिफरेंट IQ टेस्ट देखिए कैसे आपके साथ प्ले करते हैं. जब हम बात करते हैं CUET लेवल या इवन CAT लेवल का, तो ये जाएंगे ऐसे, जैसे ईओन पे जाएंगे, साइंटिस्ट पे जाएंगे, गार्डियन पे जाएंगे, न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स पे जाएंगे, और ये द इकोनॉमिस्ट पे जाएंगे. जी, ये यूजुअली जब कैट के इवन जो क्वेश्चन देखते हैं, ये सिंपली पिक पैसेजेस होते हैं. मतलब इन्होंने अपने आप they even have not made their passages. In the GMAT, what we see is usually they have an inspired passages, but most of the passages they themselves make it. But in CAT, it is usually picked up from these kind of magazines. कोई भी मैगजीन हो सकता है, जैसे कि एक स्लॉट 3 कैट का क्वेश्चन एक इससे लिया था, ग्रेट पोल. आई वाज इवन लुकिंग एट द पैसेज, वही लेते हैं जो थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है, नहीं तो इट बिकम्स वेरी बोरिंग एक्सरसाइज. एक और पैसेज मैंने कैट 2023 का स्लॉट 3 से था, ये नटमैग वाला. ये इन्होंने लिया है द थर्ड पोल से. दिस व्हाट इज द थर्ड पोल? थर्ड पोल इज एक क्लाइमेट के ऊपर एक मैगजीन. दिस इज अ मैगजीन व्हिच यूजुअली राइट्स अबाउट climate changes, environment, and other challenges. Okay, before moving to the netmec course, we will have the Netflix one. Okay, this is a slot 2 cat 2023 slot 2 slot 2 the one of the reading passage. So the passage talks about the Netflix actually, and this passage actually starts from here, Umberto. I'll just read through the thing and we'll just keep simple things in our mind. What exactly what we will do is we will keep one एक लाइन का summary, दूसरा लाइन हमारा जितना हमने पढ़ा है वो summary, and we will be able to till the time we would be completing our passage we would be very clear about our main idea. And if you are clear about the main idea, 50% questions are already answered. Now what the most important thing what we are going to do is we will do only one reading. If you are reading twice you are already dead. In most of these tests टाइम का फैक्टर बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर होता है. उससे क्या होता है कि इतना टेंशन होता है. मोस्ट ऑफ द पैसेजेस के लिए आपको 7 to 8 मिनट से ज्यादा नहीं मिलेगा. सो वन रीडिंग, अगर आप 2 रीडिंग कर रहे हैं तो यू आर ऑलरेडी डेड. ओके, फर्स्ट रीडिंग में यू शुड बी वेरी क्लियर क्या चीज कहाँ पे है, सो दैट आई कैन ऑलवेज गेट बैक टू इट इन द सेकंड. इफ द क्वेश्चन आस्क्स, you want to read the question first and all, you can do it, but then also you have to understand the passage first. So let's have an understanding of the passage first. Okay, now I'll just read through the first paragraph. Okay, Umberto Eco, an Italian writer, it's an Italian writer, so I'll reread it. It is Umberto because they will not say ts, they usually will pronounce it t. So we'll say Umberto Eco, an Italian writer, was right when he said the language of the Europe is translation. Okay, so here is a very important thing, translation. Okay, Netflix and other deep-pocketed global firms speak it well, just as the EU employs a small army of translators and interpreters to turn intricate laws or impassioned speeches of the Romanian MEPs into the EU's official languages. So do the likes of Netflix. They are saying Netflix actually is translating a lot of things. Now let's look at the second line. Impassioned. Impassioned means passionate. Okay. Speaking of Romanian MEPs. I don't know what is an MEP. I don't even care. Okay. Are you able to understand the main point here? Without understanding even the MEP and what is they are talking about? Yes, you are. So what we understood till now is that the translation is a big thing. So that's our summary. Translation is big. Okay. It now offers dubbing in the 34 languages and subtitling in a few more. The result is that Capitani, a cop drama written in the Luxembourgish, a language so modest that it is not even recognized by the EU, can be switched for in any other English, French, Portuguese. The point they're saying is a small program even is available in all kinds of languages. Okay. You made a point. Before, a top French show could be expected to be translated in English and perhaps German only if it was successful. Now it's the norm for any release. So what is the main summary of this passage? Yes. कितने बच्चे हैं? प्यारे बच्चों 152. हाँ जी. तो I need 152 answers. मैं पढ़ूंगा कैसे वो मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन I need answers. So what is the main summary here? मेरे प्यारे बच्चों बताओ. Very good. Yes. Translation. Everyone is focusing on translation. Yes. So you got the understanding, and that's what is the only thing needed. Now, okay, the second paragraph I'm reading. Yeah, I got it. Everyone got it. Yes, please stop the chat now. Yeah, please. Actually, it keeps on popping on the screen. Yes. Hanji, yes. You're right. You got it. Yes. Very, very bright students. Yeah. The economics of the European production are more appealing too. So they have given the reason now. Everything has a reason. So money becomes a reason here. Everything is the money, isn't it? Yes. The economics of the European productions are more appealing to American audiences are more willing than before to give dubbed or subtitle viewing a chance. This means shows such as Lupin, a French crime caper on Netflix, can become global hits. Okay, what is a caper? अगर ये समझ नहीं भी आता कुछ नहीं फर्क पड़ता है. You understood the meaning, but then also let's talk about the caper. Verbal session is, why not to take it? Caper means anything playful, a playful dance kind of a thing. Can you give any sentences on caper? Good. Acha, you understand what is a caper? Okay. Acha, okay. Acha, why everyone is giving the same sentence? Children are caper on the street. Why everyone is giving the same answer? I think सभी वो एक ही जगह से कॉपी कर रहे हैं लग रहा है. All the people are from all over India, लेकिन everyone is the same answer. अच्छा ये सब मत करो. आप कहीं से कॉपी पेस्ट मत करो. What will happen is आप लर्न नहीं कर पाओगे. आप अपने दिमाग लगाओ. नहीं आता तो it doesn't matter, but don't copy and paste. उससे क्या आपको प्रॉब्लम होगा? आपका माइंड डल होता जाएगा. कॉपिंग इज इजी. आजकल मैंने बहुत लोगों को देखा कि एआई से अपने आंसर्स बनाते हैं. रीजनिंग के भी आंसर्स बना लेते हैं. बना लीजिए. देयर इज नथिंग रॉन्ग इन यूजिंग एआई, बट ऑलवेज कीप इन माइंड दैट यू शुड नॉट मेक योर माइंड डल. एक्चुअली माइंड का एक देयर इज ओनली वन थिंग, वन ऑर्गन इन अवर ह्यूमन थिंग, ब्रेन, जिसका जितना यूज होगा वो उतना ही शार्प होगा. आप प्लीज ब्रेन का यूज करिए. कॉपी पेस्ट एआई को मत यूज करिए. इट विल मेक यू एन हैंडीकैप. यूज करिए लेकिन वाइजली करिए. ओके. अच्छा, नाउ it is worth taking a punt on an expensive retelling of an early 20th century detective series about a gentleman jewel thief in the Paris, if it has a potential to explode through France. In 2015, about 75% of the Netflix original content was American. Now the figure is half. Okay, 2015 में 75% था, अब half हो गया है. According to the Empire Media Analysis Company, Netflix has about 100 productions underway in Europe, which is more than public broadcasting in France and Germany. So what the point अब वो economics एक reason दे रहे हैं, economics का reason दे रहे हैं, और उसमें उन्होंने लुपिन का example दिया. उन्होंने ये कहा कि 2015 में Netflix around 75% उसका American था, लेकिन अब half of it is European. नेक्स्ट पैराग्राफ. अब ये सेकंड पैराग्राफ का जब हम करेंगे तो दो समराइजेशन करेंगे. इसमें एक समराइजेशन सेकंड पैराग्राफ का होगा और एक समराइजेशन 1 and 2 का होगा. वो आपको मेन आइडिया टिल पैसेज 2 दे देगा. थर्ड पैराग्राफ. And European officials will district to encourage investment. European filmmakers rival farmers in the ranking of the cosseted European industry. What is a cosseted thing? What is the word? Cosseted. The cosseted word basically is for favorite या आपको दुलारा बच्चा. जैसे आप मेरे दुलारे बच्चे हैं, तो you are the cosseted students. Okay. To operate in the EU, streaming companies are required to ensure at least 30% of their catalog hails from the block and to promote it. Buying a back catalog of 1990s Belgian soap opera and hiding them in the digital dash that does not count. Doesn't count. France compels big media firms to kick back revenues into domestic production. The European government's intent on shaking down big American is better for everyone that the money is spent on them, something watchable. So the point they are making is, the European people are also asking every streaming firm कि आप हमारे यहाँ भी पैसे लगाइए, सिर्फ हमें एक मार्केट की तरह मत यूज करिए, हमारे यहाँ पे डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन करिए. और जिसकी वजह से एंड दैट्स वेरी वाइज. वो डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन पे करिए, जिसकी तभी आप स्ट्रीमिंग आपको राइट्स मिलेंगे. एंड दैट्स अ वेरी वाइज डिसीजन बाय एनी गवर्नमेंट. मार्केट ही थोड़ा देना है, सिर्फ उनकी कमाई थोड़ा करना है, आपको अपना सोसाइटी को भी ऊपर करना है. Not everything works across borders. Comedy sometimes struggles. Food and its bloodthirsty maelstrom between arch romance and uppity types and have a more universal appeal. So comedy वो कह रहे हैं struggle करता है. और who done it and bloodthirsty maelstrom. What is a maelstrom? हाँ जी, आप चैट कर सकते हैं, बोलिए मेलस्टॉर्म क्या होता है? हाँ, यस, ब्लडी फाइट्स, यस, वेरी गुड, यस। हाँ, आपको जरूरत नहीं। द पॉइंट इज मेल स्टॉर्म को बिना समझे भी ये मैं समझ पाऊंगा। लेट्स से मेल स्टॉर्म है, समझना है, मैं नहीं समझ, मुझे आया नहीं समझ। Let's read it without maelstrom. Okay, not everything work across border. Whodunits and bloodthirsty between arch humans and uppity tribesmen have a more universal appeal. It gives you the meaning, isn't it? तो वोकैबुलरी पे इतना मत ध्यान दीजिए। यू शुड बी हैविंग एक ग्रेजुएट लेवल वोकैबुलरी होना चाहिए आपको। अगर अपना बुक समझ आ रहा है तो यू आर फाइन। अच्छा जी, not some the Babani said German television is not always built for export, says one executive, being polite. A bigger problem is that national broadcasts are still dominant. अच्छा, मतलब जर्मन का काम ठीक ठीक नहीं है। Streaming services such as Netflix or Disney Plus account for about a third of all the viewing hours, even the markets where they are well established. Europe is an aging continent. Generation of teens staring at phones is outnumbered by their elders who prefer to gawp at the box. Gawp means क्या हुआ? यस, इंग्लिश में लोग तेज हैं या डिक्शनरी ओपन किया हुआ? गॉप मतलब होता है स्टेयर। यस, लेकिन विदाउट इवन अंडरस्टैंडिंग आप समझ पा रहे हैं? विदाउट अंडरस्टैंडिंग डिफिकल्ट वर्ड्स इवन आप बेसिक पॉइंट समझ पा रहे हैं? तो इसका बेसिकली पॉइंट क्या है कि कॉमेडी नहीं कर चलता है, जर्मन का नहीं चलता है यूजुअली। ये ब्लड थर्स्टी, ये काइंड ऑफ ए ब्लडी फाइट्स एंड ऑल बहुत चलता है। अच्छा जी, नाउ in Brussels, a national capital, the prospect of Netflix as a culture hegemon is seen as a threat. What is hegemon? Hegemon होता है कोई बहुत चीज पावरफुल, बड़ी सी मतलब दानव आ गया, anything very powerful will take it as hegemon. So cultural sovereignty is a watchword of the European executives, worried that the Americans will eat their lunch. Okay, so they are protective about their country. That's very fair. To be fair, Netflix content sometimes seems stuck in an uncanny valley somewhere in the mid-Atlantic. Mid-Atlantic मतलब America, North America, with local cooks stripped out. Netflix originals tend to have a fewer specific cultural references that shows produced by the domestic, according to the Anderson market analyst. The company used to have an imperial model of commissioning with executives in Los Angeles cooking up ideas French people might like. Now Netflix has offices across Europe, but ultimately the big decision rests with the American executive. This makes European politicians nervous. The point what they're trying to say is anything which is controlled by America, and let's say they're streaming in Europe, what is actually the media companies do? They actually, the communication is the biggest, I would say, the power. So not all the European people, the European politicians are not very happy with the situation that America उनका communication को control करे, तो वो अपनी country को बचाने के लिए ये बात करते हैं. It makes sense. They should not be. लेकिन ऑथर को अच्छा नहीं लगा. ऑथर ने कहा नहीं होना चाहिए. An irony of European integration is that it is always American companies that facilitate. Okay. Google Translate makes European newspaper comprehensible. Comprehensible समझ आ गया, even if it's a little clunky. Clunky मतलब क्या हुआ? Clunky मतलब I think difficult. For the continent's non-polyglots. What is a polyglot? अगर मुझे polyglot मतलब समझ में नहीं आया तब भी चलता है, लेकिन polyglot मतलब जो आदमी बहुत लैंग्वेजेस बोल लेता है. मैं 2 बोल लेता हूँ. Yes, I'm also a polyglot. I cannot be called a polyglot. You must have at least more than 2. So I'm not a polyglot. American social media companies make it easier for the, but I talk 3 languages. Even I talk Punjabi, so I can be called a polyglot. American social media companies make it easier for the Europeans to talk politics across borders. They do not always like to hear what they see about each other in other matter. Okay. Now Netflix and the friends pump the same content into the homes across the continent, making culture close better. Basically, the point they're making is Netflix actually bringing everyone together. They are actually becomes a communication link between the different regions of the EU. EU stands for the European Union. अच्छा जी, if Europeans are to share a currency, मैं थक गया हूँ पढ़ के. If Europeans are share a currency, bail each other out in times of financial need and share vaccines in the pandemic, then they need to have something in common, even if it is not just binging on the same series. watching fiction, no, blah, blah, blah. So the point they are making is that the author is concluding that it is important. और ये चीज हम मतलब उन्हें डरना नहीं चाहिए, and that's more of a bringing all the people, European Union people together. Now talking about some of the questions. Okay. Now the question number one, based on the, now what we have done is we have done nothing. We just try to understand the passage. We read it once. Okay. So पहला point क्या, we read it once. दूसरा point क्या है कि हमने उसे अंडरस्टैंड करने की कोशिश किया, और थर्ड हमने सिर्फ समराइजेशन किया. हर पैराग्राफ को समराइजेशन करते रहेंगे तो लास्ट में जब आपके पास लाइन आएगा वो मेन आइडिया का लाइन होगा. और आप बेसिकली, इसका मतलब है रीडिंग में ही आपने 50% ऑफ क्वेश्चन आंसर कर दिया. यूजुअली मोस्ट ऑफ द आईक्यू टेस्ट विल हैव टू सेट्स ऑफ क्वेश्चंस. यहाँ पे एक मेन आइडिया क्वेश्चंस होंगे और दूसरे सेट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस होंगे आपके सीआर बेस्ड क्वेश्चन. ये एक सीआर बेस्ड है तो, लेकिन फिर भी मतलब आप 50% ऑफ क्वेश्चन जस्ट रीडिंग में ही आंसर कर पाएंगे. Based on the information provided in the passage, all the following are true except. तो ट्रू ढूंढना या फॉल्स ढूंढना? वाह, तो प्यारे बच्चे सुबह सुबह भी काफी एक्टिव हैं. हमने फॉल्स ढूंढना है, पहला पढ़ते हैं. ओनली हाफ ऑफ द नेटफ्लिक्स ओरिजिनल प्रोग्राम इन द यू इज नाउ प्रोड्यूस इन अमेरिका. ये तो सिंपल फैक्ट है, लिखा है बिल्कुल पैसेज में लिखा हुआ है. कहाँ लिखा हुआ है? ये लिखा है. Netflix has been able to transform itself into a truly European entity. लेकिन ऐसा तो नहीं हुआ है, वो तो फाइट कर रहा है. लेकिन ठीक है, ये सेकंड हो सकता है, लेकिन हमें पढ़ना सा रहा है. क्यों? क्योंकि आईक्यू टेस्ट में कोई चीज सही गलत नहीं होती है. ऐसा हो सकता है कि चारों ही आंसर करेक्ट हो, तो हमें मोस्ट एलिजिबल आंसर ढूंढना होता है. तो ऐसा हो सकता है कि मैंने कुछ पूछा और चारों ही आंसर सही हैं, ये चारों आंसर गलत हैं, लेकिन तब भी मुझे पैसेज सभी ऑप्शन देखने हैं और एलिमिनेट करना है बिफोर रीचिंग द फाइनल आंसर. आई मे हैव अ फाइनल आंसर बट देन आल्सो आई शुड बी वेरी क्लियर कि मैं बाकी चीजों को एलिमिनेट कर पाऊँ. यूरोपियन टेलीविजन प्रोडक्शन हैज अ पोटेंशियल टू बिकम ग्लोबल. इट्स करेक्ट. National broadcaster dominate in the EU in terms of the total television hours. Yes, also they are correct. National broadcaster dominate in the EU in terms of the notion. कहाँ लिखा है ये? यहाँ लिखा है. Thank you the consulted. Read it, very read it. Bigger problem is the generation because national broadcaster still dominate. So ये भी, so I reached my answer and this is my answer. So this second is my answer. Is everyone able to understand what happened here? सब ये आंसर पे रीच कर पाए? ये भी नहीं था, ये भी नहीं था, ये भी नहीं था, यही फॉल्स है. मतलब ये सही है, ये भी सही है, ये भी सही है, एक्चुअली में ये फॉल्स है. तो इसको आप ऐसे भी लिख सकते हैं, ये भी ट्रू है, ये नहीं है ट्रू, ये भी ट्रू है, ये भी ट्रू है. ये मेरा आंसर. सेकंड क्वेश्चन, with the following research findings should weaken the author's conclusion in the final paragraph. अच्छा, फाइनल पैराग्राफ में जरा बताइए, what exactly is the summary you wrote? Good. It brings, yes. Yes, it brings everyone together. Correct, you are right. तो जो भी चीज टुगेदर है, अगर वो उस चीज को वीकन कर पाए, उस कंक्लूजन को, ओके. तो पहला स्टेटमेंट है, रिसर्च शोज दैट नेटफ्लिक्स हिट प्रोड्यूस्ड इन द फ्रांस आर वेरी पॉपुलर विद द नॉर्थ अमेरिकन ऑडियंस. रिसर्च शोज नेटफ्लिक्स हिट प्रोड्यूस्ड इन फ्रांस आर वेरी पॉपुलर विद द नॉर्थ अमेरिकन ऑडियंस. How this is impacting? So this cannot be the answer. It has nothing to do with the conclusion. Research shows that the older women across the EU enjoy watching romantic comedies on Netflix, whereas the younger women prefer historical fiction dramas. It's out of scope. It is nothing. It is not impacting your conclusion at all. Research shows that there is a wide variance in the popularity and viewing. ये आंसर हो सकता है, क्योंकि अगर वेरियंस है तो यूनिफाइंग नहीं होगा, वो मिला नहीं पाएगा, सबको कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाएगा. लेकिन फिर भी हमें फोर्थ पढ़ना है. Research shows that Netflix has been gradually losing market share to other streaming, gradually losing market to Amazon Prime or anything. How is it? How it's impacting the my conclusion. So I have my answer. Any doubts till now? Okay. It's making sense to everyone. Third, based only on the information provided in the passage, which one of the following hypothetical Netflix shows would be the most successful with the audience? Here, good question. An Italian comedy show hosted by the international star. Comedy show. लेकिन ये तो लिखा था ना, comedy show doesn't work. Yes, comedy some struggles. पहला नहीं. A transatlantic romantic comedy set in the Europe and America. Let me keep it. A murder mystery drama, ये तो है ही. ये भी लिखा हुआ ना. Maelstrom, Bloodthirsty, Whodunits, it will work. And only German TV German तो कहीं work करता नहीं है. कहाँ लिखा है? German is not built for exports. Second or third में romantic drama set in Europe, ये कहीं लिखा है क्या? I don't think it's written anywhere. Is it referred anywhere? कहीं रेफर किया था हमने पैसेज में, कहीं रेफर है? नहीं है. वेरी गुड. ओके, तो वी हैव आवर आंसर है. लास्ट, द ऑथर सीज द राइज ऑफ नेटफ्लिक्स इन यूरोप एज व्हाट? सबको पता है आंसर, तो इस पे क्या बोलना है, लेकिन फिर भी पढ़ना चाहिए. हमें एलिमिनेट करना है. लूमिंग कल्चरल थ्रेट, ऑब्वियसली नॉट. इकोनॉमिक थ्रेट, इकोनॉमिक थ्रेट. फिलिंग एंड इंटरनेट गैप में यूनिफाइंग फोर्स. सो प्यारे बच्चे, क्या सीखा हमने आज? पहली बात तो हमने ये सीखा कि सब हम बेंजामिन फ्रैंकलिन बन जाएंगे और रीड करेंगे ऑलवेज विद ए पेन. ओके, विद ए पेन इन द हैंड. और हम सिर्फ अंडरस्टैंडिंग इज द बिगेस्ट स्ट्रैटेजी. अगर आप अंडरस्टैंड कर पाएंगे तो चाहे वो आरसी हो, चाहे वो पैरा समरी हो, चाहे वो पैरा कंप्लीशन हो, चाहे कि कुछ भी तरह का क्वेश्चन हो, आप आंसर कर पाएंगे. कैट 2022 में पैरा कंप्लीशन के कुछ क्वेश्चन आए स्लॉट 1 में, तो सब जगह वीडियोस बनने लग गए. बहुत सरप्राइज एलिमेंट आ गया, पैरा कंप्लीशन आ गया, ये आ गया, वो आ गया. पैरा कंप्लीशन कभी भी सरप्राइज एलिमेंट नहीं है. और ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग बेस्ड क्वेश्चन में आप जैसे भी पूछ लीजिए, बात तो वही रही. चाहे आरसी हो, चाहे पैरा समरी हो, इसका मीनिंग सेम ही है. हर चीज अंडरस्टैंडिंग बेस्ड है. अगर एक ही क्वेश्चन को हम डिफरेंट तरह से पुट करें, if I'm making the same question in different, I would different ways of sentences writing, it doesn't change the meaning. If I say, my name is Vipul, and Vipul is my name, I am Vipul. So, whatever those sentences I'm using, I, Vipul, it makes the same sense. So, it's always an IQ test will check your understand. Will never check your vocabulary, will not even check your reading skills. आप कहेंगे इतने लोग बोलते हैं रीडिंग क्यों बोलते हैं? रीडिंग आपको एक चीज में हेल्प करता है, और वो है फैमिलियरिटी से. आप फेमिलियर हो जाते हैं कोई चीज से, यू गेट फेमिलियर विद द वर्ड्स. लेट्स से साइंस में या फिजिक्स में क्वांटम आपको पता होगा, रिलेटिविटी यू विल अंडरस्टैंड न्यूटन, यू विल अंडरस्टैंड ग्रेविटेशनल पुल, यू विल अंडरस्टैंड द ग्रेविटी एक्सेलरेशन ऑफ ग्रेविटी एंड ऑल. बट देन आल्सो you just need the basic understandings. In economics, you will understand what is the GDP, inflation and all. But then also, you don't need to be an expert in the eco. You don't need to be an expert in chemistry to know that what is the difference between organic and inorganic chemistry. Organic में hydrocarbons होता है, metallic table में कितने elements हैं. Then no one will ask about the elements. But then also, let's say a basic understanding will help you. बायोलॉजी में आपको ये पता होना चाहिए कोडेट्स, नॉन कोडेट्स क्या है, व्हाट इज द फाइलम, व्हाट इज द आर्थ्रोपोडन्स, व्हाट इज द एंडिडेंस, एंड दैट फॉर दैट यू डोंट नीड टू read a lot of things. You just, if you even the NCERT basic books, let's say primary books, let's say even 6th, 7th, 8th books will make you familiar with that subject. So you don't need to read everything coming your way. Have a targeted reading as a strategy rather than reading everything. I've seen many of the videos talking about keep on reading. आपको रीडिंग बहुत हेल्प करता है. आप ये पूछिए उनसे कि व्हाट इज एक्चुअली रीडिंग हेल्प्स. रीडिंग का एक ही हेल्प होता है, आपको वोकैब में हेल्प करता है, आपको रीडिंग स्पीड में हेल्प करता है, और आपको फेमिलियर करता है. रीडिंग इट इज नॉट अ टेस्ट ऑफ रीडिंग स्पीड. जब मैंने पढ़ना ही एक ही बार है, मैंने बार बार पढ़ना ही नहीं है. आई डोंट हैव टू रीड इट ट्वाइस और थ्राइस. If I'm reading it, any of the passages or anything twice, you already did that. In that time crunch situation, you already did actually at that time. So it's not about reading speed. It is not even about the knowledge part. तो reading में अगर हम बात करते हैं, ना ही स्पीड मैटर करता है, ना ही आपको नॉलेज मैटर करता है, ना ही आपको वोकैब में भी आपको बहुत डिफिकल्ट वर्ड्स का जरूरत नहीं होता है. तो द बेसिक आइडिया इज टू गेट फेमिलियर. ये पर होना चाहिए. And you already know what kind of a topics comes in any IQ test. So get familiar with that topic, subject, and you'll be able to answer the questions. Okay.
See, when we talk about reading comprehension, we obviously know that English is such a language which took an inspiration from two big languages known as Greek and Latin. Right, so most of the words of the English language were framed with the help of two other languages, which were Latin and Greek. Now, if we talk about this particular word, I hope you guys are aware of what root words are, right? Let's say, for example, if I talk about this word telephone, how is this word framed? This word is basically framed with the help of two separate words. Two separate words are tele and phone. Can anyone tell me what the word tele means? What do you understand by the word tele? Anyone? Exactly. Correct, Venkateshwari. Who else will try? Come on. What do you mean? Correct, Sneha. Very good. What do you mean by the word tele? Correct, Lakshita. Yes. So tele means distance, right? And what does the word phone mean? It means sound. So that is how we came up with this word telephone. Right. So what I'm trying, yes, Param, correct. So what I'm trying to make you understand is most of the English words were framed and they got inspired by these two languages known as Latin and Greek. And this is how we understand the technique of root words. Root words are basically some of the words taken from the Greek and Latin languages. And with the help of these root words, we had a few other words came from the or written in the English language. Right now, when we talk about this word comprehension, what do you mean by this, or how do you understand this word? Can we again break this word into two parts and understand by co-comprehension? We can understand this word by breaking it into two parts, and those two parts are, first part is co and the other part is prehension. The word co means together. What do you mean by the word co? It means together. And the word prehension, again, it is one of the words taken from Greek and Latin language. It means grasping. Right? What do you mean by prehension? Prehension means to grasp something. It means to understand something. So when we combine these two words together, co means together and prehension means to grasp something. When we take these two words together, what do we get? Understanding or grasping by taking all the elements together. And that's what we do while solving a reading comprehension. What do? We take all the elements of a comprehension or of a passage together and we understand them. We try to grasp them, right? So the concept of reading comprehension goes in such a way that you're being given a passage. Let me first make this clear that a reading comprehension is very much important. In fact, it is the most important part of any kind of an entrance exam. right? You could take up any exam such as CAT, GMAT, CUET, or any other exam that you can think of. Reading comprehension has to be the most important part of the verbal section, right? So when I talk about a reading comprehension, the concept goes like a passage will be given to you, a passage of let's say a moderate length, which is varying from anywhere between 300 to 600 words, will be given to you. And a couple of questions, let's say 4 to 5 questions, will be given to you on the basis of that particular passage. And you'll have to choose one single option on the basis of a particular question being asked, which you think is correct according to the questions. You basically have to choose an option which is correct according to the question. Clear? So this is how the concept of a reading comprehension goes. Like, I mean, you have already solved a lot of reading comprehension in school times as well. This is no different. But it's just that the level of questions and the level of options is really very, very tough. And now, each and every single option will look similar to each other. So that's why it becomes it basically becomes a bit tricky for you to choose the correct answer. Right? Yes, Josmita, it's an introductory class because many students requested to repeat the introductory session. So here I am repeating it. In case if you have attended it, it's my request to attend it again in case if you want to build up more confidence. Yeah, so let's go. I hope this concept is clear. Any questions or any doubts till now? Can I get a clear yes from all of you so that I can get that inspiration to start a class? Come on, just a yes from all of you so that I can know you guys are listening. Come on, just a yes. Ready? Okay. Let's start. So in this particular session, I'll be discussing about what a reading comprehension is. I'll also be letting you know the types of questions, the main types of questions being asked in a reading comprehension. I'll also talk about the types of passages covered in any kind of a verbal section of any entrance examination. And after discussing all these details, I'll be talking about a few strategies to adopt while solving any kind of a reading comprehension. And then lastly, I'll be talking about some suggestions in order to improve your verbal section. I'll also be giving you 10 minutes time by the end of the session to discuss all your queries and doubts. So just keep your doubts to yourself and you could just ask me all those in the last 10 minutes. In case you have any questions or any doubts during the session about what I'm trying to teach, you can just comment in the chat box, or you can just ask me to unmute you in case if you want to use the mic and ask the doubts, right? Can we guys start? Okay. Let's talk about the skills which are necessary. Good evening, Anamika. Let's talk about a few skills which are necessary to crack a reading comprehension. Right now, you guys might feel that it's really easy to read a passage and then crack questions on the basis of that passage, but you need to understand that a lot of skills are important to solve questions based on that reading comprehension. Because try to understand, anyone could read anything, right? I mean, if you guys are coming from an English medium school, it becomes very easy for you to read anything, right? It becomes basically very easy for you to read any kind of a passage. But while solving a reading comprehension, reading fluently doesn't help. It definitely helps, but things don't stop there. You also have to understand those details. You also have to solve questions on the basis of those details. And hence, a lot of skills are required to go through the whole process. And in order to solve the questions accurately, correctly, right? So can anyone tell me which skill do you think is required to solve a reading comprehension? Any such skill that you feel is important or is required to solve any reading comprehension? Come on. Anyone? Think and tell me the skills required. Okay, Mansoori, correct. Understanding and grasping. Yes, Rishabh, correct. Logical skills to understand. Yes, Japneet, correct. Concentration on the passage. Yes, Vignesh, correct. Fast reading. Okay, Nupur, understanding with quick reading. Yes, correct. Yes, Neha, good vocabulary, correct. So, okay, amazing to get answers from all of you. And all of you are correct at, yes, Salaj, correct. Part of speech. Yes, keywords, Param, correct. Amazing. So all of you are correct in your individual points. I'm just trying to cover some of the most important skills required in order to attempt a passage and in order to solve the questions correctly. the very first skill and the most important skill required is reading skill. Now, what is this reading skill? Reading skill just doesn't mean reading fast. It definitely requires you to read things fast because of the because of the limited availability of time. But you need to understand that just reading fast won't help. You also need to understand things with the same speed, right? So a good reading skill will require you to definitely read things fast, but it will also require you to read or understand things with the same speed. So reading skill is, in short, reading and understanding things with a good accurate speed, right? Yes, Rishabh, correct. Analytical reading as well. So now the question arises is how to see if you have a good reading skill or not. In case if you want to find out your reading skills, or if you want to find out what kind of how are you at reading, just follow just follow a process, or just try to carry on this activity after the session ends. Sit for 40 minutes, right? Sit for 40 straight minutes and try to read an article. I mean, that article could be of any genre, be it psychology, be it literature, be it arts. Don't try to pick an article. Just sit with a newspaper and just randomly pick up any article that you can think of. Start reading it. Start reading that article and set a time limit of 10 minutes per article, right? So let's say you're reading 4 articles in 40 minutes. You'll be reading you'll be giving 10 minutes to one article, right? Spend your 10 minutes in reading that article and in understanding each and every word of that article, and then try to hide the newspaper and try to write that article in your own words. If not the whole article, just try to write the summary of that article, of what you understood. Just try to write down the main idea or the purpose of that article in your own words. You'll understand how your vocabulary is, how your analytical capability is, or how your reading speed is, whether you are able to finish off that article in 10 minutes or not. A lot of things you'll figure out on your own, right? So just try to carry on with this activity after the session ends. First point is, again, we'll understand reading skills are very, very important in order to crack a reading comprehension. Second, vocabulary, right? Again, when we talk about the direct vocabulary based questions, many of the entrance examinations don't ask direct vocabulary questions, but many of them do ask, right? So it's very important for you to have a strong grasp on vocabulary in case if you want to give a shot to all the direct vocabulary based questions. But in case if you're not asked any vocab based question, still it is very, very important for you to get a good grasping on your vocabulary, because it is very important to understand the reading comprehension and understand or be aware of each and every word of the reading comprehension in order to understand it fast, right? How many words an article for practice should have? Okay, Vignesh is asking how many words an article should have for practice. The article should probably have anywhere between 300 to 400 words, right, Vignesh? So again, coming back to this, vocabulary is really very, very important. And how are you going to improve your vocabulary? I think I've mentioned in the earlier sessions as well, but I'll again tell you, there's a book known as Word Power. If you want, you can write down the name. The book's name is Word Power Made Easy by Norman Lewis, right? It is by Norman Lewis. You can just write down the name of this book and the author. It's a very amazing book, and it has some 46 to 48 sessions. And the interesting thing about this book is you're being made basically you're being made to understand the words on the basis of various root word techniques, right? So it becomes very easy for you to understand and remember words through these techniques, right? You don't have to mug these words up. You just have to go through each and every session, and you just have to try to understand words through the help of those techniques, right? So in case if you didn't have any idea, just I hope you just have noted this down. Sonshi, the book's name is Word Power Made Easy by Norman Lewis. right? It is really going to help you with the vocabulary. So coming back to this again, vocabulary is very, very important for you to, understand a reading comprehension on a thorough basis. And also reading things fast, because understand, if you're being, let's say if you're being asked a passage on a particular topic, right? Let's say if you're being asked a passage on a topic such as hypochondriasis, right? Now, most of you might not be knowing what hypochondriasis means. Now, try to imagine that you don't know the topic of the passage. You don't know the meaning of the topic of the passage, of the main idea of the passage. Just imagine reading the whole passage and understanding the details of it. It might become very difficult for you to understand the whole passage because you don't even know what the topic or what the main concept of the reading comprehension is. So that's why it's very important for you to understand each and every word of the passage in order to crack every single question of that passage, right? That's where vocabulary comes in between. The third very important skill is analytical thought process. Now, what do you understand by this analytical? Okay, Pawan, no worries. For those who have joined lately, we're just understanding a session which revolves around reading comprehension. So we are just basically trying to understand the concept of reading comprehension, and we are understanding the questions being asked in a reading comprehension, right? What do you understand by this analytical thought process? Anyone? What do you understand by analytical thought process? Yes, Rishabh, correct. Analyzing the hidden meaning. Okay, what else? Who else will try? Come on. What do you understand by this analytical thought process? Okay, yes, Pawan, correct. What else? When I want each one of you to try and contribute in this, let's just make this an interactive session, right? Because verbal is nothing but interaction and communication. What is this analytical thought process? Okay, so let's say, for example, yes, Mansoori, correct. Shaping opinions, yes. Why this? What if this doesn't happen? Okay, Arjun, yes, correct. Yes, Vignesh, correct. So let's say you're reading a newspaper, right? And let's say you're reading an article. Yes, Jagdish, very good, correct. Let's say you're reading an article, and that article is based on how, let's say, how the entrance examinations have become important, or let's say just how USA is getting more and more Indian students these years. Right. So let's say if you're reading an article which is based on how the number of Indian students have increased in the United States. Now, a normal layman will get an idea about what the topic revolves. You'll definitely get an idea of what the topic of that article is, or you'll definitely get an idea or understanding of what each and every word of that article is. You'll understand the meaning of each and every word or each and every statement of that article. The analytical thought process comes after understanding each and every word of that article. Whoever is going through or conducting a thorough analysis of that article will try to understand the reasons behind an increment in that number. He or she will try to understand all the reasons behind whatever is given to you in that article. So what I'm trying to point out is, in order to crack questions on the basis of that reading comprehension, it is very much important to read and understand the details, but it is also very important to try to question all those things, right? And unless you're doing it, you won't be able to give a thought onto how a particular question revolves on around that particular passage, right? So in order to solve the questions correctly, you also have to have this analytical thought process. You also have to have the capability to question the details being mentioned to you in that particular article, and then and only then you'll try to understand where this analytical thought process leads you to attempt the questions correctly. Right, clear? I hope you guys are getting things. So 3 skills till now are very, very important: reading skills, vocabulary, analytical thought process. Also, again, lastly but not the least, general knowledge is very, very important. You might feel like, how is general knowledge coming into context while solving a passage? I mean, we just have to solve questions on the basis of the content available. Where is this general knowledge coming in between? You also need to understand that sometimes, like I gave you the example of this hypochondriasis, right? So you might be given a passage on, let's say, a random topic coming from economics, right? So let's say, for example, you're being asked a passage on disinflation. Now, a lot of you coming from science or humanities background might not be knowing what disinflation means. Right? You might be knowing what inflation means, but you might not be knowing what disinflation means. So the concept here is you don't need to have an in-depth knowledge of each and everything, but you need to have a basic general knowledge of whatever is going on around you. Right? You need to have a basic understanding of a few normal common terms involved in each and every genre. So it's very, very important for you to be aware of each and everything. And what will help is reading newspapers or reading magazines on a daily basis. So if you're not reading, please develop a reading habit from today itself, because it is going to help you not only with these entrance examinations, but it is going to help you for the whole life. Right? Knowledge won't go wasted. So please start reading. Please start reading for at least half an hour on a daily basis. It will help you develop a good vocabulary. It will help you with your reading speed. It will help you with your analytical thought process. And it will also help you with the after entrance process. Let's say it is going to help you with the group discussions. It is going to help you with the personal interviews. Also, it is going to help you with certain processes such as written ability tests and so on. So please start reading, right? It's a request. Start reading via different newspapers such as Economic Times, The Hindu, or whatever newspaper you think is understandable. Right? Any questions? Any doubts till now? Any questions? Any queries till now? Can we guys move ahead? So till now, we just understood what a reading comprehension means and how it is going to be asked in any kind of an entrance examination and which skills are required to crack any kind of a reading comprehension, right? Okay, start reading this passage. The time starts now. All you have to do is you have to get the basic or the main idea of this passage, nothing else. You don't have to dive deep into the details. All you have to do is get the main or the purpose, main idea or the purpose behind this passage, right? 3 minutes for you. The time starts now. Come on. Don't get distracted. Just go to the passage. Let me know in the chat box when you're done reading the passage, right? Any which ways, 1 more minute, come on. Okay, Rishabh. Okay, Nupur. Okay, Sneha. Okay. Time's done. Time's over. I just want, okay, Venkateshwari, okay, Nikhil. This was not to start a reading comprehension or to start solving a reading comprehension. Basically, making you read this was just to make you understand why these 4 skills that we just had a look on are important for you to solve or understand a reading comprehension, right? So now it might be possible that some of you might have not been able to finish off these reading comprehension. How many of you were able to read this RC in 3 minutes? Could you just quickly let me know in the chat box how many of you were able to read this reading comprehension, read this complete reading comprehension in these 3 minutes? How many people? And if not, how much percentage of this reading comprehension were you able to read in 3 minutes of time? 100%. Okay. No, some of you were not able to read it. 80%, 80 could complete only 80%. Correct. Right. So the point is, this was just to make you understand, able to read in 3 minutes. Okay, very good. 70%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Great. So those who were able to read the whole passage in 100% in 3 minutes of time, amazing. Just to make you understand that just reading doesn't matter. Also understanding and getting the main idea or the basic idea of the passage is important in order to solve the questions, right? So for those who were not able to finish it off, it's time for you to just start reading on a daily basis now, so that you can also be in a capacity to read things very fast and understand them. And while reading this, you might have come across a few words which you might not be aware of, right? So let's say, take an example of the word, any such word that you were not able to understand in this passage. I mean, this passage really did not have so many jargons, but there might have been a few words which you were not able to understand. Hence, again, I'll tell you, it is very important to have a strong grasp on vocabulary, right? So here, vocabulary comes into context, because the moment you realize that you're not able to understand 10 to 20 words of a single passage, you realize that it might become very difficult for you to solve questions on the basis of that passage. Exactly. Catastrophe. Now, what does this word catastrophe means? It is a huge calamity. It is destruction, right? So there might be a few words that you won't be able to understand, and here vocabulary comes into context. Reading skills, vocabulary, general knowledge. General knowledge is, if you were not able to understand why this central makers or why these policy makers are central bankers are trying to raise the interest rates. I mean, what is the concept that lies behind raising the interest rate in order to control the inflation? Here, general knowledge comes into context. You should be knowing, or you should be aware about all these concepts of raising interest rates or limiting the credit, right? So all these 4 points, all these 4 skills that we just discussed are very, very important. Each and every skill plays a role behind solving a reading comprehension. So if you feel that you lack behind these skills, just try to develop them from today itself, right? Start the process from today itself. Let's move on to now understand the types of questions being asked in a reading comprehension. This slide is very, very important, and each and every detail of this slide is very important. So in case if you have any doubts, just try to ask me at that very moment. Because unless your base is clear, you won't be able to move ahead and solve an RC, right? So please try to understand this session very, very carefully in order to make the base strong, right? Let's start. The most important type of question being asked in a reading comprehension is a question based on a central theme or the main idea of the passage. You could encounter this question in every single passage that you can think of, right? Now, the question arises is how to understand or how to solve this kind of a question. How to understand the main idea or the purpose or the central theme of a particular passage. How do we do it? Any idea? Can anyone tell me how to find out the central theme or the main idea of the passage? Anyone? Okay, Rishabh, correct. Okay, Sonshi, yes, correct. I mean, it's not necessary that you can always get the main idea in introduction, right? No, Rupal, no, Diksha. Most of you might be, okay, Sonshi, okay, Shreya. Most of you might feel that we'll definitely crack the question of the central theme by just going through the first and the last paragraph of the passage. This is completely a myth. Right? You need to go through each and every single paragraph of the passage in order to crack the question based on the central theme. Just going through the introduction and conclusion won't lead you to the answer of the central theme, right? Because central theme is not just the introduction and conclusion. Central theme or the main purpose is basically the main idea around which the whole passage is revolving. right? So in order to crack the question based on the central theme, it is very important for you to understand each and every single paragraph of that passage. The main idea could lie in any paragraph of the passage, right? So yes, Manpreet, correct. Yes, Shabir. Yes, I'm repeating this, Shabir, because many students requested me to repeat the session. Okay, Param. Yes, so you're talking about the last last passage. Yes, correct, Nikhil. Yes, Neha. So, cracking the question of central theme makes you understand each and every paragraph very much clearly, and just don't try to play with one single paragraph while attempting such a question. Try to understand the paragraph or the passage on a thorough basis. Right. Next question is question. Okay. First of all, if I ask you to find out the main purpose or the main idea of the last passage, what would you say? If you had to figure out the central theme or the main idea of the previous passage that you've just read, how would you do it? What was the central theme of the previous passage? Asian economy. Okay, Sneha, what else? Okay, Japneet, inflation. I mean, this is the main idea. So you could just describe it in one whole statement. Inflation is just one word. What inflation? What about inflation? Controlling inflation. Okay. Yes, Sonshi. Yes, Rishabh. Correct. Yes, Shabi. Sure. I'll try that. Okay, Rishabh. So basically, the passage was about how the government is trying to control the inflation in the Asian economies, right? And how the Asian economies are dealing with inflation, and what kind of measures they are trying to take while controlling the inflation. So this was the main purpose of the passage. So in short, the main purpose is nothing but trying to understand the idea behind or the reason behind which the author is trying to put a passage in front of you. There might be a couple of reasons, or there might be one single main reason behind which the author is trying to put a particular passage in front of you. And you just have to find out that main reason. Clear? Second question is question based on an inference. What is this inference? What is the inference according to you? If you're being asked a question based on an inference, how will you try to choose an answer? Anyone? Yes, Rishabh. Correct. No, Sonshi. Okay, Sneha. Indirect question. Okay. Sonshi, conclusion is not exactly same as inference. I mean, most of the students feel that inference and conclusion are very much same, but they might be similar. They're not same. And I'll also let you know the difference between both of them. First of all, let's understand the basic concept of an inference. An inference is nothing but our own understanding of the passage, right? Now, inference-based questions are also one of the trickiest questions to deal with. The part which makes these kind of questions tricky is if you're solving the questions based on inference on the basis of your own understanding, you also need to know that the paper setter who is setting the question, or the paper setter who is framing the options, his or her understanding might be different from your own understanding, right? So his or her answer might be different from your answer. And here the difficulty or the tricky part comes into context is you need to choose an answer of an inference-based question according to your own understanding, which means you need to choose an answer which is correct according to you, not according to the author, right? So all you have to do is you have to go to the passage. You have to understand the question which is being asked to you. You have to go through all the options and you have to choose an option which is merely correct on the basis of your own understanding, what you understand by the paragraph or that particular passage given to you. Clear? Now, if we compare this with conclusion, there are a few characteristics which creates a differentiation between an inference and a conclusion. Whenever we talk about inference, you might not be able to get a direct answer of an inference-based question from the passage, right? So if you're trying to solve an inference-based question, you also have to remember that you might not be able to get a direct answer of an inference-based question from the passage. Whereas if you're trying to solve a question based on conclusion, it might be possible that you get a direct answer from the passage. You might get a direct conclusion which is already given to you in the passage, because inference is yours. Inference is based on your own understanding, but conclusion is always coming from the author's side. Conclusion is not yours. The person who writes an article concludes it. You're not going to conclude anything, right? So this is the basic difference between an inference and a conclusion. Inference is yours, conclusion is author's. It is from the author's side. Conclusion might be directly given to you in the passage, but inference in most of the cases is not directly given to you in the passage. Right? Clear? Any questions or any doubts till now? Shabir, I'll definitely try, but once we are done with all the strategies, if time permits, then I'll definitely go through some of the puzzles and reading comprehensions, right? Let's move ahead. Another type of question. Yes, Rishabh, I'll definitely share the mail ID of the organization, right? Okay, let's move on to the next type of question, which is question based on an assumption. Assumption-based questions are again one of the trickiest questions to deal with. You could be asked a question in such a way that which of the following options, according to you, is assumed? Or which of the following options, according to you, is assumed by the author? Right? Now, in order to crack such a question, you need to find out the assumption. Again, assumption has a kind of a similarity with inference. When we talked about inference, we understood that the answer might not be directly available from the passage. Same lies with the assumption as well. The answers to the assumption-based question also might not be directly available to you in the passage. How will you find out this assumption now? The assumption is basically, first of all, the very first point that you need to understand is statement comes before the assumption and conclusion comes after the assumption. Now, in order to find out the assumption, you need to understand the reason behind why the author is presenting or giving you a particular statement. Right? An assumption is nothing but the reason behind which the author is putting a particular statement in front of you. Let's understand this with a simple example. Let's say, for example, the author is presenting a statement such as, the statement says, next year, we need more crop yields in our country, right? So this is one of the statements presented by the author in a particular passage. Now, if you're being asked to find an assumption, what you'll do is you'll try to know the reason behind the author presenting this particular statement. Right? You need to figure out what could be the reason behind the author giving this particular statement. If the author says next year we need more crop yields in our country, the author might be thinking that this year we had some less crop yields in our country. Is this correct? If the author says that next year we need more crop yields, don't you think that the author might be thinking that this year we had less crop yields in our country? Just comment with a yes in the chat box if you believe this. Yes? So if you find out an option which says that this year we had less crop yields in our country, it definitely could be the correct answer, because assumption is nothing but the reason behind which the author is putting a particular statement in front of you, right? You need to find out an assumption with the same process that we followed just, right? We need to choose or find out or think of a reason behind which the author might put a particular statement in front of you. And all you need to remember is assumption comes after the statement and conclusion comes after the assumption. Clear? Yes, Karan. Correct, Karan. Clear? Any questions, any doubts till now? I'm so sorry. I think I wrote it wrong. Assumption comes before the statement and conclusion comes after the statement. So in order to find out the reason behind the statement, you need to go back, right? And hence assumption comes before the statement and conclusion comes after the statement. I mean, that's what we did in this particular question, right? We found out the reason behind which the author gave this particular statement. So we found out, in order to find out the reason, we need to go back. We need to go into the history of that particular statement. And hence assumption comes before the statement in order to find out the reason, and conclusion comes after the statement. Now, why conclusion comes after the statement? In most of the passages, we realize that conclusion comes in the end. And what is that particular conclusion based on? How do we find out the conclusion, or how does the author find out a particular conclusion? On the basis of the statements presented to you in that whole passage, right? And that's why we say that on the basis of all the statements given to you in the passage, conclusion comes into context. So first, we realize that assumption is come into context, and then the statement, and then lastly the conclusion. The sequence goes like assumption, statement, conclusion. Clear? Any questions? Any doubts till now? Any questions? Any doubts till these three kinds of questions that we just had a look on: central theme, inference, and assumption? Any doubts? Any questions? Okay, let's move on to the next question, which is fact-based questions. Fact-based questions are the easiest to deal with. You could be getting direct answers of these fact-based questions from the passage, right? All you have to do is you have to find out a particular paragraph where you can find your answer. Clear? Any doubts? Fact-based questions, or if I say passage-specific questions, both of them are very much similar to each other. If in any case you're being asked fact-based or passage-specific questions, all you need to know is you're directly going to get the answer from the passage. Clear? So a passage which is completely based on facts and figures might be very much easy for you to understand and crack the questions on. Clear? Now let's understand the tone-based questions. This is very important, and this is again one of the tricky questions to deal with. What is a tone according to you? Can you tell me what is a tone according to you? Any idea what the tone is? You might figure out the tone, my tone right now, about how I'm talking to you. But if I tell you to find out the tone of the passage, how are you going to find it? Because the passage is not going to speak. What is this tone, and how are you going to find out the tone of a particular passage? Any idea? Mode of the passage, okay, Vignesh? Okay, Shabir. Okay, Gautam. Okay, Rishabh. So in order to find out the tone, you need to concentrate on the type of words being used by the author in that particular passage, the way the author speaks, exactly, right? The way the author speaks, or the attitude of the author, or the language which the author has used in that particular passage. Way of expressing, exactly, Ikmanpreet. Yes, correct, Shreya. So all you need to do is you need to concentrate on each and every single word of that passage in order to understand the tone of the author. And there could be, you won't be asked such easy tones such as aggressive or angry or sad. There are so many tones that you might not have heard about, right? Vitriolic, acerbic, gloomy. There are so many words which you might not have heard about. So we'll be carrying out a separate session on tones. There are more than 100 tones being asked to you in any passage, right? Lastly, we have title-based questions. Okay, we have title-based questions wherein you'll be asked to find out or to choose an appropriate title of the passage. Now, we obviously are solving the title-based questions since our school times. But what makes it difficult now? The kind of options given to you. So each and every single option will look like an appropriate title to you. How will you choose an appropriate title then? How are you going to choose an appropriate title while solving this kind of question? Any tricks that you can let me know? Anything that you know about or any idea that you have while solving these title-based questions? Most relatable one. So the very important thing that you need to remember is you need to concentrate on the main idea, or you need to stick to the main idea while solving these title-based questions, because the title that you're choosing has to have the main idea involved in it. Let me make you understand this again with the example. Let's say if the passage is on GDP of India, right? If the passage talks about how the GDP of India is increasing all these years, right? How the GDP of India is increasing all these years. Now, if you're being given 4 options, let's say if you have 4 options, and I'll write down 4 titles in front of you. You guys, by going through each and every title, will tell me what title is appropriate according to this passage, according to the main idea of this passage, right? The first title is pardon my handwriting. Okay. Now, if the passage is talking about how the GDP of India has been increasing all these years, which option do you think is an appropriate title to the passage? Okay, most of you are saying C, right, which is completely a correct answer. Now, how did you analyze this? How did you choose C as an answer? If you talk about the first option, which says inflation and GDP of India, this option definitely gets eliminated because of the word inflation, because it was nowhere given to you in the passage. I mean, inflation is not at all being talked about in the passage, and hence we eliminate this, right? When we talk about the B option, which says GDP of India, it definitely includes GDP, but it is not trying to involve the main idea of the passage. The main idea revolves around how the GDP has been increasing. So where is that concept, or where is that idea of increment in this B option? It lies nowhere, right? So hence again, we are eliminating this B option. D option is talking definitely about increase in GDP, but again, one of the most important elements of the passage, which is India, is missing out. So we'll be eliminating D option as well and choosing C as an answer, which talks about increase in GDP of India. Now, this was really very, very easy for you to solve, because the options that I gave you here were really very, very easy to choose from. But what you need to remember is, in short, the title that you're choosing has to have all the important elements of the passage. The title that you're choosing should not be narrow or should not be broad in scope. And also the title that you're choosing should stick to the passage, should stick to the information given to you in the passage, should not include any kind of an external information given to you in the passage, right? Clear? So these are the few points which you need to remember while choosing an appropriate title. Any questions till now? Any doubts? Any questions till now? The last question that the last second question that you could think of is author-based questions. Again, these author-based questions are very important. You would be asked a question in such a way that which option, according to the author, is the most strongly supported option, right? Or let's say you could be asked the question in such a way that which of the following option is the author most strongly supporting. Now, you'll be choosing an option which is correct, or rather I could say which is most correct according to the author, right? All you have to do is you have to find out the author's perspective in order to solve such a question. All you have to do is you have to choose an option which is correct, not according to you, not according to the passage, but merely correct according to the author. All you have to see is whether that particular option is correct according to the author's understanding or not. The author is God for you in that particular question. Clear? Lastly, when we talk about the vocabulary-based questions, you guys already know how vocabulary-based questions are going to be asked. You could be asked synonyms or antonyms of a particular word taken out from the passage, or you could also be asked a particular meaning of a particular idiom and a phrase taken out from the passage. Or let's say you could be asked questions on the basis of sentence correction. Right? But vocabulary-based questions are not that much asked. I mean, it could be just 1 or 2 questions out of from all the passages asked to you. So you definitely need to have a strong grasp on vocabulary, but not just to solve the vocabulary-based questions, also to understand the reading comprehensions thoroughly, right? Because vocabulary is definitely going to help you in understanding RCs more than solving vocabulary-based questions. Clear? I hope you don't have any doubts in all these questions being discussed. I hope you are clear with at least the concept of all the questions being discussed. Any doubts? These were just the most important questions that I've mentioned. Obviously, you could be getting questions apart from this, but I just gave you a brief on the most important questions being asked in the verbal section. And I just made you understand this in a theoretical way. Once we start solving questions, you definitely would be getting more confident while solving them, right? Let's move ahead on what kind of passages are being asked in any kind of a reading, in any kind of a verbal section. And understanding the type of passage is really important because you could be asked a passage, as I've already discussed, from any kind of a genre that you could think of. You could be asked a passage on literature, you could be asked a passage on technology, and hence it becomes very important for you to get familiar with the type of passage being kept in front of you. Because if you're not familiar with the topic of the passage, it might be possible that you're not able to understand the passage completely. Right, so let's go on and let's understand the types of passages being presented. The very first kind of a type of passage is a narrative kind of a passage. What is a narration according to you? A narration is nothing but something which is written in a form of a story, right? So let's say if you're being given a passage, or if you're being shown a passage on some kind of a topic of history, right? Or let's say you're being shown an article or a passage of how the liberalization started or how we faced the financial recession in 2008. All this, if being written in the form of a story, would be a kind of a narrative passage, right? Secondly, if we talk about the descriptive kind of a passage, what is a descriptive kind of a passage? What do you understand by description? A descriptive kind of a passage is basically a passage wherein a lot of minute details are described, or a lot of minute details are included by the author in that passage, right? So let's say if you're being asked a passage on Indian national flag, such easy topics obviously won't come. I'm just trying to give you an example of, let's say if you're being given a passage on Indian national flag, and the author says that Indian national flag is tricolor in nature. It has saffron on the top, it has white in the middle, it has green in the bottom, it has Ashoka chakra in between, and the Ashoka chakra has, let's say, these many spokes. If the author describes something in using such minute details, then obviously you need to understand that it is a descriptive kind of a passage. And in order to solve a descriptive kind of a passage or a fact-based passage, it is my own suggestion, or it is my personal suggestion, for you to read the questions first, or to go through the questions first, because there are a lot of details involved in any descriptive or in any fact-based passage. So it becomes very important for you to go through the questions first, so that you understand that on which particular detail you have to concentrate on. Because obviously it is not possible for anyone to remember each and every minute detail. So going to the questions first will just make you sure of which particular detail you have to concentrate more on, right? So whenever you come across a descriptive or a fact-based passage, just make sure to go to the questions first and then read the passage. Clear? When we talk about a factual passage, a passage, let's say, which has a lot of facts and figures in it, might be a factual passage. Clear? So let's say if a passage which talks about all the inflationary figures or all the GDP figures, then it might be a passage which is based on facts and figures. Clear? Any questions, any doubts till now? Any questions? Okay, let's talk about an argumentative passage. What is an argumentative passage according to you? Can anyone, okay, before even talking about an argumentative passage, can anyone tell me what is an argument according to you? What is an argument? Anyone? I mean, you do this every day with your friends, with your family members. What is an argument according to you, or what happens in an argument? A conflict, okay. Yes, correct, Tushar. Some suggestions, okay, Laksh. Opposite views, exactly. Yes, correct, Rahul. Discussion, yes, Vignesh. Both the pros and cons. Not exactly the pros and cons. Okay, Japneet, argument is a type of a debate. Exactly. An argument is basically something wherein you're trying to prove your own point, wherein you're trying to prove your opinion, or wherein you're trying to convince someone about something. right? So let's say you and the other person is arguing. What you will do is you'll try to prove your point and you'll try to say that you yourself are correct and rest of the people are wrong. But that's what you do in an argument. You try to prove yourself correct, and you try to say that your point is correct and the rest of the points are wrong. That's what happens in an argument. But when we talk about an analysis, what do you mean by analysis, or what is the differentiation between an argument and an analysis? An analysis is based on a thorough research, right? An analysis is based on pros and cons or the advantages and disadvantages about a particular topic, right? In an analysis, you're not trying to prove anything. You've just conducted a research and you're just putting a point, or you're just concluding something on the basis of that research. Whereas in an argument, you're trying to prove something. You're trying to convince someone about something, right? So let's try to understand this again with an example. You guys know what AI is, right? What is AI? What is the meaning of AI, or what is the full form of AI? Anyone? What do you understand by AI? Artificial intelligence, right? Correct. So let's say if I am talking about artificial intelligence in a particular article, and if I say that artificial intelligence, according to me, has to come to India in the next 10 years, and artificial intelligence has to come, if it doesn't come, then there might be India might lag behind when we compare it with the when we'll compare it with the other countries. When I put such a strong opinion, or when I try to convince you about my opinion of artificial intelligence to someone else, or about or when I try to convince this to the public, what I say is this is an argumentative passage, because I tried to prove my point strongly to all of you, and I tried to convince you about my point to all of you. Whereas if we talk about an analytical passage, what I'll do is I'll try to conduct a research on artificial intelligence. I'll try to come up with some pros and cons on artificial intelligence. And on the basis of all those pros and cons, I'll try to come up with a certain conclusion. And I could say that artificial intelligence could probably come to India in the next 10 years. But I will not try to convince you whether I'm correct or not. I'll be open to listen to all the opinions. I will not say that only my opinion is correct and the rest of the opinions are wrong. Clear? I hope you're understanding the difference between an argument and an analysis now. Clear? Any questions, any doubts? Okay. Now let's talk about the genre. Yes, Lakshya, definitely. I'll explain this again. The basic difference between an argument and an analysis is an argumentative passage will have a strong opinion of the author, wherein the author is trying to convince people about something, where the author is trying to prove his or her opinion to be correct. Whereas in an analytical passage, the author is not trying to prove something, or the author is not trying to convince you about something. The author has merely conducted a research, and he or she is coming up with a conclusion on the basis of that particular research. Clear? The basic difference is about convincing. In an analysis, the author won't convince, or the author won't try to prove something. In an argument, the author will definitely try to convince you about something very, very strongly. When we talk about the genres of different passages, again, I'll tell you that a particular passage could come from any kind of a genre that you can think of. If we, let's say, talk about business and economics, let's say if we talk about humanities, science and tech, sociology, psychology, anything that you could think of could be asked in the examination. So my suggestion to you is, please start coming out of your comfort zone and start reading things from different genres. Start reading articles from different sectors that you could come across, right? And then and only then you'd be able to read different kind of passages in your examination and understand them. Any doubts or any questions till now? Can we guys move ahead? Any questions or any queries till now? Okay. Now let's talk about some common concerns that you face while reading a comprehension, right? While reading a passage. You already have had so many concerns. I suppose that you might have had a few concerns while reading the previous passage that I just showed to you, right? Now, could you just list down some of your own concerns that you had while reading this passage? Any concern, any of your own concern that you could think of? Suggest something for reading daily. Okay, Tushar. What else? What else can you think of while reading a passage? Any hindrance or any problem that you could think of while reading a passage? The most common concern is reading speed, right? Most of you might not have been able to finish off that passage in 3 minutes, which is completely fine, which is completely normal. Unless you have a daily reading habit, it is just not possible for you to go through a particular passage of, let's say, 400 to 500 words in 3 short minutes, right? And in order to read or complete that passage in 3 minutes, you must have a reading habit, right? Now, whenever you're having this, let's say if you're going through a particular passage in your examination, and if you find out that passages of 500 to 600 words, and it is just not becoming possible for you to go through that whole passage in 4 minutes, what you will do is you'll try to not get stuck into the minute details. Because try to understand, whenever you're trying to solve most of the questions of a particular passage, those most of the questions, or let's say if you're being asked 4 questions, at least 2 questions from that passage will revolve around the main idea. All the questions of the passage are not going to revolve around these minute details. Most of the questions asked in that passage will be revolving around the main idea of the passage. So my suggestion to you is, if you think that your reading speed is not good and your understanding speed is not good, try not to get stuck into minute details. Try to ignore them, right? Let's say if you feel that you're not able to understand a few words, try not to get stuck in those few words and just try to move on. Try to get the overall idea of the passage. Clear? Yes, Rupal, I'll definitely talk about all those things. I'll definitely tackle all your queries and doubts in the last 10 minutes. Any question about this? Any question till now? In order to tackle with a reading speed, or in order to try reading a passage fast, you just need to make sure that you're not getting stuck into the minute details, and you're just trying to get a basic or the overall idea of the passage. Clear? Second is regression. What do you mean by regression? Any idea? Anything that you know about regression? What do you know about regression? Regret is not same as regression, right? There's a difference between the word regret and regression. What do you mean by regression? What is regression according to you? Anyone? Regression is basically going back to the passage again and again. Remember in the school days when we used to solve each and every question, and while solving each and every question, we used to go back to the passage again and again, right? So you solved a question, you went back to the passage, you searched for the answer, you came back, you solved again the another question, you again went back to the passage, right? So you have to avoid this thing while attempting questions in the entrance examinations, because the time will be very much limited in the entrance examinations, and it is just not possible for you to go back to the passage again and again. And in order to ignore this regression, all you have to do is you have to create a map in your head. Now, creating a map means noting down all the important details of each and every paragraph in your minds. Right? So let's say if you're being given a passage of 4 paragraphs, all you have to do is you'll try to remember the most important details of each and every single paragraph in your minds. Clear? And if you do this, it will become very much easy for you to solve the questions. Otherwise, it is going to take a lot of time for you to solve each and every single question, right? So if you create a map while solving or while reading each and every paragraph, it is going to become very much easy for you to attempt the questions later on. Clear? Any questions? I hope you guys are understanding things. The third concern is vocabulary. Again, vocabulary is something which you just cannot run away from. So in order to improve your vocabulary, I've already made you note down the name of the book. It is Word Bar Made Easy by Norman Lewis. Just go through, if you want, you can finish off this book in 1 month. But if you want to take it slow, you could just read a couple of words on a daily basis. Even if you read, or even if you go through 10 words in 1 day, just try to think how many words are you going to cover in 1 year? How many words are you going to cover in 365 days? So even if you're through with 4,000 words, trust me, you'll be able to crack 80% of the words asked in the entrance examination. as in the verbal section or as in any kind of a reading comprehension, right? The name of the book is Karan, Word Power Made Easy by Norman Lewis. It's a very good book in case if you want to have a strong grasp in the vocabulary, right? And needless to say, you obviously have to start reading newspapers and articles on a daily basis. Anxiety. How are you going to deal with anxiety? The moment you start becoming anxious, you're going to forget each and everything you've already read, right? Because anxiety is going to be your biggest enemy whenever you're trying to read any such thing in the verbal section. Whenever you're trying to read a passage, anxiety has to be your biggest enemy, because the moment you start becoming anxious, you're going to forget everything that you've read. So, in order to not become anxious, you need to start reading things with an interest. Now, reading it with an interest or reading it like a novel means you have to start building characters in your head, right? So let's say if you're reading a novel, what do? You start imagining characters, so you start building characters, right? Same way, while reading a passage, all you have to do is you have to understand the contents, or you have to understand the characters of that passage, and you have to start building or remembering those characters in your mind. And the moment you start building characters, you'll start reading that passage with an interest. Clear? So in order to not become anxious, it is very important for you to read any such thing with an interest, taking an interest in your mind. Clear? Nikhil, okay, I'll write down the name of the book because everyone is asking. So I'll just write down in the chat box. It is Word Are Made Easy by Norman Lewis. Okay, I hope everyone has received the name now. Okay, let's move on. The last concern that obviously you could face is if you guys are not aware of the topic. Now, this is very important again for you to understand that you need to have a basic general knowledge of each and everything that you could come across. You need to have a basic knowledge of economics. You need to have a basic knowledge of science, technology. You need to be aware of what's going on around you. You need to be aware of the sports background. In order to at least understand a reading comprehension, you need to be aware of some of the basic terms of each and every genre. Clear? Let's move on. I'll be making you understand the strategies in the next session, because these 10 strategies are going to take a lot of time. And I'll also be explaining a BANE strategy to you, which is going to help you with solving the questions of the reading comprehension. But before we move ahead, I'll try to give you a few suggestions because a lot of students asked me on what do we do to make a daily reading habit, or what do we do to improve the understanding ability. So here I am giving you a few suggestions on how to improve the verbal section. After going through all these suggestions, I'll be giving you a 10 minutes time to ask all your doubts or queries in case if you have any, right? The very first thing that I need to make you understand is start developing a reading habit. Trust me with these words, unless you have a reading habit, you won't be able to crack the verbal section of any entrance exam that you can think of, right? Because you need to understand that, let's say if you're getting 40 minutes to crack the verbal section of any exam, let's say if you're getting 40 minutes to crack the verbal section of any examination. And if in those 40 minutes, you need to solve 4 reading comprehensions, right? If you're getting a time of 40 minutes to solve 4 reading comprehensions, and let's assume one reading comprehension has 400 words. How many words will you have in 4 reading comprehensions then? If one reading comprehension has 400 words, how many words are going to be present in 4 reading comprehensions? Come on, this is basic maths, guys. Correct. 1600 words, right? So 1600 words will be there in 4 reading comprehensions. And apart from these 1600 words, you also have to understand the questions being asked. So let's say if one RC has 4 questions, 4 reading comprehensions will have 16 questions, right? Now try to understand that you have to read 1600 or let's say 2000 words, because obviously you have not included words coming in the questions and the options. right? So let's say you need to read 2000 words in 40 minutes. And you also need to understand those 4,000 words, those 2,000 words, right? Because reading the comprehension is not limited to solving the questions. You also need to understand that reading comprehension. So first of all, you need to read those 2,000 words, and then you need to understand those 2,000 words. After understanding those 2,000 words, you also have to solve 16 questions coming out from those 2,000 words. Do you think you'll be able to sit for 40 minutes straight and you'll be able to read these 2,000 words with utmost concentration, and then you'll be able to solve all these 16 questions completely correctly on the basis of these 2,000 words? Will you be able to do this if you don't have a reading habit? Of course not, right? You'll be getting so much distracted in your examination if you don't have a reading habit. So my suggestion to you is, please start developing this reading habit from today itself. Start reading newspapers. And you could be getting a question on how to read a particular newspaper. You could be asking yourself that whether I have to sit for a one whole day and keep on reading each and every single article of a newspaper. No, you just have to go through a few articles of, let's say, 300 to 400 words per article, right? Let's say, so if you're spending 1 hour daily, and if you're giving 1 hour daily to this reading, what you have to do is you have to pick 1 or 2 articles from that newspaper. First of all, you have to go through all the headlines just to get the basic general knowledge, right? And then you have to pick 1 or 2 articles of your own choice, right? Something that could interest you, because most of you might feel that you're not able to gain an interest in reading, right? We are very good at listening to things, or we are very good at watching things, but we are not good at reading things. So in order to develop an interest, you can just start with reading things which you are comfortable with. You could, if you're interested in sports, or if you're interested in economics, you could just start with those kind of genres. So pick a few articles from your own interest areas and start reading them. Keep a timer in front of you. So let's say if you're keeping a timer of 10 minutes, you could give that article 10 minutes to read, and then write down the summary of that article in your own words, right? Write down the summary of whatever you understood out of that passage in your own words. This will make your vocabulary strong. This will make your general knowledge strong. This will make your analytical thought process strong. And also it will make your reading skills to the apt, right? So please try to understand that in order to develop a reading habit and in order to solve a reading comprehension, you need to make sure that you're giving at least 1 hour to reading daily, right? You could read anything. If you feel that you're not able to gain interest in reading newspapers, start reading magazines, start reading any kind of articles that you could come across, start reading novels, right? But just read. Just make sure that you're reading something for 1 hour on a daily basis. Clear? Okay. Obviously, needless to say, you need to stay updated to the current affairs, because as I already made you understand that you could be encountering a reading comprehension from any kind of a topic that you could think of. You could be asked 4 to 5 reading comprehensions completely on the basis of based on economics, or you could be asked 2 to 3 reading comprehensions completely based on psychology. So you need to make sure that you're staying updated to the current affairs, and you're also staying updated to the basic understanding of all the terms or of all the genres that you could come across, right? Yes, Tushar, definitely reading newspapers is best for current affairs. And when I say read a newspaper, you don't have to read in, right? In shorts is not for you to improve your reading speed or improve your reading capacity. In shorts is just for you to go through basic headlines. If you need to improve your reading habit, you need to sit with the physical newspaper in your hands and you need to start reading articles from that newspapers. You need to read articles in depth, right? You could read any novel, Manpreet. It just depends on your own interest area. I'm just telling you to read a novel in order to develop an interest in reading. In case if you feel that you already have an interest in reading, then don't read a novel, start reading newspapers. Clear? Try to maintain a separate vocabulary notebook. This is very, very important. Let's say if you have started going through this book, Word Power Made Easy, right? Or let's say if you have started reading newspapers, what you're going to do is you're going to maintain a separate vocabulary notebook. And let's say if you're coming if you're reading an article of 300 words, right, there might be 20 to 30 words which you won't be aware of. Note down those 20 to 30 words in your vocabulary notebook. Try to understand that the meanings of those words from a dictionary, and try to note down those meanings in your vocabulary notebook. And let's say if you're noting down 20 words in your vocabulary notebook on a daily basis, just try to understand how many words you'll note down in that book in one whole year. And what you're going to do is, you're not going to mug those words. You're just going to revise them on a daily basis. Right? Clear? Times of India, I think Times of India is not good for, the quality of the news is not that good. So my suggestion to you is, start with Economic Times or start with The Hindu. The quality of the news of Times of India has really deteriorated, of what I have understood in the past few months, right? When we have a look at strategies to crack a reading comprehension, it is rather a process which I'm going to make you understand. So you have to follow a few steps in order to crack the questions of a reading comprehension. And those steps are, the very first thing that we have to do while solving a reading comprehension is we need to understand the context. What do you understand by context? Anyone? What do you mean by this context? When I say that we have to understand the context of a reading comprehension, what do you understand by this word context? Okay, Rishabh, correct. Come on, who else will contribute? Yes, Gautam, correct. Okay. Okay, Japneet. Okay, Akriti. Yes, Ibrahim, correct. So context is, many of you would get confused with the context and the main idea. Yes, Venkateshwari. Many of you might get confused between the context and the main idea. Main idea is basically a part of the context, right? So context is nothing but the main topic around which the passage is revolving. Right, so when I tell you that you have to understand the context of the passage, it is nothing but the main title or the topic around which the passage revolves. So let's say if the passage is on GDP of India, it is nothing but the context of the passage. Now, when I tell you to understand the context, it means you just have to get a basic overview of the passage, not by reading it completely, but by just having a glance at the passage. So let's say if you're sitting in your examination, in any kind of an entrance examination, and if you have a look at a passage which is kept in front of you, all you need to do is, you just need to get a glance of a few lines of the passage in just a couple of seconds, right? In just probably 5 or 6 seconds, and you already have come to know what kind of topic is the passage presenting, right? So understanding the context just means getting a glance of the passage and getting comforted with the topic of that particular passage, right? Next, after understanding or after knowing the context of the passage, what you're going to do is, you're going to skim for an overall idea of the passage. Now, overall idea is nothing but the main idea or the purpose of the passage. Right. So first of all, we are knowing the context, or first of all, we are knowing the topic around which the passage is revolving. After knowing the context, we are trying to skim for the overall idea. Now, what do you mean by skimming? What is the meaning of skimming? What do you mean when you try to skim something? Anyone? Okay, not going through the questions, Rishabh. Okay, summarizing something. Okay, Samvit. Okay, Japneet, to find. What else? Okay, Ibrahim, skipping some unnecessary words. Yes. Okay, Venkateshwari, analysis. Okay, just briefing through. Okay, Unnati, selecting. So all of you are correct at some point. Skimming basically means to summarize something in just a few lines, to explain a whole passage in just 2 or 3 lines. Right? So when we talk about skimming something, all we have to do is, we have to ignore the unnecessary or unimportant details, and we have to pick details which are the most important for the passage. Right? So let's say if we have a passage of 4 paragraphs, right? If you have a passage of 1, 2, 3, and 4 paragraphs, all you have to do is, because the author might have some or the other idea in each and every single paragraph of the passage, right? Try to understand, no paragraph given to you is useless. Each and every single paragraph might have some or the other small or a big idea in it. right? But all you have to do is you have to pick up the bigger idea or the bigger picture from the paragraphs, right? So after understanding the context, you have to skim all the unimportant details and you have to get the bigger picture out of it, and you have to get an overall picture or the overall idea of the passage. So once you start reading the passage kept in front of you, you have to understand or know the topic or the context. After knowing the topic, you have to get an overall picture or the overall idea of the passage. Now what? After, just a minute. Okay. The third point is, after having an overall idea or after getting the main idea, all you need to do is you have to make an effective note. Right now, by making a note, I mean, I hope you remember by the from the previous session that I told you that you need to create a map in your head, right? So when I told you about creating a map, I made you understand how you need to remember the most important details of each and every single paragraph in your minds. Right now, most of you might feel that we don't have that kind of a memory that it becomes possible for us to remember every single detail from every paragraph, and it's completely fine, right? So again, when I told you about making or creating a map in the mind, I made you understand that it's definitely not possible for a layman to remember each and every important detail in our minds. And hence, creating a map is important. By creating a map, I tell you to remember just the valuable or the most important details from each and every single paragraph, so that it becomes easy for you to attempt the questions. So let's say if you have gotten a question on the basis of a particular paragraph, you at least will be knowing that in order to solve that particular question, you have to go and check out which particular paragraph. Because it is you won't have that much time to go through each and every single paragraph to find out an answer, and hence it becomes a bit important for you to understand or remember important details from paragraph, so that you get so that you solve that particular question in the limited time. Clear? I hope you're understanding things. Any questions, any doubts till these three strategies, till these 3 points? Any doubts or any questions till now? Japanese is asking, is effective note making just briefing up each paragraph? No, it does not mean briefing up each paragraph. It just means remembering important details out of that particular paragraph, right? So let's say if you have a paragraph of 4 to 5 lines, just briefing it in 1 or 2 lines won't be of use. You need to understand that out of these 4 to 5 lines, which particular line or how many particular words are important to me or are important for me to remember, right? Clear? Any doubts? Any questions till now? The fourth strategy is, after you're done with understanding the topic, knowing the topic and knowing the overall idea, also after you're done with remembering each and every important detail from all the paragraphs, the next point is you need to understand what the question requires as an answer, right? Many a times, a paper setter, what does a paper setter do? Because I know this because I myself have framed a lot of passages. I've framed a lot of reading comprehensions. How I confuse my students is, I try to play with words in the options. I try to make the options so much confusing that it becomes really difficult for my student to know the correct answer or to choose the correct answer from the options. Now, you need to remember one very, very important point. Yes, Satyaki, this is. Now, I need you to remember a very, very important point, that there might be a situation wherein you'll find some of the exact words in the options which the paper setter has probably copied from the passage, right? To confuse you and to make you believe that that particular option is your correct answer. So let's say, for example, if your passage has 3 words, if the passage has inflation in USA, right? If the passage has these 3 words, inflation in USA, and if the paper setter is trying to trick you by making you believe that a particular option is an answer, and if the paper setter is inputting these 3 words in that particular option, just in order to make you believe that the option is your correct answer, you don't have to get confused. You might encounter such options wherein you'll find the exact words taken from the passage, but it is not necessary for that option to be considered as the correct answer. You must also need to understand the question being asked to you. Is that particular option which you are choosing as an answer is satisfying the question being asked to you? The answer or the option that you're choosing as an answer must satisfy the question being asked. So it is very important for you to understand the question first and then moving on towards the options. Right? And this particular strategy is trying to make you understand the same thing, that understanding the question is very, very important before you move on towards the options. Right? Clear? Any doubts? Any questions? I hope you guys are understanding things. Next point is, so you're done already knowing the context. You're already done knowing the main idea. You are already done with remembering the most important details. You have gone through the question. Now, what comes the next step? After reading the passage, after understanding the question, now the next step is you have to move on to the options. Now, after going through all the options, what has to be the next important step? You have to keep on eliminating the wrong options. You know, back in those school days when we used to solve a reading comprehension, we just used to straight away choose the correct answer. But now choosing the correct answer is going to be a bit difficult for you because the options will look very, very, very similar to each other. And hence, in order to make the process easier, it is very important for us to eliminate the wrong options first. So let's say you're being given 4 to 5 options depending on the entrance examination. I mean, if you are if you're giving the entrance examination such as GMAT or CUET or probably any other examination, you could be getting 4 to 5 options. But if you're giving such examinations such as XAT or CAT, you could be getting 4 options. So depending on the entrance examinations, you could be getting 4 to 5 options. Now, if you're getting 4 to 5 options in your examination, it is very much possible to at least eliminate 1 or 2 options. There will be some of the options which you'll be eliminating at the very ease by the very first glance, right? You'll be thinking that, okay, these options cannot be my answers and I have to eliminate them. And there is also a strategy which is very important for you to, very important in the elimination process. And I'm going to make you understand that strategy in detail, which is known as the BANE strategy. But after we are done with all these 10 strategies, right? So after going through all the options, you need to eliminate the options which you think are wrong according to the question. After eliminating the wrong options, you're left with probably 2 to 3 correct options, which you think are correct, obviously. After being left with 2 to 3 probable correct options, what you're going to do is you're going to compare those 2 to 3 options with each other and then ending up choosing a correct answer. Right? Now, how are you going to compare those 2 to 3 options with each other? It is very important for you to consider 3 things while this process of comparison starts. Right? First of all, you need to compare those leftover options with each other. So the first point is, just a moment. The first point that you need to remember is you need to compare those leftover options with each other. Right? And while comparing them with each other, you'll definitely come to a certain point wherein you'll start feeling that this option looks confusing. This option over this other option looks a bit confusing, and hence you'll try to eliminate those 1 or 2 options which you'll find confusing. Right? After, if you feel that no, this is not working, I mean comparing these leftover options with each other is just not working, the next step will be you'll start comparing those options with the passage. After comparing those leftover options with the passage, you'll start feeling that there are 1 or 2 options which are just distorted according to the passage, or which are just not true according to the passage. There would be some or the other information included in that particular option or in those particular options which will be just untrue according to the passage, and hence you'll be starting to eliminate those options as well. If this also doesn't work, in the end, you'll compare those options with the question, right? Now, in the end, if you start comparing all those options with the question, you'll definitely end up eliminating the rest of the options and choosing one single option as an answer, because a paper setter can try to confuse you just with these 3 things, right? Either he will play, or he'll start playing with the words. He or she will start putting some unnecessary or unimportant words or wrong words which are not at all given to you in the passage. Or he will show you the options which are true according to the passage, but which are not answering the question. So there might be some or the other thing which according to the passage or according to the question will be wrong. And in the process, through this process, you'll definitely be choosing one single option which will be true according to all these points. Clear? I hope this is pretty much clear to all of you how you need to choose the correct answer after going through the elimination process. You'll be left with a few options wherein you'll try to compare those options with each other. You'll try to compare those options with the passage. And lastly, you'll try to compare those options with the question. And there will be a point wherein you'll be definitely sure of one single option as the correct answer. Clear? Any questions, any doubts till now? If you don't have questions, please post a yes in the chat box so that I can understand if I have to move ahead. Just a yes in the chat box from all of you. Come on. Okay, a big yes. Great, Rahul. Okay, so let's move ahead. Let's move on to the 7th point. Now you're already done with the process. You already know the process through which you have to solve a reading comprehension. You have to know the context, and you have to know the main idea. Then you have to read the whole passage, and you have to understand the question. And then you have to go through the options. You have to start eliminating the options. And then lastly, with the help of the leftover options, you have to choose the correct answer. Now there are 4 points which I need you to remember or keep in mind while solving an RC. And those 4 points are, the first point is reading the questions of the passage first. I also made you understand this point in the previous session, that if at all you come across a descriptive passage or a fact-based passage, in short, if you come across a passage wherein you find a lot of minute details, try to go through the questions first so that you already know which details you have to concentrate more on while reading the particular passage, right? Because obviously it is not important for, it is not possible for us to remember each and every unnecessary detail in our mind. And hence going through the questions makes things a hell lot easier for you to concentrate on the most important details while reading the passage, right? And when I say go through the questions first, I do not mean read each and every question carefully. You do not have to waste time on to reading a question very, very carefully. You just have to go through the questions just in order to know that on which particular detail you have to concentrate more on while reading the passage, right? So this is one point which I need you to remember, that if at all you come across a descriptive passage or a fact-based passage, or a passage which has a lot of details in it, just try to go through or just try to have a glance of the questions first. Clear? The next point that I need you to remember is, do not let your prior knowledge of a topic decide your answer for a question. This is Mahima. Okay, Mahima is asking, can we follow this 7th point if we have less time left? Definitely you can, but you also need to remember that if you go through the questions first, it is not necessary for you to attempt some of the questions correctly, because there might be a situation wherein you're getting a passage based on a concept which is not involving any kind of a fact. So if you're not asked any fact-based questions, or if all the questions of that passage are based on inference or assumptions, then it just might not be possible for you to attempt even one question correctly, right? So it depends on passage to passage, it depends on question to question. But you can just hit and try. If you just have 2 or 3 minutes left, you can just go through the questions first, and you can just make a try if any of the question is fact-based, and if any of the question is possible for you to attempt in just a few seconds, right? The next point which I need you to remember is, do not let your prior knowledge of a topic decide your answer for a question. Let's say if a passage says that there are 31 days in February. If the passage says that there are 31 days in February, You do not need to use your external knowledge. Your job is not to prove the information wrong given by the author. Your job is just to solve the questions on the basis of the information given to you by the author. So for you, the author or the passage has to be the God while solving the passage, right? You do not need to use your minds onto knowing whether the information given to you is correct or not. It has to be correct. Even if you feel the information given to you is factually wrong, you have to consider it correct and you have to solve the questions on the basis of that information. Clear? So you do not have to use any kind of external knowledge while solving a passage. You just have to stick to the information mentioned in the passage. Clear? Next point is, it is pretty much similar to the previous point, that you also do not have to assume things without a proper base. You do not have to use your external knowledge, and also you do not have to assume anything which is not given to you or which is not mentioned in the passage. Don't assume anything unless it is mentioned in the passage. Clear? The last point is, do not go on the length of the passage. See, this is very important because obviously it depends on exam to exam. If we talk about examinations such as CAT, GMAT, etc., you could be encountering some passages anywhere ranging between 300 to 700 words. But if you talk about any other examination, such as CMAT or any such examination, you could also be getting a short passage. So it depends on exam to exam, the length of the passage that you're getting. The point for you to understand here is, just do not go on the length of the passage. In fact, I would say the lengthier the passage is, the easier it gets for you to solve the question, because the more information you have, the more easy it becomes for you to solve that question correctly. Right? So lastly, I would just try to make you understand that do not at all assume the difficulty level of the passage on the basis of the length. Clear? It might be true that the questions of a lengthier passage are easier than the questions of a short passage. Clear? Any doubts till now? Any questions till now? I hope you have understood all these 10 strategies in order to crack a reading comprehension. Any questions, any doubts? Just shoot a yes in the chat box if things are pretty much understandable, so that we can move on to solve a short passage. But before solving that short passage, I'll make you understand the BANE strategy, which is very, very important. Please repeat the 7th strategy. Okay, Japneet. The 7th strategy basically says, it's a point which you need to remember, that reading the questions of the passage first. Whenever you're encountering a passage which has a lot of minute details in it, so let's say if you're encountering a descriptive or a fact-based passage, it is always advisable to go to the questions first, not reading them deeply in depth, just having a glance of the questions first, so that it becomes easy for you to know which particular detail you have to concentrate more on while reading the passage. Right? Clear, Japneet? I hope you don't have any further questions or any further doubts. So I'll go on and I'll only in fact-based passage we can go to the... Yes, Rajneesh. In fact, only in the fact-based or only in the descriptive passage. In short, a passage wherein you find a lot of minute details. Because it's just not possible for someone to remember each and every minute detail. So it becomes easy if you go to the questions first. Right? Okay. Let's understand this BANE strategy. This BANE strategy is nothing but broad, alien, narrow, and extreme. This is an elimination strategy, which means this strategy is going to help you in order to eliminate the wrong options. Right? The strategy will help you in finding the wrong options. Right? Now, what do you mean by this broad, alien, narrow, and extreme? When we talk about let's say, I'll make you understand the strategy with a simple example. Let's say the passage is on the topic increasing number of COVID cases in India. Right? Let's say the topic is basically the topic of the passage is basically revolving around increasing number of COVID cases in India. So this is the main context of the passage. Now, I am just trying to make you understand this BANE strategy with some of the options, some of the wrong options, which will be broad, alien, narrow, and extreme. So if in any case you encounter such broad, alien, narrow, or extreme options, you will be straight away eliminating them. So a broad option, first of all, talking about the broad option, it will be an option which has a broader scope. Now, what do you mean by a broader scope? An option which has a broad scope will be an option which will be having some or the other additional information not relevant to the passage or irrelevant to the passage, or something which is not at all mentioned in the passage, right? But try to remember this, it will be an additional information. So let's say if the option has increasing number of COVID and malaria cases in India. If the option has increasing number of positive COVID and malaria cases in India, what kind of an option this is? It is a broad option because the scope of the option is really broad. It has some kind of details which are not at all relevant to the passage. See, the passage is just talking about COVID. The passage mentioned to you is just talking about the COVID cases. It is not at all mentioning about malaria, right? Now, because the option is also talking about malaria in addition to COVID, it becomes a broad option for us. Clear? So a broad option, in short, is an option which has some kind of additional details irrelevant to the passage or not mentioned at all in the passage. Clear? I hope now you guys are aware, or you guys have understood what a broad option means. And if you at all come across this broad option, you have to straight away eliminate it, considering it as a wrong option. Clear? Now, if we talk about a narrow option is completely the opposite or contradictory to the broader option, right? An option whose scope is very, very narrow. Now, if we try to understand this narrow scope, if you encounter an option wherein the option is missing out on some most important details of the passage, then that particular option becomes narrow to you, right? So let's say if the option has number of COVID cases in India, if the option has number of COVID cases in India, right? The scope of this option becomes narrow to you. Why? Because the main idea or the most important detail of this passage was increment. The passage is basically trying to make you understand how the numbers has increased, how the numbers of the COVID cases have increased. But this particular option is telling you nothing about the increment. It is just trying to mention COVID cases in India. And hence this option becomes a narrow option for you. Clear? And you will be eliminating this option as well. So I hope now you have understood the concept of a broad and a narrow option and how you will be eliminating them once you encounter them. Clear? Now let's talk about an alien option. Broad, alien, narrow, extreme. When we talk about an alien option, what do you mean by this word alien? What do you mean by this word alien? What is alien to you? Not familiar. Exactly. Correct, Karan. Not exactly long, Laksh. Yes, Neha, correct. Yes, okay, Jadu. Yes, Nikhil, correct. Out of context. Exactly, Rajneesh, correct. Yes, Mahima, not known to us. Yes, correct, Sneha, something which is unknown to us. All of you are correct. Yes, exactly. Foreign, Japneet, correct. So when we talk about this word alien, something comes into our mind which is not exactly known to us, right? So something which is completely alien or which is completely unknown to us is considered to be an alien option to us. So let's say if you have an option saying decreasing, pardon my handwriting, guys, decreasing number of bird flu cases in India, right? Decreasing number of bird flu cases in India. Is this option anywhere getting connected to our passage? I mean, this is nowhere getting connected. This is completely unfamiliar to us, right? And hence we'll be eliminating this at the very first glance. Alien options are easiest to eliminate because you already know that this is something which is completely irrelevant to the passage or which is completely not given to you in the passage. And hence it becomes easier for you to eliminate the alien options, right? Lastly, talking about the extreme options. What do you mean by extreme options? Extreme options are options which are 2 or 3 steps ahead of the broader options, right? So broad options were the ones whose scope was really broad. Extreme options are the ones whose scope is extreme, right? So any such option which has words like all, everyone, must, none other than, right? All these words are extreme words to be included in an option. So let's say if your option is, by taking this particular example, if your option is increasing number of COVID cases in the whole world, right? This is an extreme option to you, right? Because the passage is only talking about India. The passage is limited to India, but the paper setter has brought in the whole world to you in the particular option, right? And hence this option becomes extreme to you. Any option which is trying to go extreme in the scope is kind of an extreme option to you, and you'll be eliminating it at the very first glance. Clear? Any doubts till now? Any doubts in the understanding of this BANE strategy? I hope it is clear to you all. I hope you are now you have already understood what these broad, narrow, alien, and extreme options mean. Even if you have understood 40 to 50% of it, it's amazing because we have just understood the strategy in a theoretical way. We'll understand it completely and thoroughly once we try to apply this strategy practically in the questions, right? Okay, let's move on to solve a very, very easy paragraph. I mean, I've taken this paragraph from an NCERT book. So the language or the level of this paragraph is going to be very, very easy. Don't consider or don't think that this kind of a paragraph is going to be asked in any kind of an entrance exam, right? But this is just for you to get a kickstart. This is just for you to gain some confidence before we move on to solve tougher passages, right? Let's start. I'll be showing you a paragraph of 6 to 7 lines. And you'll be reading that particular paragraph and you'll be going to solve the first question of that paragraph. Once you're done with the reading of the paragraph, just post in your answers of the first question of that paragraph, right? Come on, your time starts now. I hope the paragraph is and the question is clearly visible to you all. Once you're done with the reading of that particular this particular paragraph, just try to solve the first question. Come on. Yes, correct, Neha. Correct, Rishabh. Try to apply the BANE strategy that we just understood. Yes, correct, Mansoori. Correct, Gautam. Correct, Unnati. Very good, guys. Come on, keep going. Correct, Vivek. Yes, Sandhya. Correct, Laksh. Correct, Arjun. Correct, Namita. Correct, Venkateshwari. Correct. Ankit. Correct. Sneha. Correct. Oh, that means a lot, Shabir. Thank you so much. Thank you for the amazing compliment. I always get happy when I get compliments on my way of teaching because I think that's a treasure to me. That's my superpower. Correct, Karan. Correct, Sneha. Okay, so I think this passage was really very, very easy for you to understand. I think there's not much to understand in this. Let's move on towards the questions. The first question is, it is clear from the passage that dolphins. Now, I talked about, yes, correct, Rahul. I talked about the passage specific questions or the fact-based questions in my previous session. And I told you that whenever you encounter such questions, don't leave them. Whenever you encounter a passage specific or a fact-based question, don't ignore it, don't leave it, because it is, I mean, these kind of questions are the easiest to deal with. Even if you have not understood even 20% of the passage, try to attempt such questions because these are scoring, right? Because you'll be getting your answer directly from the passage. All you have to do is you have to find out that line wherein your answer lies, right? So if you encounter a question which says it is clear from the passage, just try to make this thing clear that you're going to get your answer directly from the paragraph. Now let's try to eliminate the wrong options by going through all the options. The first option says, don't want to be with us as much as we want to be with them. Is the paragraph anywhere mentioning to you that the dolphins don't want to be with us as much as we want to be with them? Is anywhere the paragraph trying to make you understand that dolphins don't want to be with us? Nowhere in the paragraph we are getting a line which says that dolphins don't want to be with us. So what kind of an option this is? Out of the broad, alien, narrow and extreme options, what kind of an option? Option A is alien. Exactly, because no such thing is being given to us in the paragraph, right? Hence, we will be eliminating it, considering it as an alien option. Move on to the next option. It says the dolphins are proven to be less intelligent than once thought. Okay, are we encountering something about something suggested about intelligence in the paragraph? Yes, definitely. Something about intelligence is being told to us in the last fourth line, right? Could any of these mammals be more intelligent than man, right? But if you try to understand the paragraph or the information given to you in the paragraph is completely opposite to what is shown to you in the B option. B option points out or it talks about dolphins being less intelligent than man, whereas the paragraph questions to you of these mammals or of these dolphins being more intelligent than man, right? So first of all, the information given to you is completely opposite of what is given to you in the paragraph. Secondly, when we try to read this particular option, it tells you about something being proven to us in the passage. But the paragraph is not proving anything. The paragraph is in fact asking you something, that could any of these mammals be more intelligent than man? It is not proving anything. It is just asking you something, right? So again, because we have some information given to us in this option, which is trying to alter or which is trying to distort the information given to us in the paragraph, we'll be eliminating it. Clear? Distorting something means changing the information or altering the information. Fine. When we look at the option E, last option, it says the dolphins are capable of learning a language and communicating with humans. Is this option correct? And if it is not, why? What is the reason behind this option not being correct? What is the error in this particular option? Can you find out the error in the last option? Or is it completely true? Neha, you could consider option B as a narrow option, but more than considering it as a narrow option, it is kind of a wrong option to you, because the information given to you in that particular option is distorted. It is a wrong information, right? It is not a true option. It is completely a wrong option, option E, because if we concentrate on the passage in the paragraph, definitely something about communication is being given to us. But if we try to read the last fourth line, it says that it is much more probable that they communicate with each other. Communication with each other is being shown to us in the paragraph. But this particular last option is talking about communication with humans. Nothing about communication with humans is shown in the paragraph, right? Clear? So again, this type of option is trying to distort or change the information presented in the paragraph, and hence we will be eliminating it. I'll point out one thing, that it is not possible for you to apply BANE strategy in each and every single option or in each and every question. This is just a support for you, but this is not a sure-shot strategy for you to come up with the correct answer. BANE strategy is kind of a support. It is not, it is not a sure-shot thing which will lead you to the correct answer, right? So it could be applied in one or two options or in one or two questions, but don't stay, don't be in that kind of a mindset that you're definitely going to get a sure-shot answer with this BANE strategy, right? Okay, moving on to the rest of the options. Now we are left with the options C and D, right? Now, if you try to concentrate on the D option, what kind of an option this is? It is an extreme option because it says that dolphins are the most powerful creatures that live in the oceans. Most powerful. I mean, nowhere in the whole paragraph is the author saying the dolphins are the most powerful creatures. They might be powerful, or they might be, or the author might be attributing dolphins to some of the other characteristics. But nowhere in the whole paragraph the author says that they are the most powerful creatures, and hence it becomes an extreme option for us. Clear? We'll be eliminating it. Now we are obviously just left with the C option, which says that dolphins have a reputation for being friendly to humans. The first line of the whole paragraph itself says that dolphins are regarded as the friendliest creatures, and how they're friendly to humans. There are certain examples which are given to you, and one of the examples says that examples or stories of them helping drowning sailors, right? It is clearly being told to you that history has suggested that these dolphins have tried to help drowning sailors in the sea, making them friendly towards humans, right? And hence we say that dolphins have a reputation for being friendly to humans, and we end up choosing C as the correct answer. Clear? Any doubts in this question? Any doubts over why we are eliminating the rest of the options except C? Are you having doubts in any of the rest of the options except C? Is it clear? Any doubts? Can we move on? Okay. Try to solve the second and the third question. First, try to solve the second question, and then the third one. Come on. Okay, Mansoori. Okay, Sneha. Correct. Yes, Namita, correct. Mansoori, Sneha, correct. Yes, Namita, Rajneesh, Neha, Nikhil, correct. Nikhil, reattempt. Namita, Rajneesh, Neha, correct. Sneha, correct. Yash, reattempt. Somil, correct. Japneet, correct. Mahima, correct. Okay, let's try to understand these rest of the two questions. They're very, very easy to understand. The author talks about superiority in the last few lines of the passage, I guess, in the last two lines. Now, what are the last two lines trying to make us understand? That, on the contrary, okay, let's start with this last fourth line. The argument of the superiority starts from the last fourth line. Certainly, the most common argument in the favor of the man's superiority over them, that we can kill them more easily than they can kill us, is the least satisfactory. What do you mean by these last few lines? The author is trying to make us understand that just because of the reason that we can kill dolphins more easily than they can kill us does not make us more superior to them. The fact that we are considered more superior to them just because of the reason that we can kill them more easily is the least satisfactory. Right? Whenever we say that a particular argument is least satisfactory, we should try to understand that the author is trying to make us understand the exactly opposite scenario of that. Right? So just because this argument is least satisfactory, we need to understand that the true statement is exactly opposite of this, which says that just because we can kill dolphins more easily does not mean we are superior to them. And that is what the question is trying to ask us, that the fact the writer of the passage thinks that we can kill dolphins more easily than they can kill us means that that we are not superior to them. Right? Clear? And moreover, I think this question was pretty easy for you to solve, because this question relates to the concept of superiority. You would have easily chosen an option which was somewhere related to superiority, right? And there is only one single option, which is D, talking about superiority. There is no other option talking about superiority in this particular question, right? And hence we end up choosing option D as an answer. The fact that the writer of the passage thinks that we can kill dolphins more easily than they can kill us does not mean we are superior to them, does not mean we are superior to dolphins. Clear? Easy? Let's talk about the last question. One can infer from the reading that I already made you understand on how you're going to solve the questions based on inference. And inference is nothing but your own understanding. So whenever you're being asked a question on inference, you already know that you might not be getting the answer directly from the passage, right? Your answer might not lie directly in the passage. You have to think and you have to choose an option on the basis of your own understanding of you, what you understand by that particular paragraph or by that particular question, right? So let's have a look at all the options. Option A says dolphins are quite abundant in some areas of the world. What kind of an option this is? It is an extreme option, because if you look at the passage, the first line just talks about dolphins in the sea. It is not talking about the whole world. The passage is just limited to the sea, right? So the moment you read world in your option, just eliminate it, considering it as an extreme option, right? Second option, option B, says communication is the most fascinating aspect of the dolphins. Again, it results to you as an extreme option because the word most is used, and nowhere in the whole paragraph the author says or the author suggests communication to be the most important aspect of the dolphins, right? Again, we'll be eliminating B option as well. Talking about the C option, it says dolphins have skills that no other living creatures have. Again, we will relate this as an extreme option because the paragraph or the author nowhere says or nowhere points out that dolphins have such skills that no other living creatures have, right? This is too much of an extreme thing to be considered as an answer, right? Now talking about D and E options. The D option says that it is not usual for dolphins to communicate with each other. The paragraph or the author already tells us that it is very usual for dolphins to communicate with each other. It is very usual for the dolphins to communicate with each other. So they do communicate with each other without needing words. But option D points out exactly opposite to what the author tells us in the passage. Right? Option D says that it is not usual for the dolphins to communicate with each other, which is completely contradictory or opposite to what is given to us in the passage. And hence option D also gets eliminated, resulting option E as an answer. Option E says dolphins have some social traits that are similar to those of humans. What do you mean by traits? Traits are nothing but characteristics. So if option E says that dolphins have some of the social characteristics that are so similar to those of humans, how does this option result as an answer? When we try to understand the second and the third and the fourth line of the passage, we say that dolphins look after the other dolphins when they are ill. They care for the pregnant mothers and they protect the weakest in the community, as we do, right? So the characteristics of these dolphins are being compared to the characteristics of the humans. Just like we care for our friends or for our well-wishers or just all the characteristics that are present in us as the humans are also being present in the dolphins. And hence the author is trying to compare all those characteristics, all those are characteristics with the dolphins as well. And hence we end up choosing E as an answer, which says that dolphins have some social characteristics which are similar to those of humans. Clear? Any doubts in any of the three questions or in the understanding of the paragraph that we have had till now? Any doubts till now? If you don't have any doubts, any questions, please post a yes so that we can move ahead. Yes, Satyaki, please say. Please tell me the doubt. I'm waiting for your doubt. Mahima is saying dolphins can communicate effectively. Yes, Mahima. I mean, it is already shown to you in the passage that it is usual for the dolphins to communicate with each other. So why can't be? Okay. Now, the point that I earlier also mentioned that if the option has extreme words such as most, all, everyone, everywhere, or none other than, then that particular option becomes an extreme option to you, right? The paragraph definitely points out that communication is one of the fascinating aspects, or is a fascinating aspect of a dolphin. But nowhere in the passage is given to you that communication is the most fascinating aspect of the dolphins. Getting it, Mahima? And that is why we are eliminating it just because of the word most. We are considering it as an extreme option. If the author himself or herself had mentioned communication to be the most fascinating aspect, then we could have definitely considered this as a correct answer. But the author nowhere mentions most, right? Okay, Satyaki has a doubt in the second last question. Satyaki, the question asks you whether the fact that the writer of the passage thinks that we can kill dolphins more easily than they can kill us mentions what? Now, if the paragraph says that just because we can kill dolphins more easily than they can kill us makes us superior to them is the least satisfactory, then we have to understand that just because we can kill dolphins more easily than they can kill us does not make us superior to them. Right, and that is what is being given to you in the D option, that the fact of the fact that the writer of the passage thinks that we can kill dolphins more easily than they can kill us does not make us more superior to them. That is what is being given to you in the D option. Getting it, Satyaki? I hope you have understood this. I mean, you can also let me know the point wherein you're not understanding things. I hope you have understood this particular question now.
Let's start. Now, the thing is, how many of you have any idea about what a passage is? Passage kya hota hai? How many of you know what is a passage? Can you write something about a passage? What is it actually? What is a passage? I'm waiting for your responses in the chat box. Quick. Let me drink a little water. Yes. A collection of sentences. Well, a passage is info or a point of view by an author on any subject. Now, that is the best explanation till now. Okay. A passage is info or point of view by author on any subject. Okay, very good. So that's very nice. I understood that. Now, that is actually a paragraph consisting information about any particular topic. See, it's not only information. When I take a piece of paper and a pen and sit down to write, then immediately you understand, if I did not have a purpose, I wouldn't be sitting down to write. Nobody has the time. Speaking is a different thing. Singing is a different thing. But when it comes to writing, then normally we will not take that effort until and unless you really have something to say, which means we want to actually communicate our point of view, a solution, compare, contrast, something you want to do or tell the other person. So you sit down, because you cannot speak, you sit down to write. So every writing has a purpose. Without a purpose, you will not write. You understand that? You will not communicate. Usually we do not even communicate if you don't have any purpose for communication. Okay, you keep quiet. You don't talk to your friends all the time until unless you have a purpose. Okay, friendship is a different thing. Sometimes even without a purpose we talk. Okay, but writing, if you're going to write something, then you better have something to tell your friends. Otherwise, you would not even be thinking of writing. Now, having said that, Having said that, let's be a little more serious and say, okay, when I write something on a topic, suppose I want to write about nuclear medicine being beneficial in the treatment of all kinds of cancer. Nuclear medicine being beneficial in the treatment of all kinds of cancer. Now, suppose I want to tell my audience about this. I want to send this information to them that nuclear medicine can be a huge benefit for treating cancer. But how do I do it? How do I do it? What I do is I make sure that I actually tell you what I'm going to say, what my purpose is, and also support my purpose with the supporting evidence or info. So basically, whenever we are talking about a passage, we are essentially talking about two things. Okay. We are essentially talking about two things. Okay. A passage itself, first of all, understand this. A passage itself can be called an argument, and it is not the actual argument that we have when we are fighting somebody. An argument is a point of view. Okay. Now, this argument is always divided into two parts. There are two components to the argument. That is the passage. That is the message that the author wants to give. One is the purpose. One is the purpose. The purpose can take any format. It could be a solution he is trying to give to a problem. It could be an issue. It could be an issue for which he has cited reasons. Okay. So the purpose can take any shape, any form. But to give you a solution, you should first of all have a problem. So we call this premises. We call these premises. Only if you have a problem, you're going to give a solution. Okay, I cannot take up a piece of paper and start writing my solution without telling you what the problem is. Okay, or until and unless my audience knows the problem already. Okay, now issue, then there must be the reasons. Okay, so what I'm telling you is the premise can take any form and the conclusion can take any form. That is the purpose. Purpose is called the conclusion also. So every time we are analyzing a passage, now look at this passage. Okay, these are the kind of questions that come, you know already. There is a paragraph given, a longer paragraph. Okay, but for convenience sake, I've taken a smaller paragraph, and questions come like this. It says the author's main point is that, something like that. Okay, you don't have to read it. I'm just telling you what kind of questions come. Now, the author's main point, is it mentioned anywhere, sir? Is it mentioned anywhere? Or we simply, author's main point is mentioned anywhere, or we have to guess it, sir? Okay, more often than not, the author's main point is actually written in the passage. But where is the question? So let's come to that part. Let's understand where that, okay, where that passage, where that information could be. A passage is a written communication, or call it an argument if you want. Okay, and it has a message. The author has a message, and this message is supported by supporting information. Okay, the message can be a direct message or an indirect message. It can be an indirect message. Now, the supporting information, again, when you look at this, the supporting information can be one or many, and it can take any shape. It can be the author's experience itself, data, research, anything. Okay, so this is how an argument or a passage is structured. This is the first thing to know. Now, the problem is, sir, if I have the main idea, okay, if I have the main idea, then where will it be in the passage? Where will the main idea be in the passage? It can be anywhere. That is the first thing to know. When you are reading a comprehension passage, you should know that the conclusion, the point the author, the main point the author wants to make could be anywhere. The first line, the last line of the first paragraph, the middle of the second paragraph, the last line of the third paragraph, anywhere. Okay, a good reader actually looks for that message all the time when he's reading. So what are some of the components that could be there in a passage, sir? There are four. Okay, this background information and introduction to an issue is optional. The author may choose to give you the background information, like in the case of nuclear medicine, if I believe that my audience do not know, the audience does not know what this nuclear medicine is, then I'll give you a brief about what nuclear medicine is and then go on to make my point. Okay, so this background or introduction to an issue is an optional thing, but the message, the primary purpose must be there and the supporting information must be there. Sometimes the author also makes sure that because I've made a point elsewhere, I made it in the first paragraph and I'm writing 4 paragraphs. So at the end of the 4th paragraph, I reiterate, I repeat what I've already told you. जो पहले बोला है उसी को मैं एक बार repeat भी कर देता हूँ. लेकिन ये भी optional है. ये भी optional है. तो 1 and 4 are optional. These 2 are very important. These 2 together, the message, the central idea, the primary purpose, plus the supporting information called the premise or called the argument. So at the max, the argument can have 4 components. At the minimum, it has to have 2 arguments. Now, let's look at some examples here. Identify the different elements. Now, tell me which part is the premise and which part is the conclusion. Here, as it is raining, I'm going to take an umbrella. Now, tell me which part. The green part is the premise and the pink part is the conclusion, or how is it? It's very easy, just to give you an idea. Green is premise and the pink is, green is premise and the pink is your conclusion. Very good. Very good. Aditi, 2 pi, very good. Now here, it's a Sunday. We are sure you're not going to be at the gym as you must be sleeping. So tell me the 2 pieces of premise, the 2 premises, and then tell me the conclusion. Where is the conclusion? Again, the pink one. The pink one is the conclusion. Okay, it is in the middle. You see, it's a Sunday and you must be sleeping. You must be sleeping. Both together give us this conclusion. No. Blue one, Archit Gupta, as you must be sleeping is one reason. It's a Sunday, so you are not going to be at the gym. So you are not going to be at the gym. You see, so thus, hence, I can actually write this here. So which one is the conclusion? The conclusion is the middle part, which means the premise could be more than one. कारण कितने हो सकते हैं? मैंने कोई एक पॉइंट बनाया, उस पॉइंट के कितने कारण कितने हो सकते हैं? It's my wish. I can use as many premises to prove a point as I want to. 1. Second is, she cannot take the CDS this year. She'll only be 18 years and 6 months old in May. Okay. So which one is the conclusion? The green part is the conclusion. Okay. The green part is the conclusion and this part is the premise. Okay. I have purposefully changed the colors because you have to know how to identify the premise part and the conclusion part. As soon as you understand this, everything else is easy. Now, there is one more thing. This is one part of it, sir. The second thing is, sir, how many conclusions can be drawn by an author in a passage? How many conclusions can be drawn? There can be multiple conclusions. I can make smaller points with smaller premises. Like you see, I have a sub-premise. If you go, your brother will go. If you go, your brother will go. If your brother goes, then your parents will go. Which means everybody goes to the cinema. So what have I done? One premise, one conclusion, another premise, another conclusion, and then I make the main point. So what you need to understand is there could also be sub-premises and sub-conclusions. Okay, and then there is the main conclusion. It's possible that there are many conclusions drawn in the passage, but putting all of them together, I paint a bigger picture. Then that bigger conclusion is the primary purpose. So what we need to understand is it's not important that there be only one conclusion in a passage. There could be multiple conclusions. Based on all of them, I draw the main conclusion. So the problem with our passages is most of the questions are like this. What is the primary purpose? What is the central idea? What is the summary? These questions can be handled only when you know that the author is trying to make a point based on some evidence. Now, having said that, now let's come to the actual part now. Okay. Okay, now come to the questions now. Some questions we'll try to do, and we'll also learn other things now. Now you know the different components of a passage. Now, how many types of questions come, sir? How many types of questions come? Normally, in an examination which does not test you so much for your communication skills, okay, they may not ask you many questions, or they may not ask you indirect questions. They'll ask you mostly direct questions. Okay, most exams have a combination of all. Most examinations have a combination of all. That is direct questions, indirect questions, and comprehension-based questions. There are three types of questions possible: direct questions, indirect questions, and comprehension-based questions. What are these, sir? First is this, the direct questions. Direct questions are those questions for which you can find the answer in the passage itself. Kuch karna nahi hai. Direct question ka answer dena hai. Keep reading the passage. You will find the answer to the questions. Okay, those are the easiest to answer. Those are the easiest to answer. I'll also tell you how to read a passage. Now, people keep asking me, sir, should I read the questions first and then read the paragraph, or the paragraph first and then the questions? What is the best approach? That we will come to later. First of all, let us understand the direct questions. Direct questions are the easiest ones. You can see what is the synonym antonym of the highlighted word in the context of the passage. See, mostly a word highlighted is asked in the context of the passage. So they will not ask you the dictionary meaning. Mostly it is not the dictionary meaning, because the dictionary meaning of a word can be multiple. The same word can have multiple connotations. So it's important that you understand the word in the context of the sentence. Anyway, so what is the synonym antonym? Which city does not have a public transport system? Something like this, which is complete, clearly written in the passage. Suppose it says Venice does not have a public transport system. It's clearly written in the passage. You read it and answer this. These are the easiest. How many reasons has the author cited for some issue? And you see 5 reasons in the passage. Done. Those can be answered. These are the easiest ones. But the second ones are not all that easy, because it requires the ability to understand the passage itself. These are called comprehension-based questions. Comprehension-based questions, immediately you need to understand the 4 components. If you have understood the 4 components, especially the 2 components, that is the premise and the conclusion, then you would be able to answer these questions. What are the comprehension-based questions, sir? The first one is the primary purpose. What is the primary purpose? Central idea, main theme. You can use any word you want, but what is the passage mainly concerned with? Things like that. Here, I am talking about why the author wrote the passage. What was the main purpose of writing the passage? Now, why do we use this word main? Main, because there could be sub-ideas also. There could be. But mostly what happens is, for our passages in exams, usually you get one main idea supported by many supporting elements. Okay, normally we don't have multiple conclusions and multiple premises. They usually don't come in your exams. But having said that, be prepared. Okay. Now, the second question is, what is the best title for the passage? How do we decide that? Okay. Then, what is the tone of the author or the passage? These three questions are called comprehension-based questions. Now, for this, you need to understand the passage well. That is, what is the main point being made and what are the supporting elements. Now, there is one good thing about this. If you know the primary purpose of the passage, then you can answer the title question very easily, because title is nothing but a shorter version of the primary purpose. Like when you're reading the newspaper, we read the headlines and we skip the stories simply because the headline tells you the story. So our title must be such that it is able to capture the story itself. And the story itself in a bigger sentence is called the primary purpose. So if you know one, you also know the other. एक का आंसर सही दिया, प्राइमरी पर्पस का आंसर सही दिया, तो आप टाइटल का भी आंसर सही दोगे ही दोगे. It is the other way around also. I tell my students, the best thing to do is, suppose you are in an examination and all the three questions have come. Do the easiest one first, because the next one is called the tone of the author. Now, I might start off my passage on a very negative note. And by the time I state my primary purpose, I might become very optimistic. Now, if I ask you which one is the tone, which one is the correct tone of the passage, where the author states his primary purpose. It's not about all the emotions that he has expressed in his writing. Primarily, the emotion expressed with the primary purpose, the main idea is the main tone of the passage. That's all. So, if you know one, you know the three. So, ये तीन क्वेश्चन जो हैं, ये तीन जो क्वेश्चन है, ये किसी को भी बहुत आसानी के साथ कर सकता है. अगर प्राइमरी पर्पस जानता है तो टाइटल भी जानता है, टाइटल जानता है तो टोन भी जानता है. It's so easy. Tone sometimes flummoxes us, it bamboozles us simply because टोन के लिए वर्ड्स बहुत सारे हो जाते हैं. वोकैबुलरी की क्वेश्चन हो जाती है वो कि डायडैक्टिक, पेडेंटिक, वो लंथ, बहुत सारे वर्ड्स यूज कर देता है, दिमाग हो जाता है हमारा खराब. फॉर दैट आई गिव यू अ लिस्ट. आई गिव यू अ लिस्ट ऑफ टोन्स दैट वी शुड always be aware of, and then it's okay. You can do those. Now the third questions. Okay. Now, the third questions are indirect questions. Indirect questions are not put here because indirect questions we will discuss as a new chapter completely. Now, what are indirect questions? These comprehension-based questions, you have to understand the premise and the conclusion. You can answer this. Direct questions, you know. Indirect questions are those questions for which there is only an indication in the passage. Based on the indication, based on the data, based on the indication, I ask you different sorts of questions. What is the assumption? What is the inference? What is certainly not meant by... Yes, I'm coming to that, beta. Subiksha, we'll be talking about that one by one, okay? So how to find the correct tone? I'll tell you. We have a class on tones, okay? So we'll discuss those. For the time being, it's simply to... Now, in this class, I want you to identify the summaries. I want you to identify the central idea and titles. Tones will take up later, or maybe I can also ask you the tone here itself in the class also. Okay. So, okay. So where was I? Indirect questions. Now, what will weaken the argument? What will strengthen the argument? So these are critical reasoning questions. Of course, critical reasoning questions, indirect questions are one and the same. Indirect questions and critical reasoning questions are one and the same. Usually what happens is, on a passage-based questions, that is a passage which has multiple paragraphs, I do not really ask you indirect questions, okay? But I take a single small paragraph and then I ask you questions. Those are called critical reasoning questions, but I don't know why they call them that, okay? Because a reading comprehension can also have, a passage can also have critical reasoning questions. It doesn't really mean anything. Okay, but then for our convenience sake, smaller ones, we call them critical reasoning questions. Longer ones, we call them reading comprehension passages, whatever. Now, read this and tell me the main point. Which of the four will be the main point of this paragraph? That is what the author's main point of the passage. I'm going to take my myself out of the screen because I might disturb you. Okay. Okay. Some of you have already started giving the answers. Why not D? The question is does it look close? Even the weakest creature struggles to preserve its life. Yes, it looks close, sir. But then you're sure that it is C, because easy to identify in this sort of sentences, in this sort of questions. It's easy enough, sir. So I've been able to identify C. But D does not seem to be off the mark. How do we, now comes the question, how do we separate the options? How do we separate the options? Okay, because you see here, life is as dear to a mute creature as it is to man. Okay, and everybody wants peace. You see, and the previous sentence, primarily seek peace, comfort, and security because life is dear to everybody. So C becomes the main point. And here you say, even the weakest creature struggles to preserve its life. We say it's not about struggles, it's about wanting peace, comfort, and security. Okay, it's what wanting peace, security, and comfort. Therefore, C is the main point, and D and all are maybe mentioned in the passage, but that is not the main point. The entire paragraph revolves around how living things want peace. Human beings and animals, all of them seek peace and security and comfort. Okay, so this is the one. Now, C is the correct answer. Now, let's try this. According to the passage, peace is not sought by. Peace is not sought by whom? Okay. Why not the first one? Why not the first one? How are you discounting the first one? So first is not the answer. Why? None of the above. Because of the first line. Because it says in our approach to life. Now, what I have done is I took the word pragmatic just to confuse you. I put non and people. And people who are not reading carefully, who pragmatic word is written, maybe that is the answer. Okay, so very good. It is none of the above. Now come to the next one. According to the passage, these are very easy, but as you go along, it will become tougher. Okay, according to the passage, C or D. I'm sorry, you see, Swapnil actually said C. Akash also says C. See, again, two options. Every animal faces some threat or other. So this is not what the passage suggests. It suggests fighting for survival is a basic instinct. It is there in everybody. It does not say, I may not actually face a threat, but that instinct is always there. That is what the passage is trying to say. Therefore, D is the correct one. C is a diversion. C is a diversion. Every animal faces some threat or the other. Maybe I face a threat or I do not face a threat. But what I do is the survival instinct is in me. Therefore, D. That is what the passage is saying. Good. Very nice. What do we mean by pragmatic? What do we mean by pragmatic from the last paragraph? Pragmatic is practical. Try this. Identify the sentence which is the main point in the paragraph itself. In the paragraph itself, it is clearly written. This is my primary purpose. Where is it? Okay. Which sentence? Which sentence does the paragraph have the primary purpose clearly written? Yes, very good. It is here. So probably even higher than you think. It is clearly written here. That's what I'm telling you. The passage, most of the time, has the primary purpose clearly written. It is you as a good reader who has to find it. Okay. So the primary purpose of the passage is to tell us that we pay more taxes than we may realize. That is the main idea here. Now, try the third one. Very good. Very good again. Shreya, Swapnil, very nice. Vidyadhar, very good. And the answer is gambling laws are inconsistent from community to community in America. Very nice. Very nice. Now, the author agrees that good. Gambling laws are not easily. Very, very nice. Doing it right now. Now, read this. This is a bigger paragraph. Read it. And then I'll ask you some questions. Done? Okay. Do you see the primary purpose, the main idea of the author mentioned in any sentence anywhere? Not explicitly. Do you agree with Akash? First para, fifth line, absolutely. You see here, he actually comes ahead and says this. I have found, based on my research, now from this place to the last, okay, that is the main idea. Absolutely, Bearson's research. Absolutely, Aditi. You are right. So, where is that clearly written? It is clearly written in the last paragraph of the the last sentence of the first paragraph. Done. Now, one who realizes that this is the main idea, he understands how he is supporting it. You see, all these are supporting information for what I claim. This is what I claim. This is the counterclaim claim to Bearson's, and then these are my supporting elements. Okay, and this is again the introduction, the background information, and then the background information. I tell the author that Bearson believes this. I don't believe it, and my reasons are these. Okay, so the main purpose is the opposition to George Bearson's research of done on marijuana. Okay, now any word that you did not understand that you want to ask me? No, I don't think there is any word here which, no. It's a simple enough passage. Now, again, a very direct question. Now. The author believes that marijuana is indeed the deceptive drug. Marijuana did not cause brain damage. Now we'll come. Pretty straightforward. Yes. Heavy marijuana users show slight brain damage. Which option is correct? All of the above. Let's come back to the passage. Read now. These are direct questions. So multiple readings will also be required sometimes. Yeah. Only B and very good. Only B and D are correct. Okay, B is marijuana did not cause brain damage. Lethal doses of marijuana administered to animals used in tests are not representative of the damage caused to humans. That is what are the 2 points that the author believes. Okay, the 2 points he's making. So B and D must be there. Now, whenever we get such questions, how do we handle them? Again, what I do personally is I read A. Now, A cannot be there in the option. Okay, so I come here and check for wherever A is there. Okay, so 2 are gone. And then I see whenever you get this, always know how to use the options, how to eliminate the options. That is one of the things that we will need to learn if you are taking the exams of this level. Okay, these questions are pretty easy. These are very, very easy questions. But as you go along, as I start taking more classes and I start introducing you to greater concepts, then the passage will also become tough. Okay, the original passages will also be shown. Now, try this. Okay, now, now let's do a thing now here. What do you think is the primary purpose of the passage? Because that will be the question. That will be the question now. Second para, first line. Or the line 1, Mahima, very good. Very good. Two by cultivation of grapes, very nice. Sir, this sentence seems to tell us what it is going to be. Okay. The first sentence seems to be telling us what it is going to be. Very, very good. Now, what are hieroglyphs? Okay. What are hieroglyphs? What are hieroglyphs? It's nothing but the writing. Writing by pictorial writings are called hieroglyphs. No. Hieroglyphs are the writing that represent a picture. Now, Chinese, Japanese are absolutely pictorial writings. Okay, they do not represent letters. They are more like pictures. Okay, that's why they have so many. That's why they have so many pictures. Okay, but I've heard the Chinese alphabet is the hardest to learn. Anyway, so having that is done. Now let's give the answer for this. Tell me this. The primary purpose of the passage is to be careful, be careful. Okay, what do you think is the answer now? It's okay. You're confused now. You're literally confused. Now, let's come back to this. We will now be talking about how to choose the correct option. Are there tricks, or we just leave it to our own judgment? There are tricks. There are things that we can learn, because as a question setter, I'll be doing something. Okay. And I'll tell you that secret, how we set questions. If you understand that, then it's very easy for you. So read the passage and then let's go back and let's talk about what it actually is. Okay, let's come back. Done? Now you tell me. The primary purpose of the passage. I marked the first sentence, remember. I marked the first sentence. So is it only limited to California? Not at all. It's not limited to California. Okay, California become the main hub of viticulture. Now that's a different thing. But actually the answer is C, to tell us how viticulture has become a part of human endeavor since early civilizations. Now that's why I said it's very important to understand what we are talking about. Grapes are one of the oldest cultivated fruits. Now, oldest cultivated fruits means, did it start in California? We do not know. So how is it old? Then all the paragraphs you see, they move from one period to the other. Okay. But primarily we are talking about how viticulture happened in California. Well and good. But it's more like how, tell us how viticulture has become a part of human endeavor since early civilizations. Okay. Keeping in focus our California. But it is not to talk about whether it's a profitable business, okay, or whether to tell us how viticulture played a vital role in early civilizations. That is not the case, because we are also talking about today. And to tell us how California came to adopt viticulture. It's not telling us that. Rather, it tells us how California adopted to viticulture and how it is faring now. Okay, now D was a very close one. C was also close, and we answered C. Well and good. Now, what do we do in when I set options? Okay, this is the first filter I'm giving you. The first filter that you should be able to use is, first of all, read the question. Read the question. Now, even before that, sir, there is a long passage. There is a long passage of 5 paragraphs. What do I do? Do I read the entire passage, then go to the questions? Or I read the questions, then look for the answers, scanning, so whatever they call it, scanning, skimming, whatever. Should I do that? Or is there a better approach? For me, the approach that works best is simultaneous reading of the passage and the questions. Simultaneous reading of the passage and the questions. What am I suggesting? I'm simply telling you, if you read the first paragraph, once you've read the first paragraph, look at some questions. 1, 2, 3 questions. If they relate to the first paragraph, answer them. If they don't relate to the first paragraph, go to the second paragraph. Start reading. Now increase the number of questions. You have already seen 3. Again, read the 3 questions. Then also go to the 4th question if there is one. Okay. So by the time you have ended up reading at the second paragraph, you have looked at the questions twice. You have looked at the questions twice. You come to the 3rd paragraph. Again, repeat the same process. Now, if you get some questions that are relating to the passage directly, that is, if you see a direct question, you can answer it without any problem because the place that you are reading and the question are related. There is no way you are going to get the answer wrong. For direct questions, this is the best approach that can happen. So for others, we'll talk about them. Okay. So the best thing is read the passage, read the question, and as it is fresh in your memory, you are looking at that information, you will always answer it correctly. 1. Okay. Now, so what about indirect questions and comprehension-based questions? There also, as soon as you see the question, you understand that this is a comprehension-based question and it says what is the primary purpose. Now you know how to identify the primary purpose. If it is there in the first sentence itself, you're sure. You just want to read a little further. You come till the second paragraph and you understand, oh, now I understand that this is the primary purpose. You mark the answer. You mark the answer. Okay, by reading the first paragraph itself. So the best thing is to read the passage and the questions simultaneously. When you go do this, then you end up reading the questions multiple times, which is very, very important, rather than reading the passage multiple times, which wastes a lot of time. And there is always a loss of or leakage of what you have read. Do you understand? If I read the passage and then go to the question, by the time you go to the questions, you have forgotten what you had read in the first paragraph, second paragraph. Or if you read the question and are trying to find the answer, then the passage doesn't register in your mind. You're not able to understand what the passage is trying to say. So it all becomes a big khichdi. Behtar kya hai? Sabse behtarin kya hai? Question padho, passage padho, question padho, saath mein hi padhte chalo. Okay. They'll not be shown at once. You can always skip, Sandeep. You can always skip. You can come back to the questions. It's not as if only if you answer this question, you can go to the next one. Is it the case? Is it the case? In most of the exams, you can, GMAT is a different question. If you're also taking the GMAT, then it's a different thing. Okay. If you're also taking the GMAT, then it's a different question. Then we'll talk about it. Okay. Then you have to attempt the question before moving on. There is no other way. Okay. But even then, what you do is read the paragraph, read the question, read the paragraph, read the question. So by the time you end up finishing that paragraph, you know what the question is. Mostly what happens is, let me tell you, my own experiences, mostly I do not understand the question well. The passage is very much there in my mind. I have not understood the question and the options well. So by reading the question multiple times and reading the passage once, my work is done. By the time I come to the last paragraph, I've understood the question really well. And I know the answer. Whatever I'm marking is my answer. Okay. So it works fine. So that is one of the things. One of the things to do. Now, it saves you a lot of time. You are reading the passage only once, but you are reading the questions multiple times. Now, come to the options. Okay. Questions. Now, sir, there are 4 options or 5 options, A, B, C, D, E. Okay. Whatever. What would I do as an exam setter? What I would do is, first of all, what is the question? The scope of the question. Suppose it is primary purpose. Suppose it is primary purpose that I want to ask you. What I'll do is, in the first option, I'll add some information which is not in the scope of the question. Question का scope क्या है? Primary purpose मांगा है. तो अपने उसमें जो लिखा है डॉक्टर, उसमें जो ऑथर ने लिखा प्राइमरी पर्पस उतना ही लिखना है. उससे कुछ भी बाहर का नहीं लिखना है. Maybe you have greater knowledge. And the passage is only limited in knowledge. You cannot bring your information to bear upon that passage. So additional information, okay? Sir, the entire primary purpose is there and there is some more. You will not take it. That is incorrect. Because I will limit myself to the data contained in the passage only. deletion of information. What is required for the primary purpose is the conclusion and the premise. I only state the conclusion. It is an impartial, it's a partial answer. If I only tell you the premise, then I have not given you the answer. So deletion of information is not possible. C is distortion. That is, the passage is suggesting something else. If you study, you will pass, it says. But the answer given is, if you study, you will pass. And it says, if you pass, you will study. If you pass, you will study. So it has changed the data. And if you feel, okay, there, be careful how the passage has laid out its primary purpose, or whatever be the question. Okay, so distortion of information, these become the toughest, because they look very much the same. Okay, and whenever you come across an option which looks very tough to identify, you're caught between two options, go back to the question. Don't go back to the passage. Go back to the question. Understand the scope of this question. Then go back to the passage. Now you want to come back to the option. Read the paragraph, then come back to the question, then to the option. Don't miss the question, because usually what happens is two options look close because you have not understood the question well. When the question is clearly in your mind, you know what is an assumption. So I'll teach you that. Okay, what is an assumption? What is an inference? Now, the question says, what is the assumption? There are two options. One is an inference and one is an assumption. And both of them, when you forget the question, they look similar. When you forget the question, an assumption will look like an inference and an inference will look like an assumption, and you get stuck. Okay, so it is important to go from the passage to the question, then to the option. Do the same thing. Go back from the passage to the question, then to the passage. You will never ever miss it. You will always get your answer right. Okay, distortion and digression. Going away from the topic. Okay, the question is something else, the answer is something else. Maybe this is true according to the passage D. Okay, digression. Okay, maybe it is according to the passage, it is true, but it is not relevant to the question. And then one answer must be correct. One answer must be correct. Now, this is the primary filter that you should use. It is the most basic filter you can use. As we go along, I'll teach you some syllogisms, how to make sense of a sentence written, what could be the logic, sir? Things like probably true, probably false, all those things I'll teach you. Okay, but that will come later. But for the time being, we have learned one thing today. What have we done? We know how to find the primary purpose. We know how to find I have not given you title questions yet. I'll show you title questions. Okay, and we know how to answer how to read the passage and how to answer them. And the first filter. Now let's come to the next one. Read this. Done? Very nice. All of you, Akash says done. Others? Okay. Unnati, everybody. Okay. Come to the question. Do you find the primary purpose here? Which sentence could be, which one? Which one, Akash? First para, second line. So if you have understood the first paragraph, you have understood the passage. Everything else, very nice. Everything else is in support of it. Okay, so tell me the answer to this question. Okay, most of you said D. My question is, why not the first one? A. Yes, 2 pi. Absolutely. Why not A? Aditi says A. 2. Yes. You say D. But A is a very close option. Tell me why it is not A. And I'll tell you, answer is D. Answer is D. But why is A wrong? Tell me any of those reasons. I said addition, deletion, diversion, digression, whatever. Tell me how will you label the first one? How will you classify the first one and to say that, sir, I eliminate this because of this particular reason? Distortion. What is the distortion, beta Shailza? Very good. It is distortion. But what is the distortion? Very good. The word everything changes completely. Very, very nice. Absolutely. That is why. And Akash, very good. You're trying to talk about this. I'm trying to talk about this. So whenever you are in a fix, what we try to do is, why is an option wrong? Don't try to justify the option that you have chosen as correct. Rather, try to eliminate the others by saying that this is wrong because it suffers from a particular problem. See, Unnati says, because the passage is more in favor of D. That I too know. The problem is, what is the problem in A? Because the problem, it says everything in front of us is not continuous. That is distortion, complete distortion. Maybe everything is continuous, but our eyes do not catch that. Our eyes do not catch that continuity. Okay, so it is struggling to give us that continuity, which is caught very well in the line D. That is what is the passage about. Very nice. So see, as the passages increase in your or become tougher in their say questions, we also start getting stuck. I'm going to show you one more passage. Okay, we'll do this in other classes. Okay, in say in detail, but let's do one. Give me the summary of the passage. Now, the summary of the passage must have the primary purpose and the premise together in fewer number of sentences, fewer number of words. Okay, a summary is not a précis. We are not trying to write a précis. Okay, here I'm writing a summary means there are say 100 words written. I'm trying to reduce the number of words and tell you the crux of the story. Again, addition, deletion, distortion, digression must be avoided. So tell me which one is the correct summary of the above passage. Totalitarianism is nothing but dictatorship, autocracy. Which one is the main idea in the passage? Which are the two sentences which can act as the primary purpose of the passage? The two sentences. And then add them together. See, Aditi and Subiksha. Okay, the first sentence, very good. First of all, the first line, very good. There is one more sentence which can also help you. Not always by dictate. Then what? The first sentence itself, and then he gives reasons. It can be insinuated by suggestion and replication. Okay, it can be insinuated by suggestion and replication is one of the things he says, and then says dissent does not have to be banned by it if it is counted by orchestrated mass promos. Okay, and there is a last sentence, absolutely, Akash. Then the last sentence. Then any dissident who wants his intellectual liberty will find himself thwarted by a general drift of society. Now tell me, add the two sentences together and tell me which one is the correct one. Which one is the correct sentence? Okay. First is a good choice. Well, take first is a good choice. One more. Tell me one more. Tell me one more. Answer is 4. Okay. Swapnil also says, okay, there are two answers possible. 1 and 4. Tell me which one. Do the addition, deletion, distortion, and then tell me what is the problem. See, 2 and 3, I'll tell you, they are not answers. They both convey how we don't need a diktat. Okay. Now, D is the final answer. Why? Why? There is the problem, you see. If D is the correct answer, then why is D the correct answer? Because of the word. Totalitarianism is generally operated by undermining the freedom of expression through active. This is against what it is trying to say. Okay? It is insinuated by suggestion and replication. It is not active persecution. It is not active persecution. That is what the first one says. Totalitarianism is not always operated by diktat, matlab orders. I don't have to actually do that in front. यही करना होगा, ऐसे ही करना पड़ेगा, ये रिप्रेशन करने की जरूरत नहीं है, मैं indirectly भी कर सकता हूं. So this active is the word which is wrong. Which is wrong. Yeah, absolutely. A is completely different idea from the word. Therefore, 4th is the answer. Now, why not second? Hypnotizing oratory and promo rallies can effectively, okay, what is it saying? Okay. It says effectively counter dissent and lead to persecution of the masses. Okay. Now, this part is not clear. This part is not suggested by the passage. The second part. And it does not tell us about the second part. Hypnotizing oratory and promo rallies can effectively counter dissent and lead to the persecution, lead to the indirect persecution of liberal-minded people. Something like that would have made second also correct. Okay. Then the third one, self-regulation and self-censorship in society stifle freedom of expression. Okay. Then stifle, it's not stifling. Stifling is only controlling. He says, will find himself thwarted. Means you will not be able to do what, you will not be able to show your dissent. You should, intellectual liberty, if you're talking about liberty, you won't get the liberty. It's just self-regulation and self-censorship in societies stifle freedom of expression. Now, this is a very good one. C is also very good. But C only is partial. Okay, intellectual property does not have to be repressed by authority. If there is self-appointed vigilantes to bully it into silence, this is a complete answer. It is C is a partial answer. Very nice. Very, very nice. Now, give me the answer to this. Which one is the best title? Now, if you chose D as the answer, then I told you title is very closely related to the primary purpose. So if you say D is the answer, 4 is the answer for this, then tell me the answer for this. First or second? Colors, different shades. Then it's a boon in disguise? Not at all, Sandeep. It's not a boon. It's not something an advantage. So now tell me. Now there are two answers which are very, very close. Boon in disguise? No, it's not a boon. Okay, it's the bane of the word. That is also not given. Which one? Read the passage again. Read the passage. That's how close it becomes. Is it totalitarianism and individual liberty, or totalitarianism in its many hues? Let's come to the passage. Totalitarianism is not always operated by diktat. Get the point? So the answer is 1. The answer is 1. That's how we do it. Doesn't need to be direct. Absolutely. So it has many ways. Therefore, 1, 2 looks very, very good, sir. 2 looks very good, but it does not bring out the negative aspect of individual liberty vis-a-vis totalitarianism. Individual liberty vis-a-vis totalitarianism. It's a very bland kind of, it's a neutral. See, this title gives us a neutral tone, but the passage has kind of, you're cheated. You see, it is trying to tell us that in its many colors, you don't have to practice totalitarianism explicitly. It can also be done implicitly. So first one catches the idea much better. It's here, madam. Vigilantes, see, you don't have to use that particular word, but you see, despotic establishments do not need to turn Hitlerian. All they need to do is let the chemistry work. Self-regulation and self-censorship will kick in. These are the vigilantes. Okay. Then any dissident who has his individual property will find himself thwarted by a general drift of societies. Now, general drift of society, I want to wear this, but somebody is there who supports the idea of a particular brand of belief, exported or spread by the establishment. Okay, and then they come and say, you are not supposed to wear this. You're not supposed to do that. Individual freedom is put into question. Okay, so this is how we'll be doing our questions. So now you know. Now ask me your questions. Whatever questions you want to ask me, you can ask now. Okay. What all do you want to ask me? The first thing is, somebody was asking me, sir, how to identify the tones. Don't worry, I'll give you a list of this one. But what happens is, we have when it comes to tones questions, usually what happens is the same word can actually go, say, like if I say, I'm irritated. Okay. Now, there can be a higher degree of irritation, the highest degree of irritation, and it can be furious. And in between, there could be so many different hues of tone. Yeah, I'll give you sheets. Please repeat the kind of filters: addition, deletion, distortion, digression, addition, deletion, distortion, digression. Okay. And tones can also, like See, I can make fun of you very lightheartedly. I can actually go to the point of making it more, say, hurting than of making fun of you. So let's start with saying mocking. Okay. And I go to a place where it becomes sardonic. Okay. Or even there is another, this word called lampooning. Publicly criticizing you and making fun of you, lampooning. So I'll give you a list how these words are arranged in, say, their degrees of intensity, which can help you identify which tone a particular passage is in. But all said and done, we have to read a lot. That is one of the things you should do. If you are not a good reader, then please inculcate the habit of reading. Read anything. Tone is nothing but the emotion expressed by the author when he states his point. जहां पर में भी वो अपना प्राइमरी पर्पस बताता है, कंक्लूजन लिखता है, उस जगह पे वो इमोशन अपना जो दिखाता है, उसी को हम टोन कहेंगे. Human emotions are many. I'm not asking you your emotion. I'm talking about what the author has put into his writing as what the author has put into the writing as his emotion. And there could be multiple emotions within the paragraphs. Which one do I take to be the actual tone of the passage is where the primary purpose is expressed. Where the primary purpose is expressed. Okay. So let's very quickly come to that portion. Okay. So tone क्या होता है? कुछ नहीं है sir. Emotions हैं जो author अपने primary purpose को एक्सप्रेस करते समय बोलता है. ठीक है. तो बहुत सारे हो सकते हैं. ठीक है. बहुत सारे हो सकते हैं. हमारे क्या बोलते हैं प्राइमरी, ये क्या बोलते हैं, इमोशंस बहुत सारे हो सकते हैं. Those we will need to know. Okay, come. The first one. Okay. The first thing is to understand this. Read this and understand this. You see, tone is conveyed how, sir? Emotion को कैसे एक्सप्रेस किया जाता है? Tone is conveyed through diction, choice and use of words and phrases, particularly the adjectives and the adverbs. The kind of adjectives I use, the kind of adverbs I use will show you the kind of tone I'm using. Viewpoint. Now this is the most important point. How will we understand which is the best tone, which is supposed to be the tone of the passage itself? Then it has to be always the viewpoint of the conclusion, where the author is making the main point. What kind of emotion is he using there? Okay. Even the grammar. How do we write sentences will also show your emotion. Okay. If you remember, if you have done subject verb agreement, or if it is to be done, I'll explain it when we have to do this. Okay. If you do subject verb agreement in grammar, you will come across a concept called inversion. Not only did he. Now this is an inverted sentence. Now inverted sentences have emphasis. They lay stress on a viewpoint. Now even that becomes very helpful in stating your tone. Achha. And how you put your words and phrases together? Absolutely. And level of formality. How formal are you? If I want to be very funny, then my formality level will come down. I'll sound more like a conversation. Okay. But if I want to be very like official, then I write the formal writing. Okay. Whatever, the tone is simply to be found in the main purpose. So what are some of the words? Now, this is only a very small list. Okay. Objective, we can have all these tones. Now, what are these, sir? Sometimes, suppose I write the maths book. When I write the maths book, I will never show my emotion. There is no need to show my emotion. So I'll just treat it as something neutral. Okay. Objective. So the tone will be detached tone, neutral tone, unfeeling tone, or distant tone. You will not find that I'm trying to get into a relationship with you in terms of being a teacher and a student. I won't do that when I'm writing the maths book. Okay. But if I'm writing a book where I need to teach you how to communicate, then I'll use a lot of emotions. Okay. Now, serious, we have got some more words: dignified, grim, formal, proper. vocabulary should be good. If you want to do tone questions well, vocabulary must be good. Angry, there are many different words for angry. Being annoyed, lower degree, annoyed, irritated, indignant, enraged, furious. Now you see, the level is also increasing. At times I might be very angry. I'm furious or enraged. That also must be made out from the passage. You have to understand what kind of emotion is being created and accordingly choose a word. Sarcastic again, satirical. If you make a political, if it is political sarcasm, it is satire. Ironical, okay. Ironical, sardonic, very heavy criticism, mocking, dismissive, then criticizing, disparaging, okay. Disparaging, hypercritical, nitpicking, or hair splitting, baal ka khal udedna, okay, trying to find faults with even the smallest thing, criticizing. Happy, this can also go like delighted, elated, ecstatic, euphorious, bahut zyada athi paramanand mein chala jana, delighted, elated, ecstatic, okay. Preachy, teacher sir, okay. Old people, usually what happens is they start becoming teacher like, okay. So preachy, path padhana, didactic, pedantic. So we can have many words. Now, if you want such words, and if you want to download the material, or if you want to get the material for study material or your PPTs, or want to join a class, you must make sure that you get in touch with support@edushastra.com to express your interest in joining the next class also. If you are joining this class and you want to also do the next class, then please express your interest at support@edushastra.com. That is very important. Okay. And everybody should write to support@edushastra.com for the PDF of this file, because I have given a long list, about 7 pages of different kinds of tones that can be used. And I've also given you some words. At least learn those words, because that might stand you in good stead. Suppose you come across this word only for today. Only today, if you have come across these words, you have learned 2 new words. Suppose, sir, I did not know what elated was, sir, but today I have learned this word. So it's very important to go through the list of words that you will get from support@edushastra.com. Now come, okay. Now just note these and tell me we'll start with the questions. Tell me the tone of the questions that I'm going to show you. The first one, and this is a very good question. Say, do I really have to sit through another boring lecture on data entry again? What do you think is the correct answer? This was very easy. Okay, peeved. Okay, because this the tone is negative. So it's not enthusiastic, it's not nostalgic, it's not optimistic and peeved. Now, how many of you know the meaning of being, what is nostalgic? Nostalgic is yearning for things that are past. Nostalgic days of my school. Okay, so when you start thinking about school, remembering something from the old days, good old days. We call them halcyon days. Okay, the best days of your life are called halcyon days, if you remember. So let's come to the next one. Peeved, irritated, angry, not wanting to sit through, complaining is peeved. Okay. Now come to the next question. Which tone is represented in the following sentence? The alarm buzzed. Jordan smashed her fist down on it hard. It flew off the nightstand and bounced off her cat Armstrong. The cat yowled indignantly and rocketed out of the room. Eerie, sarcastic, passionate, humorous. Very good. Eerie is strange. Okay. Strange and frightening. Strange and frightening. Very good. Eerie. Very good. And what do we mean by indignant? Indignant is being angry, but for the right reasons. Indignant is being angry for the right reasons. The author says the cat was indignant. That is, it was angry for the right reasons. Yowled is the sound, is the yelping sound it makes. Okay, then the cat yowled indignantly and rocketed out of the room. Very good. Come to the next one. These were easy, sir. We are getting to the thick of things. Okay, as we go along, things will become harder. Come to the third question. The The third question is the same. Come to the fourth question now. Read this and tell me which one is the correct tone. Easy. This also is easy. Yes? Quite easy, sir. Humorous. Okay. Fourth. Now, humorous. It's not bitter. It's humorous. Okay. Move on. Come to the next question now. Now, things start. Be very careful how you select it. Objective means neutral, beta, Akash. Neutral. Neither here nor there. Maths book, biology book, chemistry book, okay, grammar book, they have a neutral tone. When I don't express any emotion, it is being distant. If you do not understand any word, please do ask me. Maybe I'll also not know, but ask me. Gaurav, Valise is a suitcase. Valise is a suitcase. Very good. Very good. Most of your answers changed. It's not vague, sir. It is very precise. Okay. It is distant. It is distant. Okay. But at the same time, flaxen is black and white hair. Flaxen. Okay. And not having life. Okay. Weak hair. Vague is strange. Vague is strange or unclear. Strange or unclear. Distant, I said, is fleecy, having the look of fleece. Fleece is a kind of wool. So fleecy. Acha. Distant ka matlab hai, as objective. We are looking at the person and discussing him as if he is an object. Okay, we are talking about him as an object. So it is. We say distant and precise. Everything is explained very clearly. Okay, so let's come to the next one. Let's come to the next question. Mocking, making fun of, मजाक उड़ाना. कोई भी वर्ड होगा बताना चाहिए. इंसिसिव का मतलब क्या है? इंसिसिव का मतलब क्या है? गहराई से देखना. कटिंग. इंसाइज करने का मतलब होता है कटिंग. ठीक है, एकदम शार्प होके देखना. ये तो काम कर सकता था सर, इंसिसिव काम कर सकता था, लेकिन प्रिसाइज, everything is being explained very correctly. Here mean objective. Of course, Tushar, it means objective. We are looking at, I told you, see, I showed you that, this one, you remember? I showed you this, you see? Distant. That's why you will have to go through the list of words that I have provided at support at EduShastra. Okay, so download it, get it from there. Incisive is being sharp, and precise is being very correct. Okay, precise is accurate, and incisive is being sharp. Incisive remarks are very sharp remarks. Accurate remarks, absolutely what is to be said. Okay, correct remarks. Good. Now let's come to the next question. Here. Now questions become a little tougher. Okay, so be careful. Think about them and then tell me. Gaurav, Sandeep, Tushar, Neha, Raghav, all of them say B. Akash. Very, very good. Very good. This is explanatory, sir. Okay, it is not optimistic. It's not dubious. Okay, it's not dubious, it's not optimistic, it's also not reverent. Reverent means, yes, we could also say objective. Yes, explanatory, objective. Dubious means causing a doubt. Causing a doubt is dubious. Okay. Is it possible? ऐसा भी हो सकता है क्या? Reverent means respectful. Reverent means respectful. Okay. So let's come to the next question. Okay. Next question. Here, any other word that you want to understand? Or koi word batao, any word that stops you from understanding the paragraph? Anything that bothers you vocabulary wise, please ask. It's very important. Inheritable. Heritable, inheritable. Archit. जो inherit किया जा सकता है. That which can be got from the previous generation. Okay. Now, try this. Very nice. Very nice. Most of you have come out with the answers very quickly. Very nice. Okay. What is it? There are two words which could look a little close, but others are easy. Okay. So what do you say? Is it worrying? Now, caustic is criticizing. Caustic soda, something that burns. It's not criticism anyways. Okay. It's not criticism. That's very clear. So caustic is not the one. Okay. And it is also not contradictory. It's not, the two sentences are not contradictory. He's trying to only do two things, either cautioning us or he's worrying. So what do you think is the answer? Mind-boggling complexity that exposes. And he thinks, if anyone now thinks that biology is sorted, sorted means सब चीज अपने अपनी जगह में बैठा हुआ है, everything is orderly, then you are in for a surprise. It's not, is what he wants to say. So what is he trying to tell us? Don't sit on your hunches. Okay, it is, he's cautioning us. Biology is not an absolute science. We are still learning it. We are still learning it. It's not worrying. So be careful, a little bit more careful before answering. Okay, I'm pretty certain you can do it. Mind-boggling is completely blowing your mind. Mind-boggling is blowing your mind. Okay, and then any other word? No. Gaze is to look upon. Gaze is to see. Okay, then try this. Next question. Cajoling का मतलब है फुसलाना. Persuade. There are two words. There is a problem here. Sir, persuade and cajole mean almost the same. Almost the same. Now, when we have such kind of words from the same group, then how do we decide? Then you have to know the meaning of the words. I told you. That's why vocabulary will become important and the PDF will become important. Write to support@edushastra.com for material. Okay. Now, let's come to one more thing. यहाँ पर मैं बता रहा हूँ. ये बताना कि सर persuasive और cajoling में कौन सा लिखूं? Persuasive लिखूं या cajoling लिखूं? Okay, persuasive लिखूं या cajoling लिखूं? अब word पे हमको आना पड़ेगा, ताकत अभी word पे ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. Persuasive का मतलब है logically you are trying to make somebody understand. Logically, using logic only, and you are trying to tell somebody, asking them to do something for you. Cajoling is actually giving them an incentive. We do this with kids. First of all, we try persuasion. With kids, we try persuasion. Beta, please do your homework, and then you can come and sleep or do something, watch the TV or something. Okay. If he doesn't listen, we go one step further and we say, but if you do this, I'll give you a chocolate. So please do your homework. Okay. That is called cajoling. Now, what do you think? It is cajoling or persuasive? Just using logic Yes, it is persuasive. Very nice. Now, there is also one more. One is called coercive. Okay. Coercive. Here also, I'm trying to force you to do something. C-O-E-R-C-I-V-E, coercive. Now, when I'm coercing you, I'm putting a gun to your head. Do it or else. Okay. I said persuasive is trying to make somebody understand, make somebody do something through logic, Ronak. Here, cajoling is also trying to make somebody do something that you want them to do, but by giving them incentives. Coercive is also asking somebody to do something you want them to do, but by forcing them. Nahi karoge to jaan gavaoge. Okay, so coercive. Okay, so understand the forcing somebody to do something. Comrades, friends. Comrades, friends. Okay. Any other word? No. Come to the next question now. Come to the next question now. Okay. Now we will go back and I'll ask you something else. This is the first round we are doing. Okay. We are learning the tone. We'll come back and I'll ask you one more question. Okay. What is the difference between, very good question, Tushar, very good question, narrative and descriptive? Now this also you keep asking me, the other words also. Narrative is when it looks like a story. Okay. Narrative style usually has description like a story, event to event. Okay. Horizontally, event to event, vertically, and usually it is used for experiences or telling stories and in the first person. Telling stories and in the first person. Usually narratives will be I, we, etc. Okay, as if I am talking to you. Okay, it'll have a conversational style. Is narrative. Descriptive is explanatory. Whatever you see, you explain. जो जैसा है उसको देख देख करके वैसे के वैसे explain कर रहा हूं तो descriptive. Clear? Narrative can be descriptive, but it will have some more elements. उसमें क्या होगा? Narrative में क्या हो जाएगा? If I'm explaining it, I'll have the first person. I'll be telling you something like a story. Then it's narrative. Try this. 9th question. I'm looking at all the options. I'm waiting. Pompous means showing off. Pompous means showing off. I know a lot. Saddled, burdened. Sandeep, saddle. Horse के ऊपर में saddle लगता है. Saddled is burdened. What do you think is the name? Okay. Light-hearted is simply touching the subject in such a way that a smile comes to your lips. Okay. Almost like mocking, but it's not exactly mocking. I'm just being light-hearted. I'm not making it very serious. Opposite of serious is light-hearted. Do you think he's sitting like this? And saying English, speak English word. It is light-hearted. Okay. Absolutely. Light-hearted is making, it's not serious. And it is also not critical. Okay, it's not pompous. So the only word we are left with is light-hearted. And let me tell you, the same passage can turn into a serious note. Okay, by saying, see, that is why English speaking is so difficult, and I take on a serious note possible. I take on a pompous note, but I am sure I can teach all of you English spelling because it's quite easy. Something like as if I know everything, you don't know anything, then it will be pompous. Okay. Then critical, light-hearted, it brings a smile to your lips. Critical is when you are serious and saying that this is not to be done. Alochana karna. Very good question. What could have made this passage pompous? Like the same thing. Okay, I say, I can teach you everything. English is the only language you see. There is no other language that comes close to it in terms of its grandiosity, something like that. Then you would say immediately, say, come on, don't say that. Okay, spelling is very difficult. We understand that it can, that's okay, but then it does not make it grand. So if I'm pompous, I start showing things in very high, in big light. Then it actually is. Okay. Then yes. Swapnil, it looks like critical. Very good question, sir. It looks very critical. Okay, but then are you going like serious? Then if you go serious, then why not serious? If you say critical, then I'll ask you why not serious? Because these two words are similar. Okay, you see, saying it like this, the spelling is the most important thing. It's such a thing. Look at the choice of words. Okay, the oddity that we all perceive most readily is its spelling, which is indeed a nightmare. Showing off anything. He's not. It's not pompous, Vida. The answer is not pompous. The answer is light-hearted. Or not serious. Very good. Aditi, I am doing two things. See, light-hearted. See, let's come to this. Is it serious, first of all? Is it serious, first of all? No. So the writing is not is not trying to make it a serious issue. When he's not serious, can he be critical? The two words are, can he be critical without becoming serious? And if you become critical without being serious, then you are actually mocking somebody. मजाक उड़ा रहे हो. और मजाक उड़ाने का मतलब हंसी आने का मतलब light hearted. See how it works? What I saw was two words very close. Okay, I say serious and critical. अगर serious नहीं हो सकता, critical नहीं हो सकता. Critical नहीं हो सकता, serious नहीं हो सकता. तो मेरे पास दो ही word रह गया. Pompous हो नहीं सकता, light hearted. Okay, and then look at the language. English speakers know that their language is odd. He's not making a case for being oddity is a very serious issue. He's not making that. The first sentence itself. And then this is, which is indeed a nightmare. And there is nothing called a spelling bee. Almost. तो बात तो सही बोल रहा है. Spelling bee बोलकर किस language में होता है? Every language goes by the sound it makes, and we have the terms, we have the description, the illustration to write that. But English is not normal. Is it not a normal language? It is. The spelling is not normal. Okay, so there are many places where you can see that lightheartedness. It's not trying to turn it into a serious issue. Gambhir issue nahi bana raha. How to differentiate between mocking and lightheartedness? You can't do it. You can't do it. Lighthearted, mocking hi to hai. Mocking hi to hai. Another word for lighthearted is mocking. Another like when you come, when I ask you to come at 10 o'clock, okay, and it is a Sunday, and you turn up at 12 o'clock, I say, Wah, mere lal, sahi samay pe aa gaye phir ek baar. Okay, I was not trying to make it a very serious issue. I was not trying to be critical of you. I just wanted you to smile, me to smile. Get the point? And mocking lighthearted is one and the same thing. That's why, again, मैं बता रहा हूँ, वो PDF जो दूंगा, वो PDF जो आपको support@edusastra.com से मिलेगा, वो बहुत important है. Swapnil, very good question again. Do you think a nightmare is indeed a nightmare? बहुत बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है, लिख ही नहीं पाते हैं भैया, वो तो बहुत इसमें डाल देता है. हाँ, saddled लिखा है, saddened नहीं लिखा है, saddled लिखा है. With the burdened, the language is burdened, okay, and saddled means burdening it. Saddling it is burdening it with it. This one. Vijay, you'll get the PDF by writing to support@edusastra.com. Tushar, simply say, please make available the material related to tones. Make tone related materials available to the class, to me, your email ID. Okay, done. Let's move on to the next one. Are you happy? And oddity, somebody asked me, what is oddity? Oddity is strangeness. Strangeness. I'll tell you in the next class. I'll tell you in the next class. Okay, Tushar, how to use them, I'll tell you in the next class. You get it first. Pompous Aryan showing off. Showing off. My English is the best language in the world. You see how good it is. ऐसा कुछ है क्या? घमंड दिखाना आ रहा. Is he showing pride? Rather, the opposite. He's actually making fun of it. Rather than showing pride in this one in English. Showing off anything, right? Why should he use the word? Why should he use the word? We are talking about tones. We are talking about tones. We are talking about the emotion. मेरे से अच्छा कोई teacher नहीं है. Have I to tell you that I'm being proud? Have I to use that word proud? I'm being proud and then I tell you. When I do that, you immediately know, sir, very vain. Okay, देखो बच्चों के सामने घमंड करते हैं. Understand that. Now try this. Very good question again. Read, take your time, and then ask. Tone we are talking about, okay? Tone we are talking about. There are primarily two tones which seem here. So. दो चीजें दिख रहा है. Okay? Very good. Very good. Most of you are saying these two. ठीक है? Reflective का मतलब है, when I say reflective, I'm thinking about something that is past. I am thinking about something that is past. So there are two. So it also looks like narrative. Looks like a story. Okay? But the entire story seems to be like those days, school taught me many things. And people will, when I think about it, people will say, even my friends will say that we had two kinds of educations. We had two kinds of educations, which means you're thinking more than adopting a narrative style. Okay. There is one more thing I want to tell you. There is a difference between style and tone. There is a difference between style and tone. Tone is essentially the emotion. Okay. Mostly what happens in your exams, listen to me very, very carefully. This is a very important thing I'm going to tell you. Okay. Sometimes the question that comes to you is, what is the style? I have not taught you style. I'll tell you what a style is. And sometimes they ask you the question tone. But there is a slight difference between style and tone. Style is the organization of the paragraph. Descriptive styles. The tone must be objective. Descriptive styles, explanatory styles, objective tones, distant tones. But sometimes what happens is these exam people, they do not make a distinction sometimes. They make a distinction sometimes. So now let us understand that tone and style are mostly thought of as interchangeable. दोनों को एक जैसे ही सोचा जाता है, स्टाइल और टोन, लेकिन फर्क है। स्टाइल है किस तरीके से पैराग्राफ को अरेंज किया गया है। मान लो 5 पैराग्राफ्स, देयर आर 5 पैराग्राफ्स, हाउ डिड आई अरेंज द पैराग्राफ्स, नॉट अबाउट द टोन, आई एम आस्किंग यू हाउ हैव आई अरेंज द पैराग्राफ्स. I can arrange the paragraphs by taking one by one. I talk about part A, part B, part C, part D. I'm rating it in a descriptive style. The tone will be objective tone, neutral tone. If I'm writing the maths book, if I'm writing a, say, biology book, and I'm writing 5 paragraphs, it will have no tone. Okay? But it will be explanatory. Sometimes what happens in your exam is they mix both of them. So be careful how you are going to deal with this. Okay, I can't help you much more than that. Apart from telling you that there are only 2 things, style and tone, and style is the organization and tone is the emotion. The question says tone. So though I told you that narrative can also be a tone, if this word was not there, if this, agar ye word na hota, main narrative hi bolta, स्टाइल को ही टोन बना के बोल देता. लेकिन यहां पर मैं अगर मैं इमोशन की बात करूं, भाव की बात करूं, भाव तो रिफ्लेक्टिव है. सोचने पहले सोच रहा है अपने पुराने दिनों के बारे में. ठीक है सर, ये रिफ्लेक्टिव ना होता तो नैरेटिव मार देते हैं. हाँ, कर देता हूं. इफ द वर्ड रिफ्लेक्टिव wasn't there, I would have marked narrative. But if the question was, what is the style of the passage, what is the organization of the paragraph, then this is not my answer, then narrative is the answer. Okay, so these guys do it. Okay, for all practical purposes, you can think that the structure and the tones are one and the same thing. But according to the question, you have to make that differentiation also. How is maths hard being light-hearted? Acha, maths is hard. If the book itself says, if the book again and again, okay, if the book again and again says maths is very hard and they show it to you in a very easy way, then I would say that they have adopted a light-hearted way. Can you provide the PDF here, Sandeep? Yes, I can do that. Okay, before we end the class, remind me, I'll put the PDF here also. Why it is not narrative? Because Jyoti, ask me why it is not narrative. Don't ask me why it is narrative. See, here he's talking about his life. Okay, in school days, what all did we do? In school days, what all did we do? Where? Acha. Well. Understand the difference. That's what I'm telling you. See, what I'm trying to tell you here is, understand this. There is a difference between style, which is organization of the paragraphs, and then tone, which is the emotion expressed. What is the emotion expressed? Tell me that. What is the feeling that comes through? I'm not asking you how it is arranged. Then what will you mark? Simply tell me that. Okay, narrative is a style, that is, you arrange them, I said, going from one event to the other, or explaining things in a with a personal touch. That is there. Explaining things with a personal touch. Wait, philosophical will come to Nandini. Just hold on. Okay, giving it a personal touch. So that narrative style is there, organization is there. But what is the tone? He's thinking, काश वो सब दिन में हम लोग ये सब करते थे. We used to do those things those days. We got 2 different kinds of educations. Both of them were useful. Okay, that's done. Now that you understood, so therefore it is reflective. But if the question itself was style, if the question says style, now let me give you some words for style also. Let me give you some words for style. ओके, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की भी बात कर लेते हैं. स्टाइल की अगर क्वेश्चन आए तो सर इसमें कौन कौन से वर्ड्स आते हैं? फर्स्ट इज डिस्क्रिप्टिव. रिमेंबर, डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टाइल हैज अ टोन, यूजुअली एन ऑब्जेक्टिव टोन और न्यूट्रल टोन. डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टाइल में ऑब्जेक्टिव टोन होता है. नैरेटिव में कोई भी, नैरेटिव स्ट्रक्चर में कोई भी टोन हो सकता है. कहानी बताने की चीज है, दुखी भी करवा सकता हूं, खुशी भी करवा सकता हूं. ठीक है. देन we have cause and effect. 2 paragraphs are causes, 2 paragraphs are effects. Okay. The tone could be any. Again, the effect is the main point. If I want to make, then the effect, whatever tone, whatever emotion it expresses, will be the tone of the passage. Cause effect. Okay. Reasons. There is an issue, and I'm writing the reasons. Reason number 1, reason number 2, reason number 3. So I'm writing it in terms of importance. All the paragraphs have been arranged in terms of importance, starting with the most important to the least important, or starting with the least important to going to the maximum important. And then we have another style called chronological style. Chronological style. Time-wise arrangement. Time-wise arrangement. Remember, there is a difference between style and tone. Style is the organization, tone is the emotion. Many exams do not make a differentiation. That time you need to be more careful. That is what I'm trying to tell you. Did you understand now? कुछ एग्जाम्स इन दोनों के बीच में फर्क नहीं करते, दोनों वर्ड्स को मिलाकर देते हैं, दोनों वर्ड्स को मिलाकर देते हैं. अगर मान लो 2 क्लोज वर्ड हो गए, जैसे कि इसमें है, how will you understand? तब ये जो मैं डिफरेंस बताया वो काम आएगा कि one is a structure and one is a tone. Then you can actually work it out there. Do you understand? Do you get me now, Aditi? Do you understand how it works? Now let's come to the next one. Sir, what is philosophical? What is philosophical? Philosophy is a belief. Philosophy is a belief. Now, if I express my belief, this is a past event. It's a past event. It's a fact. It is not a philosophy. Okay? Philosophy is, I believe nobody should actually tell a lie. Come what may. Come what may. Even if it kills somebody, okay, I should always tell I should always tell the truth. Something like that. Okay, that's a philosophy. You believe in it. Okay, so philosophies are beliefs. There is no belief here. It's a past event that he's talking about. Okay, now, what is hunter-gatherer? Very good. Please give some questions related to style also. Of course, when I do that class where all the questions are together, I'll put all of them. Style questions, tone questions, everything. Today we are focusing on tones. And then once we are done, I'll start giving you longer passages where everything will come. Don't worry. Hunter-gatherer, who are hunter-gatherers? Nowadays, we are civilized. We stay at one place. But when civilization started, how were the people? They would go from one place to the other, hunt, gather. So hunter-gatherer. Tushar, did you understand? Yes? Acha. Is there any other question that you want to ask? According to this, immerse yourself means पूरी तरीके से डूब जाना, to sink into something. What is hypocritical? Very good. Sir, hypercritical is okay. This is all a play on words. Okay. Hypercritical is being very, very critical. Hyper means low. Hypo means low. So can you think of a word which is similar to hypocritical from the words we have learned? Not all that critical. Hypothermia, absolutely. Very good, Raghav. Which means serious, hypocritical. Hypercritical will be serious. Hypocritical is, I'm not being so serious. Then, Akash, light-hearted. Absolutely. We say light-hearted, mocking, mazak karne wala, hansi lane wala, humorous. Okay, all those things will come in. Okay. Janbooch karke, I'll give you words to confuse you, because vocabulary is very important for tone questions. Okay. Then read this. And there is one more word. This also we will learn. Vainglorious is very proud. Being very proud. There is no word called proudy. Okay, please don't ever use the word, even if it comes to your mind, kick it out of your mind. There is no word in English called proudy. Pride and proud. Pride is the noun, proud is the adjective. Foibles, very good question. Foibles are shortcomings, Arpit. shortcomings. Quintessentially, basically, as the essence of it, निचोड़ निकाल दिया जाए तो vainglorious, I said, is being very proud. Akash, बहुत घमंड दिखाना, aggressively proud. Enigmatic, mysterious, mysterious. Something not easy to understand or solve. Read the entire sentence, understand the main purpose. Understand the main purpose and then tell me the answer. And argumentative is taking one side and sticking to it. In school days, we used to do debates, right? Okay. An argumentative tone will be when you take one side and you don't want to look into the other side at all. I'm not going to be analytical. I'm going to take only side A and you take side B and you only talk about side B. So which one is the answer now? Read it. What is the main purpose? Understand that. What is the main purpose of writing this paragraph? And then tell me the tone. Main purpose is what? Which sentence is the main purpose sentence? Last three lines. Of course, Aditi. Absolutely. You're bang on. Okay. You say that very, very correctly. Now you tell me, what is the real challenge? What is the real challenge? The real challenge is to understand the immensity of the universe, in that scales, in those scales. For us, everything is limited to the earth. Okay, everything is limited to the earth. Can we do it at that scale? Is it so easy? No, it is difficult. Very good. It is very difficult. So we are looking for a word like difficult. Which one is the answer? We are looking for a word like very difficult. We cannot actually understand the universe with our limited concepts, because whatever we do, it's too huge. Absolutely. A or D is the correct one. Argumentative is I take one side and keep saying I'm not looking into the other side. He's not doing that. He's trying to tell us, he's actually given us good enough reasons to think this way. It's not argumentative. It is analyzed. It clearly says, I have seen what do we do? Even in the best of movies and even in the best of research, what can we do? The maximum that we cannot travel at the speed of light. So there is no way you are going to say anything big about the universe. Okay. Sci-fi seems to be distinctly human in character. Is that the purpose of writing this passage? Akash? Is it not the supporting idea? Against or for? Aryan, let's talk about argumentative. Let me give you an example. Okay. Enigmatic is hidden. Of course, Raga. Hidden, mysterious, hard to solve. There are so many meanings. Conundrum, puzzle. There are so many meanings. Why is something a mystery? Because it's a puzzle. You cannot find a solution. Okay. What are foibles? Foibles are shortcomings. Swastika. Foibles are shortcomings. Okay. Now, understanding the main purpose will give us the answer. Acha, argumentative, there are some examples. I say, which one is a better team? India or Australia? Okay. Some of us say Australia. I'm not going to look into the good side of India at all. I'm going to only and only support Australia. Okay, there are some people who support only India. Both of them are argumentative. Somebody comes in the middle and he says, I'm going to look at the good and bad of Australia. I'm going to look at the good and bad of Australia, India, and then try to logically reach a conclusion. I'm analytical. Vainglorious is very proud. Impossible outcomes. Of course, Aditi. Yes, you can. Because, see, enigmatic is a synonym for a puzzle. Something that is puzzling is enigmatic. Mysterious, puzzling, mysterious, enigmatic. So here he actually tells us, here he comes up with a puzzle which cannot be solved. Not now. आज के दिन में solve तो नहीं हो सकता धरती पर. ठीक है? So he is presenting us a conundrum. I could have written conundrum. He is presenting a conundrum लिख देता मैं. ठीक है? लेकिन instead of doing that, I wrote the word enigmatic, which is of course a synonym. A synonym. Analytical and critical. Very good. Swastika. Again, that's a very good question now. Okay. Analytical is I look at the how, why of things. I look into the how and why of things. Kaise hua, kyun hua, how and why of things, analytical. Okay. And then after doing this, I take sides. It's a critical analysis. When I put the two words together, critical analysis, I'll have to also analyze and then criticize. Analyze and then criticize is critical analysis. Okay. But separately, analytical will be simply looking into the whys of things. Okay. Why and how of things. And critical will be criticizing. So understand this. Critical analysis is something different. Critical analysis, when I put the two words together, it has got a different meaning. First of all, you have to analyze and then also criticize. After analyzing, criticizing. In one case, what I do is I simply am critical. I'm simply criticizing. I'm simply being argumentative and saying that something is bad. It should not happen that way. Something is bad. It should not happen that way. That is being argumentative. Okay. Now, argumentative again. See, I'm trying to explain things to you with all their complexities. Argumentative can be positive or negative. Argumentative can be positive or negative. You can argue for a cause or against a cause. Critical is always against a cause. Critical is always against something. Okay. But when you are argumentative, I could actually take sides. Side lena, paksh lena. Argumentative. Critical होना, किसी को गलत ही बोलना. Critical analysis, analyze and then criticize. ठीक है, words को याद रखना, बहुत important. What will be objective? Objective is when I'm looking at something and telling you as it is. When I'm looking at something and telling you as it is. I look at this pen and I say, this is black. It's about, say, 8 inches long. Okay, it is used to do something. This is called objective writing. No tone. Objective writing, no tone. Okay. Describing. Objective, everything comes together, but then if it is structure and tone, please be careful. Then this one, 12th question. What is subjective? I'm coming to that. Refrain means to keep away from. Pragati, dur rehna. What is subjective? I'll tell you. Any material you want to join the class tomorrow, you have to write to support@edushastra.com and state your need. Ambiguous का मतलब है double meaning. Ambiguous का मतलब unclear meaning होना, चूंकि वो दो तरफा meaning दे रहा है. Optimistic is सकारात्मक, having a positive feeling. Absolutely. Very good. It is worrying. Very, very good. Okay. And ambiguous, whenever I say ambi in any word, it means two. Ambi or amphi means two. So ambiguous having two meanings. So it's not clear to you. क्या करवाना चाहते हो? ये या वो? ठीक है. Why are you ambiguous? Why are you not clear? Okay. Refrain. I'm sorry. It's a common refrain. Now, refrain used as a verb means dur rehna. Somebody asked me this word. I'm sorry, I did not notice that it was used as a noun. Okay. And as a noun means repeated speech. Repeated speech. We are doomed is a common refrain in casual conversation about climate change. Why is it not optimistic? Because, Swapnil, what is the main point? What is the main point? What is the main point? Is the main point? No. Hold on for a second. Optimistic means hoping. Yes. Yeah. First of all, see, I told you that there could be multiple tones within a passage. Let's go back. Let's take steps back and then come back to that. Where did I tell you the tones are? Kisko tone manna hai? Let's listen. Listen to this small example. I was so happy. I was so happy that I could finish the task on time. However, I was not paid for my job. Okay, I was not paid for my job. The payment took so long that I had to incur a loss. Tone kya hai? Tone is positive or negative? Swapnil, very good. Very good. Negative. The same way, Swapnil, what we should see is here. It is all we can hope for is to minimize. All we can hope for is to minimize climate change by keeping global average temperature to less than this one. Okay. It is still physically possible. And then there is a clause, there is a condition. It is physically possible. But will the world want to do it? Will the world want to do it? You see? But realizing, this sentence becomes very important now. But realizing 1.5 degree consistent pathways could require rapid and systemic changes on unprecedented scales. आज तक जो नहीं हुआ है, वो होना है. तो ऑप्टिमिस्टिक है क्या? आज तक जो नहीं हुआ है, बच तो सकते हैं, लेकिन आज तक हमने जो सोचा ही नहीं, वो करना पड़ेगा. कैसा लग रहा है? If you remove the last line, if you say I can achieve it, but all said and done, I still think we can achieve it. अगर ऐसे कुछ लिख देता तो हो जाता. The author starts with by saying that we are doomed, and then he says that global temperature can be kept, at least has to be kept under 1.5 degree. Okay. Which is still physically possible, the research says, but for that, humongous task must be taken. Now, is it worrying or it is optimistic? That's why I say go for the primary purpose. Only then you will understand. Here, this is what is the primary purpose, says the Intergovernmental. This is the primary purpose of the passage. That though it's physically possible, is it still, can we really do it? Is the question. Worrying. There are no other words. So worrying. Okay. Come to the next question. Very good. Very, very good. In the same way, keep asking. Keep asking. Don't take my word for it. You want to fight it, fight it. Only then you will understand. Vinod sir ne bata diya, maine maan liya, wo mat karna. Okay. I love it when people ask me questions, because then you will learn. I can give you better explanations. What is doomed? What is doomed? Doom is not no hope. Yes, hopeless, bound to fall. Very good. Very nice. What is unprecedented? इसके पहले कभी ना हुआ. Unprecedented. It has not happened before this. Never seen before. Absolutely. Try the next question. Now it is bigger. 13th question. Dystopian is an imaginary world or imaginary place where there is unlimited suffering. Unlimited suffering. The opposite of dystopia is utopia. The opposite of dystopia is utopia. Utopia is the absolute happiness. Permanent jahan ho. Swarg, Nark. Alakhya. Heavens, utopia. Imaginary. Hell, dystopia, imaginary. Wait, this is not easy. Where is the main purpose? Where is the main purpose? Only then. The first paragraph or the second paragraph? Skeptical means doubtful. Not sure of something. Which place actually? Swapnil, where are you? Okay. Where is the main purpose? What is the main purpose of writing this? Good, good, very good. Very good. Yet a growing body. Who said that? Very nicely said. Okay. This is where the main purpose starts. Yet a growing body of research shows that there is no strong toggle in the brain between fiction and non-fiction. People often incorporate lessons from fictional stories into their beliefs, attitudes, and value judgments, sometimes without even being aware of what they are, why they are doing so. Okay. Now the question is it supported by, is the argument that people look at non-fiction and take it into their life as fiction, is it supported by research, or it is only the author's opinion? Research. So it is analytical or argumentative? Tone. Analytical. Very good. Why is it not objective? It's not objective, sir, because I'm simply not looking at things as they are. I'm trying to prove a point. I'm trying to prove a point. So I'm being analytical. Not say, very good. So he's actually saying that these are some of the things from research. It's not my say so. It's not my say so. I'm basing it on the research, that is a growing body of research is showing that people do take. There are no things like this is my non-fictional realm and this is my fictional realm. And I'm not supposed to come from here to this. Okay, people do it, he says. Okay. So an academic paper will be analytical. Of course, it has to be. Otherwise, how will you write an academical paper? Okay. Now, then controversial, no. Now, controversial, see, very good. See, here I am contradicting. I am contradicting what has been said in the previous passage, previous paragraph. Okay. I'm contradicting maybe. I'm contradicting maybe. But I'm not creating a controversy. विवाद खड़ा नहीं कर रहा हूं. विवाद नहीं खड़ा कर रहा हूं. Argumentative and analysis. I'm coming to that, Tushar. Wait for a second. That's why it is that's why it is not controversial. I'm not pushing you into a place where there is a विवाद खड़ी हो गई. It is See, growing body of research is actually giving me the support. So it's not a controversy I'm creating. Okay, I'm giving you support. Okay, now. Analytical and not argumentative. It's not argumentative because it is not the author's opinion which he blindly is following. He's not, see, when we follow one side of the story blindly by not looking into the other side at all, when you go to the World Cup, you know very well that India was not at all there in the picture. It's not going to go into the finals. You still wanted it to win. You were argumentative. Okay, not using reason. What you're doing is you want something to happen, so I'm going to stick to it. Okay, that is being argumentative. But if I use data, if I look into the why of things, ऐसे क्यों मैं बोल रहा हूँ, ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है, if I look into the why and how, then I'm being analytical. Now you tell me, do you understand the difference between analytical and argumentative? Getting it? Okay. Aditi, controversial you asked? Yes. One is, sir, a little problematic here. Analytical, well, is analytical a tone or a style? Now, if I ask you, is it not the case? Subjective and argumentative. Subjective is more, yeah, very good question again. Subjective and argumentative is simply, subjective is being opinionated. So one and the same thing. Being subjective and being argumentative are one and the same thing. Everybody has a different opinion. Strong toggle means something that can be switched on and off. Something that keeps pulling it this side or that side. He says there are no strong toggles. Okay, no, you are not supposed to go there. Come back. I'm switching it off because my non-fictional area is done. So I'm not going to get into fictional area. This is real life. That is imaginary life. Okay? तो भाई इससे उसमें नहीं जाना है. ऐसा नहीं होता. People do go, he says. There are no strong toggles. It's so easy for us to understand. Okay? Movie में देख लिया somebody doing some stunt. You want to do it here also. We tried with on our motorcycles also. Okay, they are trained people, but we do it without training. So that is the thing. Clear? Let's go to the next question now. Any other word that is getting stuck here? What is the opposite of dystopia? I said. Do you recall it? Utopia. Very good. Very good. Don't say Ethiopia. Subjective and argumentative. Yatharth, subjective and argumentative are one and the same thing. Subjective का मतलब जैसे you are a subject. यथार्थ के मन में क्या है? What does Yatharth have in his mind? I have this point, sir, and I'm going to only stick to this. Okay? Argumentative or subjective? See, ice cream is tasty. Is objective or subjective? Subjective. Very good. Now, when somebody starts supporting it, I say ice cream is the worst thing you can eat. And you say, I can also become argumentative. Exactly what I'm saying. When it is something is subjective, we can also become argumentative there because I'll start taking that side.
The reading comprehension main idea questions. अब main idea या main concept या central idea, central concept, ये questions बहुत important होता है RC में. Many of the things when we talk about the RC, most of the IQ tests when we talk about, majority of the marks are in the reading comprehension, and obviously there is a very clear understanding why the reading comprehension, because you don't need any prior knowledge, and it's a pure IQ form of testing. So in the reading comprehension, you may have many of the questions which may be talking about the paragraphs, which may be talking about some sentences in the paragraph, but the most difficult questions in reading comprehension are the main idea questions, or the central idea. You may call it a central concept, main concept, आप जो भी बोलते जाइए. Now, in these things, in these questions are usually having a difficulty level which is much more than, I would call it more than 95 percentile kind of a difficulty level. That is, if you are marking it correctly, your marks would be standing somewhere close to more than 95 percentile in the verbal section. Usually, when you have 4 questions in every reading comprehensions, you will have some questions which will be easy. But most difficult questions comes from critical reasoning or the main idea or the central idea questions. Now, in these central idea questions, what exactly happens is many of the people have a different kind of a strategy looking at the main idea questions. But I'll talk about 3 main strategies which people use and how the accuracy level changes. I'll use the same paragraph which I used in the previous class even, and I think it was taken in the morning sessions. But I think with your batch, I haven't taken this paragraph of the comprehension. I haven't taken, but then also I'll show you the reading comprehension. This is a nutmeg curse. I have used this passage with one of the batch. I'm using the same the thing, so that this when we talk about this was asked in the slot 3, one of the IQ test, and I would call it close to a medium and a hard difficulty level kind of a question. This is. Now, in this passage, what I have done is I have divided the passage into 3 main parts. And what I will show is 3 different ways of looking at it, 3 different strategies which people use, and how that usage of strategies changes the accuracy level. Now, one strategy which people usually talk about, I'll just show you the strategy which people talk about is many of the people, I would say 90% of the people looking at the reading comprehension uses this kind of a strategy. This strategy, in which I call it, after reading a passage, that is, you read the passage, and after reading the passage, you go to the answers. I meant to say, you read through the whole passage, and then you're going to the answers. Now, in this, what will happen is, in most of the IQ tests, when you are dealing with a very high difficulty level questions, till the time you're reaching the end, you will have a very different perception of the whole passage. A perception, a passage can change its path, its tone, its theme, and even the central idea. The idea seems to, what would happen is, in a difficult RCs, the idea would take a very drastic shifts. And till the time you're reaching the I would say the end of the passage, you will end up in a situation where your understanding of the passage will be very different from a holistic understanding of the passage. At the point, what I'm saying is, at the end of the passage, you may have an idea of the passage which may not be the central idea. I meant to say, which might be the idea which is you are able to see only in the final passage or the last passage. Now, in this kind of a strategy, most of the teachers teach this kind of strategy in which you go through the whole passage, and after reading the passage, you go to the questions and then you mark the main idea. What will happen in these passages is, you will have not more than 60% of accuracy level. Now, one more strategy which people use is, which I think is used by maybe you may call it 9.9% people. In this, what will happen is, every passage people will read and will paraphrase. Many of the teachers, ये भी आपको काफी टीचर्स पढ़ाते हैं. अब इस स्ट्रैटेजी में क्या होता है, आई विल कॉल इट एवरी पैराफ्रेज यू में ऑल्सो कॉल इट साइन पोस्ट. ओके, हम एक साइन पोस्ट लगाते हैं. आई गिव एन एग्जांपल. लेट्स से एक एनालॉजी लेते हैं जिसमें यू आर इन अ वेरी dense forest. Let's say Amazon forest and you are passing through it. I'll take it the same Same thing, just like in the very difficult comprehensions, you are passing through the reading very difficult passages, taking different turns and curves and trails and everything, and you're reaching some kind of destination. But in when we talk about in the let's say in the forest, what we'll do when we are passing through a very dense forest, we'll keep on putting your signpost or signs. We call in if you have been into trekking, I think most of the people do go for trekking when you go for hill stations and all. In the trekking, what we do is we put trail signs to have our path, to I would say follow back the path or to understand the path. Or you may call it signpost, trail signpost. In the same way, when you're dealing with the difficult passages, you paraphrase or you keep on putting signposts into it. Now, in this, what will happen is every passage will have a signpost. Let's say there are 3 paragraphs of the passage, and every paragraph will have a signpost. One signpost, 3 and 4, and that paraphrasing then people look at and go for the main idea questions. Now, in this, what happens is your accuracy will be close to 80 to 90%. Now, coming to the third kind of a category or strategy, which I'm going to talk about this in this session, is when we say, I call it, I would say, double signpost strategy. In double signpost, what exactly will the accuracy level will be close to 100%. What exactly in the double signpost we do is, when we read a passage, we go for 2 kind of a paraphrasing. One paraphrasing is that of that paragraph. Okay, so first thing will be the paragraph. So, okay, whatever that para is, and you will have a kind of a paraphrasing or a signpost done for that paragraph. The second thing, I will call it holistic. In this holistic, what will happen is, let's say you are reading the first passage, so you will have the paragraph, a kind of a paraphrasing, or you writing the whole paragraph into some few words. थोड़े से words में 3-4 words या 5 words में हम total एक synopsis देंगे उस paragraph का. But when we go to the second paragraph, what we will do is we will have 2 kind of a paraphrasing now done. Not in the first paragraph, but in the second paragraph. The first paragraph paraphrasing will be of that paragraph, and second would be the paraphrasing of all the paragraphs till that situation or that place. I meant to say, when you are reading, when you have read the second paragraph, you will have 2 kind of a thing, in which one would be the paraphrasing of the first or the signpost of the second paragraph, and the second paraphrasing of the signpost will be of the holistic, that is 1 combined with the 2. Now you will have 2 kind of a double signpost kind of a strategy. Your accuracy will go to 100% in this. If you are attempting the main idea or central idea questions using the double signpost strategy, your accuracy will be very high. Would be very high. And one more thing which I want to talk about. Let's say now you are reaching the third paragraph. In the third paragraph, the first paraphrasing, the first signpost would be of that third paragraph, and the second paraphrasing which you will do of the third paragraph would be the holistic, I would say, paraphrasing of the signpost, in which what will happen is the second paraphrasing would be talking about all the 3 paragraphs till now. So let's say if there are 4 paragraphs, 5 paragraphs, 6 paragraphs, 7 paragraphs, the same thing will keep on running. In the 8th paragraph, let's say if you're reaching, usually we don't have 8 paragraphs, let's say, but in a situation so that you understand it better. If you're in the 8th paragraph, the first paraphrasing is of the 8th paragraph, and the second paraphrasing of the signpost would be of all the passages till now. And when you are reaching the last passage, the second paraphrase would be the main idea of the whole passage. Now, what exactly we have done is, in one of the video, which in the previous video, what I was talking about was a strategy of predicting an answer before going into the answers will increase your accuracy a lot. In the same way, in this strategy even, actually you're reaching the answer before even moving to the options and the answers. Main idea, central idea questions would be everywhere. And whenever you see a central idea or main idea questions, go for this strategy, and what you will see is the second paragraph, the holistic signpost or the paraphrasing would be your main idea before even reaching the options of the the answer options of the question. In all the IQ test, if you are having a very high difficulty level questions, what exactly the trick which would be there would be all the options would be correct. And not only the options, even all the options would have all the words, all the phrases or all the clauses which you would be guessing in the answer. So if you're moving into the option, the answer options before reaching a conclusion or before having your own answer, the option or the probability of you marking it wrong would be very high. Now, I'll just give an example. I'll use the same kind of a passage. I'll give an example to you using a passage so that you understand how this strategy is used. This is the same kind of a passage which I used the last time even. The biggest challenge the nutmeg curse of Bush throws down is to the prevailing understanding of when the climate crisis started. Most of us have accepted that it started with the widespread use of coal at the beginning of the industrial age in the 18th century and worsened with the mass adoption of oil and natural gas in the 20th. Normal thing है कि हमारा climate change कब start हुआ है, coal, petrol, everyone knows, okay. But the author takes the history at least 3 centuries back to the start of the European colonialism in the 15th century. He starts the book with the 1621 massacre, but the Dutch invaders determined to impose a monopoly on the nutmeg cultivation. Nutmeg is a kind of a spice, okay. Usually हमारे इंडिया में भी वो स्पाइस की वजह से आए थे और इंडोनेशिया में भी स्पाइस they were actually spice was very costly at that time in trading में, so it was a very profitable business. A small spice may cost quite a lot of money. अच्छा, okay. Determined to impose a monopoly on the nutmeg cultivation and trade in the Banda Islands in the today's Indonesia. Not only do the Dutch systematically depopulate the islands through genocide, they also try their best to bring nutmeg cultivation into the plantation mode. So basically, what the European they were doing was they were not only killing the people but also changing the ecology or the even the crops and even the climate of that area. That's what author is trying to say. Now, let's say if I'm putting a paraphrase of this passage, okay. Now, when I use a paraphrasing, what I will do, let's say this is the first paragraph, so I cannot use the two signposts here. So the first signpost, the paraphrase or the signpost of this thing. What are we talking about? We are talking about what we call it. We are talking about colonialism. We are talking about. We are talking about even the genocide. Genocide. This word genocide is made by gene. Gene side. Gene basically is a I would say the molecular form of DNA and RNA in a cell. That is, gene usually is a blueprint of the whole person. The word ideally should be genocide, but this is pronounced as genocide. Okay, so these are the two words when we are talking about two main aspects, and that is this paragraph. If I'm putting a signpost, I'll say colonialism, genocide. These are two things it has talked about. Okay. Now, when I reach the second paragraph, now we will be using the two signposts here. Now you will have to see it very carefully how we do it. Reading the paragraph. These are the 2 points to which the author returns to examples from around the world. The one example he is giving is the European colonialists decimated not only the indigenous population but also indigenous understanding of the relationship between human and the earth. Now, till now, we are talking about the genocide aspect, that is the human aspect. But now we will start talking about the earth and the climate thing. How the people who were invading also invaded the earth, also invaded the climate. That's why we are coming to. The author is changing she's shifting I would say the goalpost here. Where we was. 2. How this was an invasion not only of the humans but of the earth itself, and how this contributes to the present day by looking at the nature as a resource to exploit. We know we are facing more frequent and more severe heat waves. We can easily see right now in northern India. Even the temperature right now is reaching around 45, 47 and higher. And storms, floods, droughts, and wildfire due to the climate change. We know our expansion through deforestation, dam building, canal cutting short, terraforming. The word Ghosh use, the author uses, has brought us repeated disasters. And are these the responses of an angry Gaia, maybe God, who has finally had enough? By using the word curse in the title, the author makes it clear what he thinks. So, yes, I use the pronoun who knowingly because the author has quoted many non-European sources to inquire into the relationship between humans and the world around them, so that he can question the prevalent idea of looking at the earth as an inert object to be exploited to the maximum. As the author's text notes and bibliography show once more, none of this is new. Now, in this, there is a very, very good shift which we should be noticing. Now, what exactly, let's say, I'm talking about the signpost now. Okay. The first signpost, when we're talking about, I'm talking just about the second paragraph. Okay. What are the words which are coming? Invasion, earth, climate. Okay. This is the signpost of the second thing, the paraphrasing which I've done of the second paragraph. Now we will go to the second paraphrasing or the second signpost, and this is what the main idea till now is. We have gone through the two paragraphs, and till now, what are the things which are coming to our mind? The first paragraph talked about genocide. पहले paragraph में genocide की बात करी, जिसमें they talked about humans. Second में they have talked about the invasion of the earth and the invasion of the climate. What exactly is coming? Two different ways in which European colonialists actually invaded the other countries. It might be the invasion of the humans, it might be the invasion of the earth. What we say different ways of exploitations. Achha. Now we will go to the third paragraph. Now, the second paragraph, what we have done is the first thing what we have done, the first thing when we talk about, I would say this, we talked about was the paraphrasing of the second paragraph, and this is the paraphrasing or the signpost of both the two paragraphs. Okay. Now we are reaching the third thing, the third paragraph. Just read it. Let's read it out. There have always been challenges to the way European colonialists looked at the other civilization and it is just that the invaders and their myriad backers in the fields of eco, politics, anthropology, philosophy, physics, chemistry, biology have dominated global intellectual discourse. Okay. The other points of view that they can hear today if we listen hard enough. The point the author is trying to say is that colonialists even try to have their own way of interpreting the thing. They never said that we are going for genocide. They never said the I would say intellectual discourse never talked about the genocide aspect or the earth invasion or the climate invasion. They always talked about how we are civilizing the others. So they have the point they're saying is they even had a control of the intellectual intercourse or the way the things were getting defined. Those observing global climate negotiation know about the Latin American way of looking at the earth as Panchamama. They also know how much a framing is just provided lip service and is ignored in substantive portions of the negotiations. So they are talking about how the developed countries or how the colonialists, how they not only invaded but also had their control over the discourse or control over the history part, in which they talked about how they were civilizing the others, how they were giving education to others, or maybe even giving religious belief or converting the people into their own. way of worshipping God. In the nutmeg curse, the Bush, the author explains why. He shows the extent of the vested interest in the oil economy, not only of the oil exporting countries, that is, let's say, Gulf countries, but also the superpower like the US that controls oil drilling, oil prices, and oil movement around the world. Most of us have power utilities are sabotaging decentralized solar power generations today because it hits the revenue and control and how the other points of view are also often drowned out. Now this uh, uh, paragraph is somewhat tricky, but let's paraphrase. The first signpost, as we already will be the signpost of this paragraph. So they talked about, I would say, the exploitation. They talked about the developed countries. They talked about the developed countries forcing others to adopt their ways. And even it talked about the other points of view, like they talked about the people of Latin America, where Earth was taken as equivalent to God. Now come to the main point, the second signpost, or the second, I would say, the paraphrasing. Now, this second paraphrasing will include all the things we talked about. Now, the first paragraph we talked about was the genocide. The second paragraph we talked about was the nutmeg cultivation. We talked about earth. We talked about climate. And in the third paragraph, we are talking about how they not only control the discourse, control the idea, control the history, but also their own perception of the whole thing always remained, and how they forced the other countries to follow it. How the other, I would say, the ideas, just like the Latin American idea of looking at Earth as a Panchamama, just like Indians do. We Indians even look at India as the Earth as a mother. Now, in the same way, the third paragraph is only talking about the developed countries using their clout or their power or their armies to pressurize other countries to have their own way. Just like they talked about the US drilling part and the US how they try to sabotage or the solar power generation, the other way of generating power, so that the oil always remains as a dominant, I would say, energy source. So if you are talking about the main idea, what exactly you will be talking about? You will be talking about, uh, let's say, if I want to culminate everything I have read, all the three paragraphs, what is the culmination? What is the summarizing of the whole thing? Now, this is the answer which is going to be the main idea, because these are three paragraphs. And right now we are at the third paragraph, the last paragraph, and the second signpost would be the main idea of the whole passage. And we are talking about what are the words which will come out. Invasion of humans, invasion of climate, invasions of earth, and not only that, even the invasion of idea, even the invasion of the history. What exactly is coming is the powerful, or we may call it colonialist, how they were not only using the invasion was of different, I would say, the entities of the things, like not only the invasion of the humans were happening, the invasions of even the climate and the earth was happening, and even the discourse, the control over the discourse, the control over the idea, the control over the history also they are talking about. So what exactly they're talking about is a summarization of all the ways of exploiting the other countries. Now, with this understanding, with this thing, let's say if I move to the answers. Now, let's say if I'm talking about the main idea, what are the things which will come to my mind? The first, let's read it. To illustrate how systematic violence against the colonized is constitute the cornerstone of the colonialism. Yes, it talked about in the first paragraph. So yes, this is the right answer, but still, it's not talking about the main idea which we developed. It talked about everything. It talked about different ways in which the exploitation was done. So not this is not the right answer. This cannot be the right answer. Okay. Second, to illustrate the first incident in history when the process responsible for climate change was initiated. Yes, it really talked about, but that's not the only thing it talked about. It talked about many other things. To illustrate the role played by the cultivation of certain crops in the plantation mode in the contributory climate change, just like in that thing, yes, it did talk about, but this is not the whole thing. They have talked about many other things. Now let's read the last one to illustrate how colonialism represented and perpetuated the mindset that has led to the climate change. Yes, we are talking. This is the answer which we also reached. It is not only about talking about the whole understanding how the developed countries not only exploit the underdeveloped countries or the countries in which they can invade or take control upon. It is also talking about the whole mindset. Mindset can come as a very appropriate word, which we didn't anticipate the mindset, but this makes a much better understanding. That is now it is talking about all the words which we have used in the final thing. So our answers will be this, and this is 100% accurate. Now, in this paragraph, you may say, and this is a medium high difficulty level thing. The difficulty level would be close to medium, I would say, somewhat difficult. Now, in that, it may look very easy for you to reach an answer. But when you're reaching a very deep, when you're dealing with a very difficult passage in which you are not able to understand the passage very accurately, this strategy will play wonders. Will not only help you, it will increase your accuracy a lot. The point what I'm trying to say is use the strategy of two signposts in which the second signpost should always be talking about the holistic idea till that passage. And second thing, before moving into the answer options, always predict an answer before moving into it. An IQ test जब भी कोई plan करेगा, even when anyone will make it and even when you will make it, all the answers will be placed in such a way, written in such a way that every answer will look correct. और हर आंसर के words will match with the paragraph, the phrases, the clauses will match with the paragraph, and not only that, they would even have an understanding that if people have a different attention span in a, let's say, paragraph, अब इतना test में it will not be like you are sitting very comfortably and there is no pressure of any other sections and other questions, but when there is a big time pressure and everything, people have a different attention span in a passage. Let's say people may be reading the first half of the passage very carefully and the next half not so well. So what will happen is you will reach a very different answer in these things. But if you read it carefully, let's say if you have done your homework or your work very accurately, then if you want to have a very high accuracy, it's better to have a signpost. And I would call it a double signpost strategy or two signpost strategy you use. And you just try it with very difficult passages and you will see the accuracy level to be 100%. So two things. पहला, सेकेंड साइन पोस्ट में जरूर लिखना है हर पैसेज के साथ द लास्ट पैराग्राफ जो होगा उसका सेकेंड paraphrasing or the holistic paraphrasing will be the main idea of your main idea of the thing, and that's what matters. And other or second point, you always predict an answer before moving into the answer options. That will increase your the accuracy a lot. So keep these two strategies in your mind, and your accuracy in the main idea, central concept thing, or main idea of summarizing questions would be very high. Okay, chalo bachcho, that's it. Thank you.